Niggas thinking they can play the game. Oh my gosh, please better stop it. I'ma take off in this game. I'm taking off just like a rocket. I'ma stay strong for my team, cause I'm always keeping it solid. I live my life like a beach, cause I wanna be in the tropics. Whenever I can't get them keys, just give me the keys to the Mazda. Then show up to the party in the Mazda, then you know we just getting it started. I won't go, diamonds froze, life is cold to be cold. Rats told what they told, I gotta stay 10 toes. Homies calling tenfold, gang always train to go. When I go, they go away, drip out the stove. When I get my first deal, I'ma buy my family a cribbo. I got an S on my chest, so they making me feel like a hero. Summer be hot, but life so cold, I'm thinking I'm like Sub-Zero. I'ma go get a bag and turn the cash straight into heroes, yeah. Yeah, they on me. Yeah, I be up in the coop, doing the dash. Now they can't catch me. I be up in the kitchen, cooking it up, like give me the recipe. People be acting like we friends, now we ain't friends. Y'all boys my enemies. Niggas tryna put me on the game, but niggas know that I got it. Haters be looking over this way, they thinking that I'm a hot topic. Niggas thinking they can play the game. Oh my God, please better stop it. I'ma take off in this game. I'm taking off just like a rocket. I'ma stay strong for my team, cause I'm always keeping it solid. I live my life like a beach, cause I wanna be in the tropics. Whenever I can't get them keys, just give me the keys to the Mazda. Then show up to the party in the Mazda, then you know we just getting it started, yeah.
BeatStars.com.
Logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Beat them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these news while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all land on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaguing they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgame must lead 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro. Dripping water, H2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, where we chasing every day. Run them over, if they try to get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. I see they glare, but they know to stay up in their lane. Smoking moon rock, cookies only, Ella take to the face. Niggas wanna rock, Cyclops red beam will make a shake. Now the block is hot, oh well niggas dying every day. 20s, 50s, 100s, want all of these in abundance. When it comes to the women, these hoes know I can't love them. Only chasing, chase the back, drugs for the head, can't get enough of it. Try to take my money, S&W, leave you suffering. Why they wanna kill me for the cream? Only thing I'm trying to chase is my dream. I'ma stack it, stretch it, flip it. Hating on me cause I'm different. They won't have to get the digits, yeah, I mean. Dripping water, H2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, where we chasing every day. Run them over, if they try to get up in your way. Tell her hustle.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the UEL. We're going to have an amazing match here against the Cobras versus the Wolves. I am Mr. Fear.
And I'm Rex.
How you doing today, Rex?
Pretty good, pretty good. Yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm excited for this game.
What are you looking forward to?
So I actually talked to some of the players before the match.
Okay.
And I did hear on the Cobra side that they're looking forward to strategy games and fighter games.
Based on their lineup?
Yeah, based on their lineup. And then the Wolves are really looking forward to racing and sports games.
Okay. That's just looking at this lineup, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be hard. You're going to be hard pressed to take fighters versus the Cobras with this lineup, right? Just looking at LA, Strix, Jekyll, Hogeki, TK are all really solid fighters, right? And Raging Cajun and Bubbles adds a little bit of stuff here and there. And then I don't think we've seen Strix and TK in a lineup together this season.
I don't think we have either, but we do know that they're going to be an absolutely deadly combo when it comes to some of these games.
Yeah.
You know, I'm excited to see on the Wolf side, though, especially Bernay and Jorginho and the Alchemist. All 3 of them are... Oh, we got rock, paper, scissors. It seems like the Cobras have taken rock, paper, scissors.
So they've taken the first double today.
The first double of the day. As we know, rock, paper, scissors, crucial part of the actual game plan here.
And you want to explain how that works from the start of the game?
Yeah, basically, when you do rock, paper, scissors at the beginning of every game, whoever wins gets to choose if they skip the first game, so the other people do setup, I think, if that's correct.
Yeah.
Or they take the first game, and they have the option of game mode or, you know, map
RPS
choice. Yeah, RPS choice.
But going back to the skipping thing, the game still stays on the wheel. And for what we've seen in the past, it could be the next game that rolls.
Honestly.
So are you a fan of, say it's a game that it's like a 50, it's a not 50-50, but it's, you could win it, but it's more heavily favored towards them. Do you play it and like get the best RPS choice, or do you opt to skip it and risk it potentially coming back later on in the game?
Honestly, it really depends on your lineup and your whole team's mentality in the beginning. Because if you have a great mentality and you roll a really bad game for your team, it can put you in a disadvantaged state where your team eventually, because of that one game, as you've seen it before in the actual league itself, having a good mindset, especially here in front of all these people, is not always an easy job to do. But if you lose that first game, it can absolutely put you in a bad headspace.
But we are getting that first wheel spin, so we are going to see what is going to happen right off the bat. And
we're going to see Fortnite.
I don't know if the Cobras played it.
I don't know if the Wolves play this, though.
I see a bunch of... The Wolves aren't bad, but I know one thing I see on the Cobras. I see a bunch of grown men. Like, I see a bunch... This is a grown man lineup between both of these teams.
They did not grow up in the Fortnite era.
No.
Honestly, though, I'm curious as to see who will come out on top of this.
I think if they play this out, it's a Wolves win. Having recently played the Wolves, unless the Cobras been really heavily practicing Fortnite, which I don't really foresee being a thing.
My question now is, who do you think is actually going to be going in for these games? Or for this
Fortnite?
game, sorry. For this game, yes.
Bubbles, Hogeki, and maybe LA. Bubbles, Hogeki, and LA. And on the other side, Bernay, Jorginho, and maybe King Dre. If I had to guess, I'm like it's so hard for me to pin down these two teams Fortnite, right? Like if it was the Ravens, right, it's easy. You get like Wonku, Stars, and like maybe Genghis, right? If it's like the Trolls, right, like QWERTY, Bosif, and maybe Imperial Raijin. I'm not too sure about them fully, but like these two lines, I have no idea. And that's the fun thing about it. Sometimes it's like that first game set such a precedent because you only know the first game that rolled, right? You can't be like, well, we have this many games left to unlock because there's 32 other games after the first one.
Right.
So like, this is one of my like, if you don't, this is what I call one of those lineup messing up games because it's like Wreckfest. Rolling Wreckfest early is one of the worst things. I hate rolling Wreckfest at the start because then that can mess up your whole rotation after that because it's like, what if I put in a bunch of my fighters and then the next game is a fighter, so I have to put them in early on the next rotation, and that just messes things up.
Is it because, Wreckfest just about anybody can play the game? And that's why you can put in so many people?
I think Wreckfest, there is a little bit of there's a skill gap in Wreckfest, but it's not like, it's one of those games that's so easy to get messed up in because you practice or any game, right? You practice Wreckfest in a perfect situation, right? But then what happens if your tire gets taken out, something like that? But with, let's see, who King Dre, maybe?
Okay, so we can see Bernay and Jorginho and King Dre are going in.
So I think for the other side, it's going to be the Bubbles, Hogeki, and LA, maybe?
I think LA as well.
No, Ragin. I don't know why I keep overlooking Ragin. I think it's Hogeki and Ragin here. I could be wrong.
Well, we got the Bubbles in.
Or maybe it's just the Bubbles by himself.
Bubbles by himself, gonna sweep the entire game, no problem.
But we'll get that lineup. And we didn't kind of forget to mention a little bit about the Wolves. So the Wolves are running Bernay, Alchemist, Jorginho, Big Bad MJ, Smeek, and King Dre. Now, in my opinion, the player on that team that has really pushed them forward this season has been Alchemist. Alchemist has been, in my opinion, their best player. It may not always show in the box scores, but he has, at least from previous seasons, shown the most improvement.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. And honestly, can we also talk about Bernay and Jorginho's chemistry in general? They have been able to bounce off of each other just about in any game that they go in together, as far as I have seen. And honestly, when it comes to the Cobras, I haven't seen that kind of chemistry yet.
Okay. But also, one thing to note is that they normally would have Peruvian Poppy in the lineup, but he did actually just have a child. His wife went to labor during that last game and he had to leave. So shout out to congratulations and shout out to Peruvian Poppy. Your team is holding it down for you today. But with the rest of the Cobras lineup, we do have Hogeki and Raging Cajun in. Kind of what I thought would happen. I can't imagine there's any other lineup that they run.
Not with these grown men, as you have said before. Honestly, I think it's a great idea to keep LA out for right now, considering he's a very good asset, especially when it comes to fighters or any other racing games. Having LA out and being able to go into the next game if it rolls.
Yeah.
Because there's always the chance that the wheel
it's
is
32 games.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going to roll next.
But we're endgamers. Endgamers. So we have to learn every single game on that wheel, or at least be able to squeak out a win, in my opinion.
All right, so question. What game are you looking forward to the most? With optimal lineups.
With optimal lineups?
Yes.
Ugh. But personally, I always enjoy seeing Guilty Gear or Tekken. But honestly, I'm going to look forward to any game that they both can show their skill, and it is a good battle.
I want to see Madden.
Madden?
Yeah.
You think it's going to be a good Madden?
Jekyll has really high highs and really low lows in Madden at times.
And Tekken 8 is going to be the next game that we play. So great. All right. But we're loading up Fortnite right now. Right now we are looking at...
That is Raging Cajun, and that's King Dre.
Gotcha.
Team 3?
With Raging Cajun's viewpoint at the moment. and we are going to get started on this Fortnite game. As you can see, they all start out in their own little fortress area, but they are all commentating or conversing with each other and like, okay, we need to pick up this item, or how are we going to heal up? Okay, we can use this. This one, even though it's a very build-heavy game, you absolutely need to play as a team. What do you think?
Well, it's your boy Black Diamond tapping in here, switching out for old Rex. I think really, honestly, from what I've seen, it is a team-based game, but I feel like Fortnite is one of those games that can easily be carried by some of the top-tier talent in the league. Usually, if you have the best player, you end up winning, unless you have evenly matched teams in terms of best player for best player. Other than that, honestly, I think Fortnite is kind of a game you can get carried in.
Absolutely. Honestly, especially when it comes to shooters in general. But as you can see, the Cobras are trying to push up and make some kind of play, at least get one of the enemies down. As you can see on the screen, they already see one person bringing down some of the structures, trying to get in. As I believe, the Wolves are trying to kind of... Oh, and we get our first down. Probably sniped from somebody across the map. They're getting the revive, though, so making sure their teammate doesn't go down. And as you can see, always having somebody just keeping an eye out in the background, trying to get those little shots off, especially in those moments of time. Very sad to see that this man is not shooting Kamehamehas. Very much. As you can see, that the Wolves have essentially built a surrounding fortress, being able to move on the outside of the actual storm itself. It is showing them they have a lot more mobility and a lot more peaks that they can actually get into.
Right, and it just gives them an opportunity to kind of set up strategically, right? Obviously, the skill of the shots in the building comes into play, but having that ability to move outside and inside can really throw off the other team and force them to play angles that they actually don't want to do unless they've built that way.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And as you can see, both teams are starting to get a little bit closer to each other, so now it's going to be a really matter of whoever has the better building technique here, as well as the better movement. Considering that, you know... Oh, and we get another down. We're going to get a kill here. Absolutely. The Bubbles is out of the game. But as soon as it happens, they're going to try and answer back with their own down, but...
Yep, looks like first round goes to the Wolves.
First round goes to the Wolves.
Right, Hogeki, and they're definitely... I would say Hogeki is probably the strongest shooter over there on the Cobras.
Hogeki?
Yeah, I would say from what I've seen, he's probably the strongest shooter.
Okay.
So, like, I think he's trying to... That's why they definitely throw him in here. They're trying to use his shooting prowess.
And you can see it on the Wolves. They are absolutely hyped up for this. They are ready to go into the next round. They're excited, and their head is in that game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Wolves are looking to come out here and show how much they've grown throughout the season. They've actually been a really feisty group, especially considering where they were from last season going into this season. They've, a lot of revamp, a lot of changes, and now we're starting to hopefully see the spoils of hard work and determination throughout the season, as I like to call, really there's a lot of veterans over there, not too many rookies. So towards the end of the season, those teams usually bring it together.
Question for you.
Right.
What are you doing in the beginning of these rounds, personally?
Are you talking about the game overall?
Nope, I'm talking about like right now when they're sitting in their own little hut. What are you doing? What are you telling your teammates? What are you conversing with your people?
Well, I think synergy overall when it comes to Fortnite is really what you're looking for, kind of like what you were saying with the team aspect. So a lot of times you're just making sure that you're playing the same angle and on the same cue as to where you guys are going to be going and who you're aiming for. I would probably be trying to target the other team's best player and kind of have a focus while not losing, sight of the other two, because they could also pick you off.
I agree. It seems like we have actually like a little build battle going on in the center of the actual stage here. You can see a little bit of cowardice from, trying to stay away from all the action, staying alive. Fair enough, fair enough. We're seeing a lot more play happen from Raging Cajun, actually pushing up, potentially getting a knockdown, building and
knock right
protecting
there.
himself.
And I think this is really important for the Wolves to come out here and take this game, because this is a category that, traditionally throughout the league, right now, Cobras are not seen as one of the stronger shooting teams. And I mean, the Wolves have some shooting chops over there, right? Halo, they're not too bad at.
And there
they
goes
wanna-
down Hardwood.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they secure this category overall today if they're looking to get this W out of here.
Seems like they are pulling back a little bit because the storm is starting to progress further. You can see them, they're breaking down the actual structures as much as they can. I don't know if they haven't seen if somebody is above them or whatnot. As you can see, those structures are just now being built. When you see that yellow flash, it means they just completed being built. And there goes the next round. I believe that went to the Wolves again, did it not?
Yep. No. Actually, it's 1-1. So Cobras bouncing back pretty strong here. Got views on Jorginho and Raging Cajun. Raging Cajun to the bottom of the screen. Jorginho right there at the top. So those are the two players that it will be focused on, depending on whose POV we're looking at there in the game.
It seems like the first round, the Wolves were very excited and, they were really into it. And then the Cobras just looked and was like, oh, okay. Y'all want to play. Y'all want to play. All right, let's show them what we have and what we're worth. Honestly, I think this entire match is going to be a constant back and forth, especially when it comes to these in-between games where, both teams have an idea of how to play it, but it's not their absolute strongest suit.
Yeah, I mean, I think typically this matchup is going to come down to sports and shooters for the Cobras. I'm sorry, not for the Cobras, but for the Wolves. That's what they're going to look to take. And strategy and fighting are going to be on the Cobra side in terms of what they're looking to take.
Right.
That leaves a little bit of a gray area in the races depending on who's available for what. I would lean racers in the Cobra's favor, but I think that's more of a 50-50 than anything else.
Doing a great job at breaking down the structure right now. What happened was essentially they broke down the structure and somebody was inside of it, and they actually dropped down and got a little bit of damage off of it. Though I do feel like they are actually going to be able to, heal back up. They see them up there. They're going to try and bring that structure down as best as they can. There it goes. Now, did they save themselves? But knowing that they're over there, now they're going to be pushing in and trying to get that kill.
This is going to be a really big clash here. Super important.
Good to
We've
bubbles.
got 1 down, 2 down. It looks like the Cobras have the advantage here. Can they finish the job?
We're going to try and see if they can get a revive. They might be actually commentating to each other, saying like, hey, they're going for the revive. This is when you need to actually push in.
Yep, and they're able to get 2 up, and this is another big push. Another 1 down, 2 down. It's up to Bernay here.
And
that's a
there
finish.
Goes.
That's 2 finishes. It's 1v3 Bernay. I said this was a huge game.
I think because of the update, it got changed where they can actually come back once. So I think that's why
I missed it.
it's not part of our UEL rules, but it is something that the actual game updated.
So the Cobras coming out here and making a big statement from what we've seen traditionally. So that was a big loss for the Wolves.
Big loss. And the first point goes to the Cobras. Next up is going to be Tekken 8. Now, what are you expecting for Tekken 8?
Well, if I'm the Wolves, I'm forfeiting. Just forfeit.
Don't forfeit. Please don't forfeit.
Well, please don't. But they don't have the chops to deal with the Cobras in Tekken. I mean, you have LA available, you have Jekyll available, and TK. That's not even including Strix. So any one of those 4, honestly, are better than alone could probably sweep.
True.
In Tekken. So if I'm the Wolves, I'm not really spending time on this particular game. Maybe another fighter, but not with this lineup. I just go ahead, put it in, get the reset. You know that coming into this match, fighters are going to be tough, and Tekken is a fan favorite, a league favorite, and the Cobras play fighting games, like, a lot.
They do play fighting games. But I will say, I've heard a little bit of whispers as far as, like, the Wolves have also been practicing. So I'm really hoping that they don't skip it and we get to see if, what we heard is true. Yeah.
They could have been practicing, but I'll be quite honest, I just don't see it.
And there's the
they
forfeit
did the
from
smart thing. As much as I love seeing Tekken 8, they knew better. Like, save your time, play throughout the rest of the game, progress, and get your games. Like, this is a full reset for the Wolves, and it's not for the Cobras. So you can now start catching them out of rotation, and I like it from a time perspective, especially early. They knew that they weren't going to play that against them, and now they have a game that they stand a better chance in. So we're going to get the Jekyll, and if I had to guess, we're going to get the Bubbles in there as well for this racer. And yeah, that's what we're going to see. We'll see what happens with the Wolves. I would think that maybe they're going to lean on Alchemist, Jorginho, or Benet. One of those three two of those three for Carx Drift, just being that they're veterans, unless Big Bad MJ, King Dre, and or Smigo.
Smigo.
Yep, there we go. Smigo.
Unless
they've been playing.
I do think CarX Drift is going to a little bit, at least in my opinion, favor in the Wolf side. But I will say I do think CarX Drift is necessarily an easy game, but it's not a hard game either. You know what I mean?
So I actually think the opposite. I think this particular racer, if I'm not mistaken, the Cobras actually showed pretty well in it. Last time I saw them, I would lean Cobras, but I think it's going to be closer than what we think. Like I said, I really think that the Wolves should have capitalized on Fortnite. Not a total loss. It's 0-2 right now. It could very easily be 1-2 after CarX Drift. I think it's more of a 50-50 game in this situation. Depending on lineups, I would fully expect the Bubbles to go in unless, somebody's been practicing. Exactly.
And there goes Bubbles.
And that's what I'm saying. The Bubbles is pretty good at the game. He's not like, you know what I mean? So that's what they're aiming for.
I do agree, especially when it comes to, honestly, Tekken, skipping it, probably a really good call, especially with it being such a long game in general. You want to have more time to get your games in.
Yeah, Tekken can be long if it's back and forth, but that wasn't going to be back and forth. That was more of a I would say that was more of a momentum play, right? You don't want to start off and give up too much momentum, especially considering that you had Fortnite, a game that most would say are the Wolves might have won. And looks like we're gonna get an interview coming up here soon as well.
That was a riveting interview.
Oh, absolutely. TLG just doing his thing out there as a hype man interviewer, bringing tons of energy. Shout out to TLG and shout out to TK and LA with the little sneak in there. Now we got CarX Drift. Hopefully we get this one set up pretty quick. The music is bumping. Teams are off to a good start. And look at the dichotomy in the record, right? Both teams could have Cobras could be 4-4 after this, or 5-3. Wolves could be 4-5,
4-5,
or 3-6,
or 3-6.
To me, it's pretty pivotal. Yeah, like I think this match is pretty pivotal for playoff seeding and standings overall.
I agree.
Oh, it looks like we got an icy map up here.
Ooh, which is I don't know if it actually makes it harder for you to actually drift.
I would think so. I can't speak to it fully, but it just makes sense that the game would put that mechanic in there.
Realistically, it absolutely would make your car a lot harder to drift, or at least maintain control. But I'm excited to see how long they're able to keep these drifts, especially having those specific angles, because once you get into that angle, honestly, it is incredibly easy to spin out. And when you spin out, you have to get back on the track. You have to do it as fast as you can. This game does not let you go fast like that, honestly.
Well, because it's about drifting.
As we see, DeBubbles is taking the lead firsthand.
So taking the lead off of the race portion of it, now we're going to get into his drift here, and let's see how much control he has.
We're going to see an entrance, and that's going to be an immediate spin out.
Yeah. So it looks like to me that the ice does affect the dynamics here.
I actually think DeBubbles is going a little bit too fast there, but as you can see, they're getting those clipping zones.
Well, this was definitely a strategic pick for I believe the Wolves. So that's something that they've been practicing. Look, now we got Pokemon coming up here.
Pokemon's gonna be next.
There goes a strategy game.
And
something that I'm fully expecting the Cobras to have the upper hand in, but the Wolves might come out and shock us here.
the bubble's going a little bit too fast here on the edges, and is immediately gonna hit the side of it. Screwing up his combo game. I will say he's getting all these clipping zones really pretty solidly, but honestly, is it going to be enough to squeak out this win?
It might just be because from what we've seen so far, the Wolves aren't exactly amazingly.
And it seems like the Bubbles wins by about 190 points.
Yeah, 193.
Wow.
We won by 193 points. That was a really close race. So really, that was the difference between coming in first and second.
Yep.
That's wild.
But now we have the Cobras are up by 3 with the Wolves having no games yet. Now, the next game, Pokemon. And Pokemon, a lot of people just think it's a kid's game. It's everything.
No, it's very strategic.
It is extremely strategic. So, what are you expecting from Pokemon?
I'm expecting the fact that the Cobras have a team full of people who play Pokemon. Therefore, they have,
oh my goodness.
yeah, or at least know the strats.
It's gonna be crazy, man.
So I want to see a team full. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but they have more than 2. I would say that can definitely coach the game, which makes a big difference. I believe the Wolves have a couple as well. I believe Renee and Alchemist know a bit. I don't know about the rest. I think Jorginho as well. I don't know about Big Bad MJ, Smiko, or King Dre. And as a matter of fact, 2 of them wouldn't be available unless they're coaching, right? So it just depends on.
I am excited to see, though, because honestly, Pokemon is a game that you can send anybody in as long as you have a coach beside them. You know,
Yeah,
deciding on who to send in, who not to, what kind of Pokemon. I'll be honest, I want to see, hopefully, a Swampert. I know that's probably never going to happen. Swampert's my favorite Pokemon, though, so.
Okay. Well, then you can put it in on your team.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? I might try and make one. I mean, but I'll be honest. When it comes to these, especially when it comes to the league rules, because in normal Pokemon, you won't be able to have all these legendaries at once on your team. Normally, you can only have like maybe 1 or 2, depending on if they're even quote unquote legal in the actual competitive sense. But here at the UEL, you are open to any Pokemon. And something that's really cool about that is that there are synergies between legendaries that are absolutely crazy. They can literally break the game. But it's going to be a matter of who has the better team, who has thought out this long process of like what is the team's dynamic, who's going in for what, as well as if the Wolves or the Cobras has seen Pokemon played their opponent. So they can actually make a team that counteracts their Pokemon.
You know what's really funny about that? I genuinely think that is a valid element. You can study the teams, but if teams know that, you could literally play the same team for, let's say, 3 games and then switch back to the same team. So even though teams are making counters, you can make counters to teams that you think would counter your counter.
Absolutely.
Right? So like it almost doesn't matter. It does because obviously you're giving out information on your play style and the type of teams that you like to use, which does matter. But you can literally you could counter pick your own counter, like just to throw other teams off. And it's actually not a bad setup. It's not a bad strategy, especially if you know that you have certain teams that pay more attention.
I do agree. Sorry. How much do you know about like Pokemon competitively?
I'll be honest, I'm very green in the area. I know, tackle, and I know sword dance. That's it.
Tackle and sword dance, a great combination there.
And Splash. Splash is my favorite.
Oh my goodness, we don't talk about Splash.
Yes, we do.
No,
it's a cool animation.
oh my goodness.
And just for that, we get to have Rex. I've been.
You know why? You know why? Because you said we talk about Splash. It's a cool animation.
Yeah.
It does nothing.
But it looks cool. Like that's all we really care
Yeah, they go
about.
boing boing, and that's it.
Yeah, so I've been banished to Shadow Realm. Rex will come in here and give you guys some more in-depth Pokemon commentary, or you can just hear me talk about Splash for the next 15 minutes.
No.
All right, so it looks like we are watching from the perspective of the Cobras here. We've seen this team before, so just from their team, there's a few different kind of structures you can have for a team. Essentially, what will be themes. They're just using essentially what's called good stuff. We see they have a Pokemon on their team called Rillaboom, super common, super popular. We'll get the next ones up in a second. We did see a what's called a Fluttermane, which is a fourth Pokemon from the right. I think there was a forfeit. Did they forfeit this?
We do see an Entei as well.
Yes, Entei. So those two Pokemon on the far right side, Entei and Chienpao, they are both extremely powerful Pokemon in this format. And on the other side, we are seeing what looks to be a Rain Dance team. So it looks like the Wolves are running a very popular in this format team. Oh.
Rex, if you'd be so kind, could you tell us exactly what essentially a Rain Dance team is?
So there's different weathers in this game, and the weathers all have different effects. So rain is one of those weathers. What rain does is it boosts the power of water type moves by 50%, and it lowers the power of fire moves by 50%. But it also has interactions with certain abilities. So the big thing about Rain Dance in this team is he has three Pokemon that can really benefit from it. With it being Urshifu, which is second from the top. You have Arcaladon, which is at the bottom, which can really benefit from it with a signature move. And Raging Bolt benefits from it a little bit as well.
Something that I am just noticing actually is that I'm sorry, the point of view is the Cobras, correct?
Yes.
The Cobras have items with their Pokemon, while the Wolves do not.
Actually, they both have items with their Pokemon. So we're watching from the perspective of the Cobras. Items are a very big deal in knowing what items each team has. So it'll show you what Pokemon the other team has, but won't show you the items. So we are now watching Ogerpon and Xianpao. And this is actually a really good lead for the Wolves. Sorry, not the Wolves, the Cobras. So Ogerpon is one of the most commonly used Pokemon directly because it counters what what Urshifu wants to do. So if it does follow me and this Urshifu does something like Surging Strikes, it has this ability called Water Absorb. What Water Absorb does is it takes no damage from water type moves and instead heals off of it. So if he just clicks Rain Dance and Surging Strikes or anything along those lines, it's going to be redirected.
Now, I will say I saw Orpon use Follow Me, so I think what they're expecting is the strikes from
Surging Strikes.
Surging Strikes from the opponent.
And what we see is the Xianpao Terrasilize right off the bat. Now, this form of terrestrialization is called Stellar. So it keeps the same weaknesses, but all of the moves have bonus damage for one attack. So Ice Spinner into that. Tornado should kill it unless it opted to have a Focus Sash. And it doesn't, so it is a one-hit KO.
Wow. Actually, fantastic opening from the Cobras.
Oh, and the Drain Punch. And this
Wow.
is actually really smart and a critical hit at that. Because if he used the simple water move, it would have healed him. But that Drain Punch was designed to essentially kill that the Pokemon in one shot. So this might be another one-hit KO dependent. He looks like he's going for the Sacred Sword into that slot, just opting to try to kill it. No, he's going to try to kill that Ogerpon right off the bat. Who's he going to switch into?
Fluttermane, which is going to be an interesting swap out, honestly. With the enemy Orpon, right?
If he goes into a Drain Punch into that slot again, because Fluttermane is part Ghost, it won't affect him. And it puts a lot of pressure on the Urshifu.
We gotta give respect to the shiny Fluttermane.
Yeah. So let's see what the Wolves opt to do on this turn. So Ice Spinner should kill Ogerpon. Yep.
There goes Ogerpon.
And depends on what he does here. Does the Ogerpon or does the Drain Punch, does he Drain Punch a Fluttermane? Yep. And it doesn't affect it. So that was a perfect switch. And now the Cobras have a lot of power just because they have more things to switch in and out, and a lot of what the Wolves want to do is now mitigated.
They literally said, we're inside your head now."
Oh, and this honestly, if that it has Dazzling Gleam, and Dazzling Gleam might just be another double knockout.
It might be a double knockout here, especially. I saw the name for a second, especially against Bruce Lee.
Well, both of these Pokemon aren't known to have the best bulk, and they so the Xianpao is probably gonna be Focus Sash, meaning it can't be knocked out from full health. So he's gonna probably double into that slot here.
And we see a terrestrialization.
If it's probably Ghost. It's probably a Ghost terrestrialization. It's actually fighting. That's actually not great, but
That's surprising.
we commonly see Ghost on Xianpao, but he's opting to go. It's going to be the same result.
Oh my goodness!
And it actually doesn't knock out the Ogre. Doesn't knock out the Urshifu. But right here, this should kill the Yep. And then now, whatever this Urshifu goes into should be taking a chunk of damage here. He could knock out the Fluttermane, which might be the best choice, but he opts to go for the Xianpao, who, like we talked about earlier, has that Focus Sash.
And uses it up.
Yep, uses it up right here. And once again, this turn right here has a chance to go into another double knockout. The Cobras, barring any major collapse, the Cobras are going to win this by a landslide. There's not really much Arcalodon, yeah. So we're probably going to see another Dazzling Gleam into a Sacred Sword.
There's the Sacred Sword
And
from
Dazzling Gleam should just be enough to knock out the Bruce Lee, which is the going to be the Urshifu, and still do significant damage. Now, Arcalodon, with the Pokemon that's on the right side for the Wolves, is a Steel/Dragon, meaning he takes neutral damage from this. But Fluttermane being one of the strongest Pokemon in terms of putting out damage, it should still do a chunk. So let's see what they opt to do here. Dazzling Game should knock out. Yep. And doing about 25%. But he has stamina, so what stamina does is it raises his defense every time he gets hit. But Sacred Sword has a special property to it where it ignores those defense increases. So he's barely able to survive there. He can knock out either one of his Pokemon. What does he opt to do? Heavy Slam into the Floodmane should kill it. Yep. And this that is one Pokemon down right now, but major.
Now, my question is there any way that they can actually come back from this?
There is no way they can come back from this if the Cobras play it smart and just don't throw. They have all the forward momentum. There's really nothing they have to do.
And there comes out a Landorus.
Oh no, that's Landorus versus the Raging Bolt, which Raging Bolt, like I said, another Pokemon that's extremely threatened by this Landorus. It's probably gonna be Sheer Force like Earth Power, which should do enough to knock it out regardless, or not knock it out, but do a chunk of damage. And he's just opting to go Sandsear Storm, which has a chance to miss. 80% accuracy could theoretically miss both Pokemon and lead an opening, but he opts to not do that. So
we see a priority move come into play against the Kaiju.
And Sandsear Storm misses the Arcalodon, which is the downside of using that move, is it has that chance. But Arcalodon really can't do much here. It can knock out the it could have knocked out the Xianpao, but it's just one versus like anything that happens now is a victory. So this is going to be another Cobras win.
This is a sweep.
Yeah.
And Cobras aren't going to take Pokemon.
Yep. And that is it. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Rex, for commentating that wonderful Pokemon match.
And now I'm back for F1, and the Cobras off to a strong start over here over the Wolves, trying to establish their dominance.
Honestly, I think they're doing it pretty good as far as just dominating these so far games. We have CarX, Fortnite. They didn't even want to play Tekken against the Cobras.
Well, Tekken and Pokemon were already off the ledger, right? If I was the Wolves, those are two games I would have given up. Realistically speaking, they should have been able to come away with Fortnite And as you saw, Carx Drift was very, very close. So that's just a matter of the small things, right? And
Yep.
both games kind of, well, I guess you could say Fortnite kind of leaned in Cobra's favor, but I think they were both very close, and that's how close it was to having a 2-2 game.
True.
This
True.
also tells me though that the Wolves are very much so in this match, because as we've seen in the past, a couple of games that the Cobras are hoping to win have already popped up. So these were wins that, in my opinion, when I was looking at this matchup, I was like, okay, these won't go the Wolves' way in the first place. So really not that bad if you're looking at it from the Wolves side, other than just losing. Maybe I would say Fortnite. You could make the argument for Carx Drift, but as you can see, they were evenly matched. So it's just that's just a 50-50.
Close. Honestly, what are you expecting out of F1? Because we see Bernay going in as well as Strix going in.
I'm not sure, to be quite honest with you. I think Bernay may have played it enough. I don't think Strix has touched it that much, but when he was with the Bucks, it wouldn't surprise me if he touched it just because he was the leader over there. Like, a lot was on his shoulders, and they anchored him a lot. So it wouldn't surprise me if he has some hours in F1. I don't think he's going to be a high-tier racer per se in Strix. It traditionally hasn't been his strong suit. But I think he also could come out and surprise us and race very well here against Bernay. But I am leaning Wolves here. I think this will be the first Wolves W. The Cobras were definitely hoping for this game that Bubbles will be available.
I do agree, though I will say Strix has absolutely been a wild card of some sorts, especially in the past seasons. Being able to actually pick up all these games, not perfecting some of them, but absolutely holding his own. He has absolutely dominated the matchups where he essentially can go in for any game. Honestly. At least that is what I have seen. Bernay, I do believe that he actually has played F1, and I'm actually expecting some really good driving from his side.
Yeah.
I know him. He has absolutely played F1.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, like Bernay, I'm expecting this to go to Wolves' way. Bernay versus the Bubbles, I think it's a toss-up match. Here, I'm definitely leaning towards Bernay, right? Like, he's got... Bernay and Alchemist are probably, like, the sneakiest type veterans in the league, where they play a lot more than people give them credit for, and every time they pop into a game, they're never really a full-on liability. And that's... they might not always excel to the highest level like they do in FC, but it's... Or like Halo with them, they're actually very good Halo players as well, but they're very good overall. They're just super solid players that any team would like to have.
This is, yeah, I agree. Honestly, man, do you expect people to be getting to the end of the race in F1?
So ask that question one more time, please.
Do you think that people are going to be getting to the end of the race in F1? Because honestly, have we seen a full F1 race done completely?
Yeah, we have. We've seen them. It's just that recently it's been a lot more DNFs for whatever reason, and a lot of it has been AI driven. If I'm being honest, it hasn't even been players trying to set up and wreck. It's just been AI just going absolutely haywire. It looks like we're getting into F1. We're getting another wheel spin. I'm excited. I want to know what's popping up next.
Give us a fighter. And it's going to be Crash.
We got CTR racing with No to Bubbles.
No to Bubbles?
Yep.
Shoot, man.
So these are two games back-to-back that I think the Wolves should be very capable of winning. However, I don't know who has touched Crash Team Racing on the Wolves side. I'm sure the Cobras have touched it. And it looks like Cobras are player 2. We will get further confirmation for you. So Cobras are on the bottom screen. Wolves are on the top screen. So Bernay at the top and Strix at the bottom so far.
All right. As you can see, they're always... These AI do not care about you.
No, but that's the skill level in the game, right? Like, being able to race with the AI, race their race, and still control your car. Right here, it seems Strix taking a little bit of damage to his front wing.
Oh. As you can see, there's already been a collision on the course itself.
There's been a collision. Bernay seems to have taken a step back here. Strix with a little bit of a wide turn, giving a chance, and these AI said we're on a path and you're in the way.
honestly.
So it looks like Renee is playing catch up here. Strix taking a small break here and allowing the AI to pass, still ahead of Brene, but it's much closer at this point.
Yeah, and honestly, it keeps that closeness throughout the entirety of these races, at least as far as I've seen, unless you were extremely behind, which doesn't happen as often as, at least as far as I've seen. But honestly, they are both keeping relatively pristine carbs.
Yeah, and right now Strix is racing against Brene, and he's winning. Right, he's racing against Brene. Brene's in 20th. Strix is in 16th, and I think Strix is cool just coasting right here at 16th as long as Brene cannot catch him. The benefit of Brene kind of being behind actually is the fact that he's going to have the opportunity, and it looks like he's going to be able to catch up here if he can get a good pass going. Strix has now fallen to 19th.
But
Brene is hot on his tails.
Honestly, you just need to keep that one space ahead of him to actually win this entire thing. But my question is there a good chance that they both run into each other?
That's what I was thinking, but I don't think either one is really gonna force a DNF because you'd have to get in position. So right here, it's just gonna be more so about who can race cleaner, who can race the lines a lot better, right?
Holding those inside lines.
Right
As
here,
we can see Strix going on the outside. The same with Brene.
Well, Brene took more of an inside track to it because Brene is thinking more of a passing type of mindset, whereas Strix is coming out from the outside to get in order to come out of those turns a little bit faster. So, yeah, to my knowledge, that's what's going on here.
We're
Could
still
be wrong, but-
only on lap 2, so there's going to be a lot more chances, hopefully, for Renee to actually pass Strix here. As you can see,
Right,
he is
and
not letting
Brene's
him
taking the better passing angle so far.
Oh,
and
do we
that's
see-
what he's going for. And Strix backs off just a little bit, knowing that he doesn't want to wreck. But honestly, Brene was in a more compromising position. So if I was Strix, I might have just slammed on the brakes there.
Oh, taking the inside
And Brene
route.
is just risking it all in order to get position, and that's exactly what he does. He was playing for those. He did not care too much about the penalties. He knew his advantages, and he knows that he's racing against Strix. So he decided to take that, and now Strix is going to follow suit here and try and follow the racing lines of Brene and just do them a little bit cleaner. So just a difference in strategies, honestly. I think if Strix was able to execute his turns a little bit smoother,
Oh, we see
right
a little
there.
bump.
That's a little bump. Very smart on Brene's part, not letting Strix just pass him, trying to force the DNF. Strix reacting in due time, and here we are off to the races. Brene taking the lead again.
Absolutely.
Well, maintaining the lead, I should say.
Being
And
able to slow that down,
Oh my
and
God,
then
yep.
the pass.
And that's the difficulty of trying to race that type of style, right? If you have somebody that can adjust, such as Strix just did, he can make you look foolish, and now you're giving up position. Now you have to worry about getting DNF.
Now you're back in that position that you already were in. Now you have to pass them again while they're already peeling off in front of you.
Exactly. When you could have just been racing the thing that got you there in the first place. Now Strix is going to play bully, right?
I don't think so. I think Strix is going to be an honest person here and actually just keep racing, keeping those inside lines as much as possible, but still
Oh
creating
my
as
God.
much room.
Great takeoff from Strix right there. That was one of his clean takeoffs coming out of a turn.
Now he has to slow down here.
Definitely has to slow down. Brene is angling to take position back. A little bit of an overturn right there, probably causing a little bit of damage to his tires.
I think he's trying to find that inside angle again where he can actually jump over those lines and actually just overtake again.
Oh, he definitely is. But in doing that, he's actually racing a fairly clean race in doing that because he's taking advantage of racing on top of those striped lines, which do not count as penalties. They are clean for racers to drive over. Anything outside of those will count as penalties. So he's using
This is where they passed last time.
yes, his track knowledge very wisely. Strix doing what he can to body block him, honestly, which was smart. Because, like I said, Brene is now playing in a compromised position when I would have just raced. Because you already know how to pass better, so Strix inevitably has to follow your path line. You have to be sure that Strix is not paying attention to what you're doing. So now we're actually in a dead heat, and
there goes the lap around. Oh, wait, no, I think they might have been in the pit stop. Alonso. One of the AI.
Yeah, this has actually been really interesting. It's been back and forth for the most part.
Oh,
And Alonso saying, "Come here, boy."
Alonso saying, "Get out of my way. I'm here to actually race."
All right. So, oh man, that's a really bad turn to take right there. But he's still in this. Strix is holding on. They're on lap 4. So you were talking about seeing the end of a race. Here you go.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've seen it. It usually happens from the higher level players, and honestly, it's just DNFs towards the end of the race that we've been getting, as opposed to the beginning, depending on skill level.
But if Bernay wants to make this a win, if he wants to put this point on the board, he has to do something this lap, honestly. Because if he stays behind, there's going to be a very minimal chance, I believe, very minimal chance that he can actually get past Strix here. This is where you need to take that inside line. And there's that send-off. Trying just to get as close as he can to overtaking Strix. He's just looking for the
hard turn. I should have called it. I knew that's how Renee was going to play this. He was going to hit that outside turn really hard and cut hard on the inside, knowing that Strix is playing outside. He's really trying to make up as much small ground as he can right here to overtake him. And Strix is not letting it happen, but Bernays right on his tail. Very interesting.
Strix is just racing as best as he can right here. Bernay having that mindset of having to overtake them, honestly, it's a lot harder than people give credit for. It's not just a cut and dry thing.
That's a really tough angle. Sorry to cut you off. That's a really tough angle for Bernay. I was just looking at it. I'm like, that could be a deciding factor heavily, because now he might over pursue here on these turns and take them a little bit too fast.
Yeah, especially with it being lap 5. Now you have to be a little bit more hasty.
There we go. Now he's got a corner cut. He's got to be a little bit more hasty, a little bit more aggressive. But you're not just going to catch. So this is going to be a really big W for the Cobras if they can manage to pull this off. And now we look back to when he tried to DNF him instead of just racing. You had the lead. Just take the lead. Keep it going. Like, you can still play body block and race, you know? Like, just keep doing what you're doing quickly, and they have to pay attention. But now we're getting close again. He's trying to take the same path line.
The inside line?
Oh, my God. Just this.
I think it can happen on this, like, probably next turn here, especially with it being
really depends
sharp.
on what Bernay's going to do here. Oh.
Bernay needed to take
so
that inside.
So smart from Strix to... Strix knew that he had to take the inside, so he put his car there intentionally. In that situation, it almost would have worked if Bernay had planned to go outside and almost done some sort of a juke out. Although, from race dynamics perspective, it still would have favored Strix. It's just Strix's strategies are hard. So he's like, oh, well, okay. Very analytical person.
If it happens, it has to be on this little roundabout right here.
Right, I'm literally hunched over in my seat.
I don't think that they're going to be able to get it here.
Yeah, it looks like we're coming away to the straightaway here, and that's it.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Oh, no,
this last turn. This last turn. And that's going to be it. I don't think they're going to be able to speed up fast enough.
That's crazy for the Wolves.
Wonderful.
Unless Strix has a lot of penalties here, which he seemed to have had earlier. Keyword seemed. Allegedly.
And we're going to see the standings.
Well,
first off, that level up, you know, got to get that XP. We got to scroll down. I think they were dead last.
Oh, yeah, they were. They were 19 and 20.
19 and 20. Who was who?
Probably should.
It seems like it was a win for the Wolves.
Oh, the Wolves got the W. Let's go. Okay. Based off of time. And here are the standings of the week prior to this past week. So this is 2 weeks behind, but this is where we sit right now in both conferences, right? So we've got the Reapers and the Eclipse as the poll leaders for both of their divisions. Or, sorry, conferences.
Um, I'll be honest. I don't know all too much about this road to Michigan. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, so we have the finals going on in DeVos, Michigan, right there at the DeVos Theater. Tickets are, well, you guys will find out. Maybe I'm divulging a bit too much. All I'm saying is we are going to be in Michigan for the finals. Big things happening. I'm excited. I'm excited. It's really showing to the growth that this league has been able to show. And right now, I mean, just look at the standings. Look at these teams. Look at how many teams have improved. The Ghosts are a sneaky team in that they were full of rookies. I really like what they've done. A lot of those losses came from earlier in the season. Now they're starting to round into form. I think they lost to the Bots last match. You've got the LAX guys. How serious of a threat are they?
I mean, they're gods. So,
But how serious of a thought are they to an eclipse?
that is a good question. Honestly, it's a great question. But to be fair, LAX gods have absolutely reformed their entire team these past seasons.
Absolutely, and they've been able to show chemistry. And to that note, you have the Gorillas and the Ravens still over there vying to try and knock off the LAX gods. Granted, the Ravens don't have the best record right now, but they were able to knock off the LAX gods, right? In the last match. So that makes that division very interesting. Over here, off to the North Conference, can the Bots pull it together? They have been winning at a high rate with a 3-man, 7-man, 5-man. You name it, they've run it.
It sounds like scheduling issues.
All right, and we've got CTR coming right up. We've got a little help from Rex. Just a little bit of help from Rex on CTR. Another game that he knows very well in terms of pole positions and mechanics. So, Rex, what's up, man?
Hey, just glad to commentate one of my favorite games on the wheel here. All right, we have CTR up next. Now, if you want my opinion, just right off the jump, I do think that this is a game that's favored for the Cobras from what I've seen. Just knowing that Jekyll and LA both play this game at least a little bit, and they're just changing buttons here, making sure their controls are right. Because you can say standard or alternative, which makes things a lot different. So, basic understanding of the game is drifting, right? Drifting is one of the biggest parts of this game. It helps you just keep your speed, maintain your speed, and that's not what you want. That train being ran over by the train is one of the longest animations in the game to have to sit.
Oh my goodness! Is it? Yeah. I didn't even know that, honestly. Now with the drifting itself, what about the Wampus fruits from the game itself?
So the Wampus give you, it's like a lot like the coins in Mario Kart, where they makes you go faster. But then you see in the top left corner of a lot of their screens where it has the items, it makes those items a little bit more powerful. Some of them have additional effects, or some of them just last a little bit longer. But it looks like the Coco in the bottom right-hand side is probably the only person I would say who has really good sight right now. I want to say that's probably LA. And Jekyll is second place in top left. And then the other two on bottom right is probably Big Bad MJ. And Big Bad MJ, yeah.
So bottom right and top right are Jorginho and Big Bad MJ. So basically,
no, bottom. So, yeah,
bottom
it's actually on. If you look at the top under the Wolves in game and Cobras in game, you see the abbreviations. But right now, it looks like first and second place is going to be going to the Cobras. Now, why does that matter? Because we play CTR in a point-based system. So at the end of 4 races, we tally up the points. It's 9 points for first place, 6 points for second place, 3 points for third place, and 1 point for fourth place. So what does that mean? That means essentially you could have theoretically one person carry it, right? But the issue is if that person doesn't get first place all 4 races, you can still end up losing if your other teammate gets fourth place. Now, with them being first and second place right now, that gives them really powerful position. It gives them a lot more wiggle room, right?
It seems like they're a little bit lagging behind, though, at least. I do believe
So who's fourth place? Top right is Big. So the issue, what's going to kill him right now, is Big Bad MJ. It doesn't look like he's really touched this game at all. The issue lies in the fact that if he gets fourth place on this race, then it relies all on Jorginho. Jorginho is in second place, it looks right now.
Yep.
So even if Jorginho gets second place, he needs to get first, because now you're relying on Big Bad MJ to get something other than fourth. And we can see in the middle of the screen the gap. Big Bad MJ is nowhere near anybody else.
No, he's trying.
He's trying, but regardless, you need Jorginho at this point needs to get first place, and there is a little bit of a gap right now. Now, if I'm Big Bad MJ, what I'm doing is or somebody coaching him, he needs to get rid of those rockets. Those rockets are only going to help you if you can have line of sight on somebody. He needs to get an item that can affect majority of the map.
If he gets what I just consider a blue shell, honestly, is it just what is it called in this game?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the name of the item, but so you have to kind of figure out like, so it's not going to hit everybody in front of him without the boost. It's going to hit, I think it hits second and first if you're in fourth. But it looks like first and second right now is being taken by the Cobras, which means at some point Jorginho's either going to have to get first in his next 3 races, and Big Bad MJ is going to have to get like third at least once. But they can't afford, because if the Cobras get first and second again, that means that they have to get first. That means that Big Bad MJ has to get second or first for the next 2.
So theoretically, at race 3, this one could be over.
Not mathematically, but just based on how it's going. Now, I really do like this. This is, I want to say, tiny,
there goes
simple.
the TNT.
So yes, with the TNT, if you run into it, you essentially have to keep hopping to get it off of you. Now, the interesting thing is that it explodes behind you, and it can hit whoever's behind you.
I will be honest, though, it seems like we're all getting clumped up together, and there hasn't been a lot of a
Breakaway?
lead or breakaway or loss in that sense. Honestly, they're all fairly close to each other. We're going to see first place gets hit. Same with second place. Going to put them down in third.
But this is actually a really fun map, because right where you're about to see first place at, if he can keep his speed, if he can keep his boost up, he gets what's called blue fire right here. This is the only spot in the map that you get the blue fire. And you can see the speed difference between him and everybody else. Now, if you keep that up, if you're able to keep that up consistently and not get hit by items and stuff, it's a really pivotal turning point. But we see Jorginho in second place and Big Bad MJ actually in third right now. So we need Jorginho and Big Bad MJ to keep up what they're doing, and somebody take first place. All right, but unfortunately ran into that item. So now we have first place by Jekyll and second place by
Jekyll doing fantastic on these drifts, especially in the places where there's a lot of hazards on the road itself.
Yeah.
Seeing him maintain these drifts pretty much every single time. Yeah, at least any time that you actually can drift. Really keeping that speed up and in first place. As you can see, he has 10 Wampus Fruit, or 10 coins, however you want to put it. His speed, and he has a blue flame right now.
Yeah, and if he's able to keep this up here, he's going to be able to, you're going to see that gap become bigger and bigger. And he's barely not touching the edge.
Oh, and he just touched the edge and lost that blue flame.
But he was able to get, look at that gap. Everybody's near each other, and then there's Jekyll.
Gone.
Jekyll is a good chunk of the map away. Now, Jorginho's still in second place. I don't think he's not getting first place, at least in my opinion.
He gets hit.
He falls off the map.
Oh my goodness, that might be actually a major time loss there. If any of them have the speed to actually get up to him.
But that blue fire, so now we see second and third by the Wolves, but not Jekyll, LA coming up behind. Is he going to be able to steal it? He can throw it off right now, but nope. Are they going to be able to keep second and third? This can keep them in the race. LA just needs to steal it from one of them, and know that the Wolves are able to keep those hopes and dreams alive. Right now, we have a score difference of 22-16.
Man, how did you math that fast?
It's like single-digit number.
Hey, don't at me on that one, okay? I'm not good with math. But absolutely, keeping that dream alive, especially, and it goes back to RPS. Honestly, you want to be the one setting this game up.
Yeah. No, anybody that knows this map at least a little bit wins this. This is probably, I wouldn't say it's one of the more difficult ones, but it's one of the least beginner friendlies. There's a you can get a decent amount of speed, but controlling it, and you'll see in a second what makes this map difficult. If you look at the top left, you're gonna see some. Actually, it's gonna be a second. But the speed right here, you're gonna be able to get right here. You see those things? Yeah. But you're able to get blue fire right here. Now the issue is controlling the blue fire right here. A lot of times, what you want to do when you have that blue fire, especially right there, is kind of hop. You use your hop to reposition yourself, and this is where the nightmare is. If you don't know how to really control your cart that well, that little place right there without items, if you don't have like a mask or something to protect you, can really mess you up.
Now, my question is, if you even have a mask in it, is it worth it to go through the hazards themselves, or is it better just to avoid the hazards altogether?
It depends, because it's all a comfortability thing, right? Like, if you're able, the best case scenario.
We almost saw a smash.
The best case scenario is that you're able to, what's the one I'm looking for? You're able to control yourself, right? And that becomes down to finite control. Obviously, most times you want to save your mask for protection, right? Like you want to save it in case they have a missile, in case they have a clock, in case they want to have the electric blue orb that we see Jekyll has in third place.
Hit in first place, potentially getting overtaken.
And here we have Jorginho overtaking him, keeping their dreams alive.
Oh, but Jorginho did not enough speed to actually get to the other side, and it immediately got bopped down to fourth place.
But with how volatile this map can be for people who aren't as familiar with it, he has plenty of chances to catch up. He just has to get into the zone here, right? Big Bad MJ's not too far behind. Don't let the position fool you. He just needs to third place, right? Get those third place finishes. Maybe second, right? Have Jorginho follow up with that first place finish. And one of the things I do actually love about this game is you see the mask that third place has right now.
Yeah.
It's essentially the same mask that Jekyll's been getting some of these times, but the difference is it changes. Aesthetically, it changes. It's the same effect, but depending on what character has it. So you have Tiny, right? Tiny's a villain in Crash Bandicoot, so he gets the evil mask. Crash gets the regular mask. But if you have characters like Spyro and Hunter, who are from Spyro series, they get Sparks, which is just a fun little.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah. As you can see, they're headed right back into the. I just want to say torture chamber, honestly.
Yeah, this is what we'll call it, the Thunderdome.
The Thunderdome. But maintaining that lead Jekyll has, and we see it happen immediately, getting hit.
And then, wait, did he just phase through that? I don't think I've ever seen him somebody just phase through the block. Now, honestly, the big thing right now is Jekyll's able to run uncontested for a lot of these races. Now, granted, he hasn't been playing it completely smooth, but he's essentially able to do a time trial right now because for the last few races, we've seen a lot of them clumped up together, and Jekyll just out there chilling, doing his own thing.
As you can see, they're trying to keep that dream alive, but it seems like they both got.
And the dream is dead now.
Third to fourth.
No, there's no way because the thing is now the Cobras have gone first and second twice, which means the least match that the Wolves would have had to got first and second 2 times. Since they got second and third, I want to say one race, that's not enough. So we have another strong victory by the Cobras here. We are on the Rocket League. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rex, for commentating with us.
Rocket League coming up, so we know we're going to get Hogeki, Raging Cajun, the Bubbles, and will they go 4? And for the Wolves, this is a winnable game for them. I would still lean Cobras here again, but this is one of those games that's winnable.
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that?
I don't know about that. I actually think the Cobras have this one. Because I'll be honest, I have confidence in the Bubbles. I have confidence.
I do as well, but it's more than just one person. How much has everybody else been playing Rocket League?
True. Honestly, when it comes to Rocket League and my thought process, it really does rely on your teammates.
Okay.
If you have one person that excels the entirety of the game, but you have your teammates smashing in what I call demoing into other cars, basically throwing other people off alignment and being able to maintain ball control, you're able to win this game no problem.
I mean, yeah, I think the demos get beat out very easily by skilled players. I think if that's what I'm saying. I think it's just the skill level. I think a lot of teams that know that they have players that aren't as strong send them on demos, but in order to demo, you actually have to be kind of good at the game because that's a lot of tracking and understanding the boost and like the angles and when to catch people and when they're focused, when they're not. So a lot of times you'll see people just going out there to demo and they're just kind of just like, okay, there's somebody, I'll just go hit them, which is an effective strategy. But at those higher levels, when you play with actual demoers, it's quite annoying because they can hone in. So it's just a strategy like the rest because when you have somebody just demoing, you also have somebody who's not really attacking or defending. They are disrupting, so I guess they're being aggressive and they can disrupt, but if they're missing, they're useless.
And setup is done, and we're gonna get right into it. See the first kickoff, hopefully. Oh, the host
Nope.
ended the match.
Okay, so it looks like they're gonna get a quick little reset over there. So is this a miss setup?
Seems like it's a forfeit.
So the Cobras decided to forfeit Rocket League.
Which is honestly surprising.
I don't think so. That's what I was saying. Like, I can understand why they decided to forfeit it for the reset,
Oh,
so that they can go into something
Smash
stronger.
Bros is
Now, if you notice, they only put in 2 people, which is perfectly legal. Got their reset. They said, hey, like instead of putting the bubbles in here, most of the team doesn't play quite as much, and the bubbles is good, but he's not full on carry good just yet. He has made strong strides in the game for sure, but not quite there because that's a really tricky thing to do sometimes. And I know what the Wolves was doing was saving Big Bad MJ and Smeek. Well,
he wants to commentate Smash Brothers.
okay. Well, he can jump in here. That's for sure.
Wait, what's wrong? You don't know Smash Brothers?
No, I should.
This
be
is
okay.
on you, dog.
I should
honestly,
be okay, but
I
you know
know
what?
Smash Brothers.
You know what? I say why not? We can three-way this. Rex, jump on in here. I know you want to have a good time. So, but what the Wolves' purpose of holding out Big Bad MJ and Smeek was simply for the sports games. They're trying to get 1 or 2 of those, probably Call of Duty, probably some of the sports games, so they can get one of these W's back up here. And yeah, it strategically, I see why the Cobras forfeited it. They're up by 3. They don't want to spend time on something that could go 50-50 and just decided, hey, let's just get a full reset off of it.
True. I'll be honest though, I really wanted to see the Bubbles play
Yeah, for sure.
because I don't want him to fall into the same thing that I've experienced in the past seasons, especially with For Honor being on the wheel, where I could only play it once.
Well, I mean, he got his opportunities. He's had his opportunities to play. That's
True.
the thing. Like he definitely 1v1 Hollywood, and Hollywood pretty much figured him out and then stalled him out. Right, he time wasted him. So we've gotten to see the Bubbles play, so we know where he's at. He is good. He's definitely good, but his levels. Rocket League is one of those games that has a very, very big skill gap, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, the next game is Smash Brothers, and what are you expecting out of Smash Brothers?
I'm expecting Cobras win.
Same.
That's what I'm expecting. They have Jekyll, they have Strix, they have LA. I'm sure Hogeki and Raging play. They've got TK. Like I think everybody except for Bubbles is pretty decent to strong in Smash on the Cobras. So what I would honestly do if I'm the Wolves, I'm probably forfeiting this because you don't want to deal with them. But with the advent of items and it being on high, it's not necessarily unfathomable, but you have to like at least know how to survive for that to be a factor.
I'll be
Go for
honest. Oh, go ahead.
Renee, Alchemist are no slouches at Smash. They're not bad.
Definitely
And
not.
with they're not bad. With the items, that could be something that they can look to take advantage of. And even so, Jekyll at times hasn't performed up to his level, up to his standard. So if they catch him on an off day, there is still a chance that we'll see that the Wolves could potentially win here.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that as well, but I think the depth of the Cobras is gonna win out overall. So like,
Actually, if you want me to be honest, the last time the Wolves and the Cobras played Smash, the Wolves won. So just keep that in mind.
that is true. I mean, I'm just going. Hey, maybe I'm a homer. Maybe I'm not even a homer. I got nothing over there. Like, I just I tend to lean Cobras in this situation.
Well,
Honestly.
yeah, lean and is one thing, but we can't discount Alchemist and Bernay.
No, you can't. And I know that they're super solid, but where's their follow up? Where's their depth?
Gonna get a quick wheel spin real quick.
Jorginho's not bad. He's not great, but he's not bad. And depends on map choice as well.
Hey, we're gonna
We've
see
got
Call of Duty
Warzone
next.
coming up next.
So
Probably a game that the Wolves are actually looking for with King Dre and Smeek.
Now, here's one thing I will say: if I'm the Cobras, I choose a stage that has what's the one I'm looking for? That has a ledge, because the weakness right now for the Wolves, based on the team that they have, the better players don't have good recoveries. Fox recovery, which is Alchemist, isn't great, and neither is Dr. Mario.
true, but you do also want to point out that they also have really good recovery, not recovery, power. You know,
Yeah.
bringing out that percentage, especially with items on, percentages here are going to be hopefully like insane.
So yeah, right now we have Kirby versus essentially better Kirby and Yoshi. So we have yeah.
Hot take. As we can see, immediately on FD though, Kirby just doing his thing. An assist trophy comes out. Yoshi getting it. Oh, he said we're gonna paint today. You're a cat now.
And this is probably that's the thing about assist trophies. Like sometimes they're super powerful and sometimes they're just plain out annoying.
Yeah, and though it's annoying, you can see that it does have that effect, and we're gonna get Yoshi with the up smash and closing out
Yep.
Kirby.
So Hogeki taking the first round.
And we have King K. Rool here.
Okay.
Now, interesting thing about Yoshi is he has super armor when he's jumping, meaning the only thing that can really interrupt him is a command grab, which K. Rool has if he knows how to.
I think here K. Rool is absolutely going to be trying to outspace his opponent, but
And he just dies.
King K. Rool falling off the edge, not understanding what an up B is yet, but that's okay.
This is what I was speaking to. You're putting a lot of pressure on Jorginho, on Alchemist, and on Bernay.
As we can see, though, Alchemist using Dr. Mario is at the very last spot on his roster.
And can it be done? Absolutely. Can Bernay and Alchemist do it? For sure. That's just a lot of pressure, man.
All right, and he's spamming smash attacks, so I don't think
we see
he's
a
going
baseball.
To,
Are they
which you
just
throw
going
is
to throw
going to
it?
disappear. Yep.
Oh, almost the combo into a meteor.
And he's there.
No, he is not.
Able to
Oh,
save himself
and
on
the
the
taunt
ledge.
coming from Hogeki.
Ike with really good strength, but you
Oh,
have
and there's a
to
master
know.
ball. Throw that thing down.
Oh my goodness.
And it's,
We
yep,
get a
he's dead.
Kyogre.
This Kyogre's going to kill.
Kyogre's going to say, "Sir, you need to get off my
Yeah,
stage.
and he's dead.
Goodbye."
And
So Hogeki alone has gone through 3 wolves.
Yep. Welcome to the items. The items are crazy.
I mean, honestly, this was gonna happen. If it was 1v1s, it looks like. So, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you there.
all right.
Alchemist,
Alchemist here.
playing his part here.
Yeah, Alchemist is gonna come out. He's gonna perform well.
Oh,
And this
there's
is-
the assist trophy.
And-
Alchemist getting it. We
Really
get
big
arms.
for Alchemist to grab that.
And Hogeki is going to knock him off. And he got the medal, Yoshi. All right, so that's going to make him a little bit harder to knock out
Oh my goodness.
and do a little bit more damage here. And nice read
Lord.
Beautiful read.
to the Fox, to the smash attack and the Fox up smash.
Oh, don't let
This
him
could be a
open that up.
problem.
Grab
Grab
that
the
assist
item.
trophy.
Neither one of them letting each other grab, and that's the downside
Oh,
of the
that's
assist
huge.
trophy.
Oh, there's a Coco. I actually have no idea what that is, but it looks like a chicken.
Oh,
Big
and-
bomb, baby.
Whoa.
Yoshi's out of here.
And
Yo, that Fox had everything
And
in that.
no signal. You could hear the hypeness out there. Probably shook the actual Switch itself to the core.
Sephiroth, my
Sephiroth.
secondary.
Who's your name?
Link.
All right,
Ugh.
with no comments.
No comments.
I didn't say I was
And
good.
there goes Fox immediately with Sephiroth.
Dash attack.
Dash attack.
All right, so let's see. This is all on Bernay. Bernay, you have to carry your team here.
All right. And the only difference or the only thing is I think Bernay plays on normal controls,
Yeah.
which is honestly to me crazy.
Yep, just one pill to stop that fire. All right, and that's the thing. Sephiroth is going to outrange Dr. Mario. Mario's
And we're
biggest
gonna bring
issue,
out the wind tunnel.
his biggest issue is his what's the word I'm looking for? His range, and then
Oh,
he can
good
put that
combo.
down.
Trying to knock him off the stage. Fairy bottle.
Not really using any of Sephiroth's spells there.
And here's the thing:
having the
Sephiroth now
wings.
has one wing, which means his smash attacks have armor on it. Oh nope, he's not dead. Nice up B there.
Good throw. Good
Oh,
throw.
and grab those bunny ears
Grab those bunny ears.
because
man.
that's going to help him so much.
Oh,
no,
bunny
but
ears gone.
so what the bunny ears do is they give you higher jump speed and
Good up B.
yeah,
Well, up
and more speed.
tilted.
But
Oh,
that
good
is gonna
solid
kill.
throw. That's gonna kill Sephiroth.
All right,
but as you
so
can see-
Bernay just calm, cool, collected, trying to make sure he gets through, getting raging out the way. Now you have Strix stepping up to the gauntlet and with a mean mug on his face, like, let's get this done.
And here's the other thing: there's items that can completely heal you. So don't look at percent and think, oh, he's one touch away all the time. If he's able to get Strix out here, Strix is up being right off the jump. All right, let's see if he's able to edge guard him here. Yep, and he's dead.
And
that-
there goes Marth off the side of the edge. Bernay
All right.
focused up and zoned in.
And this TK, let's see if TK's DD is able to finish this off. Me personally,
Disgusting
no
character.
problem.
Disgusting character. King DDD.
But Dr. Mario has a lot to deal with King DDD's Gordo, which is going to be one of the biggest things that he's going to want to do.
Oh,
Well, there you go.
beautiful DI. Gonna be able to get back to the stage, but gonna have to deal with that, and they're gone.
Yeah.
That's gone.
There we go. And match goes to the Cobras. Looks like I
Cobras.
was right.
Winning that.
All right. Yep. And not closer than what some people thought, but
Well,
anyway.
the issue is they should have put either Alchemist or Bernay as top and just let one of them anchor. When you do it that way, you just put your team in too much of a deficit.
But anyways, thank you for allowing me to commentate. I'm signing off.
Absolutely, Rex. Thank you for commentating over Smash Brothers. Next, we have Call of Duty Warzone.
Interesting here because I think they'll probably go Smeek and King Dre. I think. I mean, they could go with any one of those three, and obviously we know LA and the Bubbles are going to have to go in, which will give the Cobras a full reset after, which once again leaves them in another very good position. Whereas the Wolves are going to have to anchor one of either Big Bad MJ, Smeek, and or King Dre, and I like that better for the Cobras having a full reset. Whereas you don't want to necessarily have either one of them as anchors per se, but it can help if the sports game rolls and then they now get to go in and are available for the next sports game.
I do agree, and especially with the way that we play Warzone here, we don't do a traditional like team deathmatch. We actually go into a public Warzone game. We load into it, and whoever gets the most kills by the time the entire teams are dead.
It's also scored. It's scored by kills and points. Damage. So for every 1,000 damage, you get a point as well. So really, it's funny that I haven't seen this quite as often, but you could really play this game in a really scummy manner, right? That's part of the strategy. If you know you have a significant lead and you see the other two go down, guess what you can do? Go down, and then the game's over, and then that's it.
Something that I really want to see history in UEL is we actually win an entire Warzone game.
I think it's been done once.
That's not yet. At least I haven't.
I know there've been a lot of top 3 finishes, top 2s, and I think it happened once where we won it all. But hey, I could be wrong. Yeah.
Honestly, though, this is going to be an amazing thing, especially with LA going in. We have seen him in some of the shooters, and he has absolutely shown off a little bit of skill here.
Yeah, the shooter's not LA's strong suit, but he's definitely not bad. He figures it out.
As you can see, King Dre and MJ both going in. We saw King Dre in Fortnite, and we absolutely saw that he can dominate in some of the shooter genres. What are you expecting out of the Wolves here?
I'm actually expecting the Wolves to win this one. And I think it'll be fairly close. I just think the Wolves have the slightly better. I think if I had to, from what I've seen, and if I had to guess, King Dre and Big Bad MJ just play this more. Hence why I actually think they left out. If you go back to a couple rotations, it could have been Smeek and Big Bad MJ, and the Wolves would have been comfortable with them in Warzone. I think that's one of the things that they were looking at, like, hey, we'll be okay if these two go in for that, right? Very interesting from the Wolves strategically. I think once a game comes up that Grenade and Alchemist are very good at, they kind of just go ahead and put them in. And I'm not so sure that I like that for the Wolves. I think they should leave one of them anchored at all times, just because of coverage reasons. It gives you a higher ceiling, but I also understand why they're playing it this way. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
The guns in this game are going to be crazy. Especially when you played this game more so, the meta always changes, in my opinion. It always changes from gun to gun. And when you honestly need to have a few accounts that have basically updated their weaponry. Because in the new Call of Duty, if you don't know, a lot of the scopes, a lot of the extra stuff that you can have on your weapons are essentially gate kept with challenges that you have to do. And the only way you can do these challenges if you play the game. So realistically, whoever has more attachments specifically or like different things on them that were gate kept from them, you can absolutely see that they have been playing this game more than the other person.
I'm expecting a good match, by the way. This is not any shade to the Cobras. This is just where I thought the Wolves had a little bit of an advantage going in. Hasn't fully shown itself, but I think this will be one game where we get to see that.
And, you know, the next game that we're going to be able to see is StarCraft 2.
I think both teams are going to play this, and with Strix being available, I will tell you right now, the Wolves should just forfeit. Respectfully.
Respectfully. As you can see, we're watching the bubbles right now. Sadly, we didn't get to see the skins or anything like that, so we couldn't see anything really cool yet. But as you can see, they're already marking down like where they're supposed to be going in and such. And there goes the first drop. We're going to see some gameplay. Great parachute drop right there. Immediately getting a cache and actually getting some of these weapons.
Right. Great speed, and just trying to get ahead of the curve here. Who are we spectating?
We're actually spectating the bubbles right now.
Yeah, so the bubbles with very good.
The Bubble's having a BAS in his actual hands right now. Now, it's one of the weapons that you can traditionally get from one of these caches. Realistically, you can get any weapon. But as you can see, having one weapon that, you know, you can shoot mid-range with, especially in the very beginning, is going to be very crucial. So you can actually engage in these firefights and not always staying behind, like, a locked door of some sort, you know.
So how do you feel about the mid-range weapons in this game as a whole? What's your playstyle? Are you
my playstyle?
Yeah, what's your playstyle?
Personally, I go in with a riot shield and a pistol.
Well, you like to live life on edge.
Absolutely, up close and personal. But honestly, the mid-range weapons in this game are actually really good. As you can see, though, they are already getting spotted by one of the other enemy players, whoever they're trying to get. Somebody picked up a contract and is currently trying to hunt down the bubbles. And as you can see on the left side, it's kind of like a 3-step process of like threatening. So once the enemy or whoever picked up that actual contract starts to get closer, that hunted meter will go up and it will become more apparent, hey, the enemy's like literally at my doorstep. But the mid-range weapons are really, really clean, honestly. We're seeing a lot of staying indoors, hiding it out, just relaxing and taking this one zone at a time, though, which I don't know how well that's going to actually affect the end game, considering that you need to get these damage, you need to get these kills, and though people are going to be around, you need to start racking up that damage. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I mean, I just really think it depends on like the play style, right? For teams, you could either play super close, right, and follow your quote unquote teammates who you're actually in competition with, or play from far away. So, as it relates to like what you said, I think it's just really personal preference, right? And we'll kind of see that because right now we don't know that the Bubbles has exactly what he wanted. It just may be what he got to begin with.
As you can see, though, it does seem like the Wolves have actually gotten into some of a fight, actually getting a little bit of damage done.
Not enough to count as a point, though. So right now we're all zeroed out.
No, but you can also see that LA is actually on the outside of the building, trying to keep an eye out for anybody that actually is going to be coming by. As you can see, he also has a silencer on his gun, so he won't be actually picked up on the mini map, alerting enemies for when he fires or shoots at somebody. As you can see, though, still being hunted for the next 45 seconds. Alchemist going down. Same with Gordito, and there's a potential for a win here if LA and the Bubbles can actually score a kill and then stop in the next 10 seconds.
Well,
4 seconds, never mind.
It's not so much of a stop. It'd be, they'd have to also be taken out. So I don't think there's enough time for that. I think if it was more of a close gunfight where they were both involved, we could kind of play that angle, but I don't think that's what we're looking at here.
As we saw there, though, I do believe that was an enemy player on that rooftop across the way. But they getting their loadout drop is really crucial for here. A potential for a really good loadout. When these loadout drops come in, they allow the accessibility to your own personal loadouts. You're not anymore getting something from a chest or a loot box. You are getting your personalized weapons. And being able to have those personalized weapons brings a sense of familiarity to your actual game plan. As you can see, getting into a fight here.
We've got eyes on Big Bad MJ. Finally getting a little bit more aggressive. We'll see. Can he finish the job here? Good. That's a good down, and that's a kill.
MJ
500. He can't take both, though, but he was able to get a kill and some damage off. Probably not enough damage to register as a point, but that's a kill.
As
that's
you
a
can
point.
see, though, LA still having the same weapon as before. I don't think he was able to actually get to the loadout drop yet. Hopefully, he can actually get a kill or something here. As you can see, he's kind of running around manically. He knows that enemies are around him, and he has to stay on high alert, especially when it comes to these moments.
Firing some shots, but I don't know that I'd want to waste the ammo on something like that. Not yet. Not in this stage.
Especially,
it's not a bad idea, but like, just keep it right now.
Honestly, at this stage, I would be more concerned about pinging or letting my teammate know where the enemies are or when I'm going to be pushing up. Oh, free kills.
There we go.
Free kills right there for LA.
Big dubs for
Immediately
LA.
getting 2 kills. Amazing. I don't know how, but he got him.
Oh my God, LA?
Potential 3rd kill here. Absolutely shattered his
He
plates.
went down the wrong way. He's LA
getting a 3rd kill here. Doing fantastic. As you can see, though, his health is very low. He needs to replate up. Now, the only issue here is, when other people also go into this game, sometimes they are also on communication, so they'll be alerting where our players are. And there's maybe a 4th kill potential.
Yeah, okay, well, I understand what he backed out. That was a tough angle while he's reloading. That's a scramble.
A knife player coming into play.
That was rough. LA hype because he knows this. You know what I'm saying? LA's over there hype because he's like, hey, look, I'll take it.
Absolutely. You absolutely want to take those 3 kills because now that puts you in a great position to actually winning.
Well, Big Bad MJ is at 5 himself, so.
Oh my goodness, is he actually?
Yeah. So, while we were watching LA do his thing, Big Bad MJ has been getting busy. And he said he's getting busy.
There's the next one. There goes 6 kills.
Let me go and use the toilet real quick. I'm getting busy.
Man says, please don't come in. Seeing somebody coming, dropping down probably on the top. Seeing their shadows. Honestly, that's something I haven't really seen in Call of Duty is, noticing the shadows and the shaders of when people come down.
Look at Big
getting
Bad
a
MJ
7th kill for his team. This has been amazing so far and fantastic gameplay.
And this is a really good showing for Big Bad MJ. And this is what I was saying. Like, they're pretty comfortable with this game, right? This is something they play, and here goes number 8.
He got him down. He needs to finish it off. There's the 8th kill.
Well, he was clearing the area, and he saw that nobody was coming and just went ahead and took the kill. So there's 8 for him. He's looking very comfortable doing it as well.
He's like, this is my element. This is my playground, honestly.
Right. I'm not so sure that this will be a full-on momentum swing. Oh, my God. Walk into the fire.
There goes into that one. 9 kills already.
Yeah, and he's just doing it comfortably. He's got another angle. They didn't see him. Oh my God! Rushed him. 2, 3.
11.
Just,
Oh my gosh. You can hear we hear in the booth, we can hear the energy out there. This has already been an amazing match so far.
Well, very good showing for Big Bad MJ, making what LA was able to accomplish look like poppycock. And here comes another one. He's just so comfortable. But even though he didn't get that full kill just yet, that's damage.
My question is, do you think they play on controller or do you think they're playing on mouse?
It looks like controller.
Giving a quick reload. As you can see, his weapon has those double drums, which allows him 100 bullets in one magazine, which is actually really, really good in this kind of situation.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I actually prefer that. The light machine guns, like it just, I need the bullets. My aim ain't always the best.
I'll be honest, if I'm not running a machine gun, I'm probably running a shotgun.
That's because you're a reckless person.
Me? Reckless? Never. We see a potential. Seems like they were able to get him at
So I'm
cracked.
guessing that those kills for LA didn't necessarily register, those 2 double kills, since they were already down. It's not showing on his kill feed, but I know he'll definitely get the damage for those, so that'll be interesting.
As you can see, though, in the bottom left of his screen, he does have a gas mask. So even if this circle does close in around him, he will be able to survive a very, well, I would say around maybe 30 seconds to a minute of just being in the gas, depending on what he has in his loadout. Absolutely looking for more kills, as I think they do know that they are currently behind. I will say he does need to reload his gun, and it is irking me that there's only 12 bullets in it.
Well, he'll figure it.
Oh wait, I just realized it's a marksman. Wait, is it a marksman rifle? Yes, it is a marksman's rifle. So with 12 shots, is actually give or take around the ammo count for these weapons. Marksman rifles absolutely having not the best ammo count, but absolutely making up for it in stopping power or damage. Also being able to shoot longer reaches and range. Honestly, that's a really good thing for LA here, trying to figure out and find these enemies, especially on these rooftops, to try and take shots off of them. Absolutely seeing the parachute coming down, ascending back up. As you can see, he's now in the gas, and his gas mask is getting harmed, but he's trying to move inside the circle itself.
Decent movement. Oh, you need to finish that.
And
tough. Yeah, you
LA
needed to finish
goes
that one.
down. 40 seconds before he can come back on the initial, and there goes the resurgence disabled. So now the people actually have to go to a buy station, I believe, and actually get them back.
King
after
Dre
this
with 3
last one.
kills himself. So far, without looking at the scoreboard, definitely tallying 14 for the Wolves. More or less what I was expecting. Just a pretty solid showing.
Absolutely. I'll be honest, I don't think he has his own personalized weapons. As you can see, that weapon that he has in his hand just got leveled up to level 4. Congratulations. But as you can see, that he is absolutely trying to find better weapons that he can utilize. As you can see, the person up on the rooftop wasn't able to crack him, but he's absolutely keeping a mental note of where that person is so he can potentially pick them off later.
Damage.
Damage absolutely is damage.
It all adds up. Trust me, we've seen a lot of crazy matches so far. Like, surprisingly, there have been multiple matches that are like literally 100, maybe 200 points of damage apart.
And I'll be honest, there's only 10 squads left. 10 squads left.
Oh, wow. Okay. I would have shot out my teammate.
This is already going to be amazing. As you can see, teammates sharing their packs together. Immediate firefight on the rooftops, though.
This will be interesting to see if that solo person pushes, if they saw that there were 2 or not. There's somebody on the opposite rooftop as well, so they have to be careful of that. That's 1 down, and it looks like it's going to be 2 down.
Their aim was just a tiny bit off, and they both go down.
Yeah, that could actually play in their favor if the Cobras go down. All right, and we've picking up a couple items off the ground. Oh, you want some coffee? Okay. All right. Well, nope. There we go. Go focus on the main thing. Make the main thing the main thing, and just focus on that.
Man said maybe Keurig can, wake me up from this game. He was ready, but
so Bubbles with no kills.
Bubbles having no kills, but he's absolutely staying very calm and composed, especially on this the staircase. where honestly,
Well, I'm
anything
wondering
can
what he's.
Bubbles is the only one alive
Okay,
currently,
that's
though.
why I was about to say. Why is he doing it?
But there's this major problem. Resurgence is disabled, so he has to go to a buy station. But
Yo,
a firefight's gonna come out.
He just spazzed out.
Oh, and the blades are coming out.
Looks like he got
There's
one.
a kill. But is his teammate gonna actually come up close? There's 9 teams left. The Bubbles is the last one on his team, so he either has to win this or find a buy station to actually get his players back on.
So can he get roughly 13 kills?
13-ish kills. Well, well, that's what we're here to see, honestly. But having the loot around him does give him the potential to even just stay on these stairs and get these plates if his own plates actually breaks. As you can see, King Trace shouting out over them and trying just to mess with their head, I think. But honestly, this has been a great showing of Call of Duty so far. Somebody left the game, so it means one less player they have to deal with. Bubbles being
They are really going at Bubbles right now. They're telling him to go kill him because he obviously was in the building with somebody else when he's passed out for that second. Let's find out what the Bubbles does. He's trying to take a safe approach, which I understand. But you got to make something happen. Your team is down.
Oh, and there comes the zone.
And
He has to stay there.
Yeah.
I don't think he has a mask or anything, so I would say he has to make a play here.
They were waiting for him.
And that's a war zone.
They were waiting for him.
6th place. We're going to see the actual box score real quick on who won.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation, but I'm pretty sure the Wolves won.
I'm pretty sure the Wolves won.
Yeah,
as
they already
well.
put the point up there because, I mean, we saw Big Bad Man MJ alone. He kind of carried.
That was amazing. Honestly, fantastic firefights. That the engagement was great. Honestly, and even at the end, the Bubbles realizing that he has to play defensively in order to potentially get those kills and just maintaining safety on those steps.
Yep. So strategically speaking, now that we have StarCraft coming up, it's a game that I know that the Wolves definitely touch, if I'm not mistaken, but you're not going to be on the skill level that the Cobras are with this particular lineup, especially having full reset. So it's not like, well, actually, you know what? Let's go and have an interview. I'll touch base with y'all in just a second.
Let's
I will touch
see
base.
this interview. I believe it's going to be discussing about Call of Duty.
Smash Bros. You took down most of them, but at the end, I mean, your team still won, hands down. But you know what happened?
Oh yeah. So after I did my job, which is, as the enforcer, is to intimidate the opponent. I didn't mean to kill 3 of them actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So items, crazy. But after I was done, I went to use the bathroom. I knew my team had it wrapped up.
Damn, he said he went to the bathroom on him. He wasn't even worried. Jacko, what do you think?
Kraber on head technique.
Kraber on head technique. So we are here. The score is now 6-3. We still got a whole half to go, baby. But this is where UEL is, man. Come on down if you think you can beat these guys. Best believe, come on down, see if you can try. But yeah, back to y'all. And Hollywood.
Shout out to TLG with that interview.
So as I was saying prior, if I'm the Wolves, I'm really looking at the fact that we were able to rally back and get 3 more wins on the board. It's probably one of the games that you walk in. Thank you. That's what I was alluding to. Forfeit it. Throw in whoever you need to throw in for this. Go ahead and get it out the way. Play for your next few games that you know could pop up. You don't know what the next one is just yet.
Gonna get a quick wheel spin here.
Yep, wheel spin, and this is a better case scenario because now you have a game that I actually expect the Cobras to forfeit.
Absolutely, especially with Wolves and their lineup. Their chemistry when it comes to these sports and team games are honestly off the charts that I've seen it. So
No, they're pretty good.
as you can see,
They play for sure. They're good.
also in Call of Duty, I don't know if you actually know, a very minor thing, but you can see that they were actually sharing their equipment. You
Yeah.
need plates? Here you go. I got you. You
Exactly.
need money? I got you. It was just a constant back and forth with them. And honestly, you can that chemistry boils over, especially into these sports games where you have to have communication and knowing what your teammate is going to be doing or what their plan is, so you can also help them out in that plan.
So here, I mean, if the Cobras are gonna, and I agree with that, a lot of it is just game knowledge and knowing how to execute what you actually want to do, and then your actual IQ of the actual sport in the game, and then knowing the game on top of that. So it's two different things. And right here, I would lean towards the Wolves for sure with Big Bad MJ and Smeek. I would say being the ones to go in. If I had to guess here, it's probably going to be Jekyll in LA, which isn't bad for 2K, but at the same time, you want to do things that your team is strong in. It may actually behoove the Cobras to play this because they have a lead, and a lot of games that they feel strong in have already come up. They had a couple close ones that they took and stole, and they have a lot of fighting games left on that wheel that are going to come up in this second half. So I might actually play this out because you don't want too many games to come off at this point, knowing that you still have a lot of games on the wheel that you feel comfortable in if you're the Cobras.
Now, who do you see going in for 2K?
For the Cobras?
For the Cobras and the Wolves?
Oh yeah, I said it. Big Bad MJ and Smeek, and then LA and Jekyll. After Hogeki's last show, and I'm sure they are not putting him back in there.
What is the game plan for 2K? Well, actually, the game plan is to shoot in the hook.
Oh well, yeah. I
Honestly.
mean, duh. Like, that's the first one. It really depends on what comp they want to go. They could go big, little, big wing, two wings, two bigs. Two bigs is crazy, but they could do it. You're probably going to see. Oh, looks okay. You're probably gonna see from the Cobras. You'll probably see two. You'll probably see like Kawhi or LeBron and maybe Kareem. I feel like they'll go double big. And from honestly, the Wolves are a little bit of a wild card because they play, so they might actually feel confident in using players that aren't just meta. So yeah, that's what I think. And like I said, Jekyll and LA, they both play enough so where it's not going to be a complete washout.
Now, are you expecting more jump shots or 3-pointers, or are you expecting more layups and dunks?
It really just it depends. Depends on defensively where the Cobras are at and where the Wolves are at.
Now, sorry, because I'll be honest, I'm not very much of a sports game person, so I'm going to be asking you a lot of questions about this.
That's A-okay. I'm here to answer them.
But let's say you go one big, one small. What is your game plan there?
You space them out. Preferably a big that is fairly versatile, and yeah, you probably want to space them out and test the opponent's defense. That's where the comps get really interesting. If you go big and a small, right, you could probably grab something like a wing like Kawhi that could contest with a small and move his feet, maybe KD or honestly any of the legendary threes, right? So you could even use something like Paul George if you're good enough to really kind of clamp down on that, because once their badges are activated, they're good. They're more than capable on offense to make somebody like Curry have to work. And then it's really just up to the big on whether or not they can and can't help, whether they can shadow show, kind of like I'm sorry, it's like a fake where they can pretty much patrol both the 3-point line and the paint.
Okay.
So that's what I would be trying to do, depending on what the team comps are. But we're gonna really see as the game gets set up, and we're gonna see if the Cobras actually play this one out.
Now, setup timer's all gone. Do you think that they were able to get it in time?
Yeah, I believe so. And if not, the Wolves are definitely taking a timeout. They have 3 available timeouts here. Like, why wouldn't they?
True. Honestly, I think it's going to be a fairly good match because we see LA and Jekyll both going in. Leaving out Alchemist, though, for MJ and Smeek? Or Smoke?
Yeah, so yeah, and well, I mean, that's exactly what I thought would happen going in. And right here they use the timeout as well. So even though they weren't able to set up fully, like they're gonna call the timeout because the Wolves want to play this. This is pretty much, I expect this to be 4-7 after this. And depending on what rolls next could really help the Wolves really make this a 2-point game coming on out of this.
Fair enough.
And we've got the standings back in. Anything stick out to you that is interesting?
Honestly, I want to talk about the people on the bottom half and how they're doing, like the Ravens, the Cobras, the Wolves, the Phantoms, the Bandits, and the Bucks. honestly, we have been seeing a lot of different things going on, especially when it comes to the Wolves and the Bandits. We've been seeing a lot of change happen this season, especially when it comes to the Wolves. They've added a lot more players now,
Right.
and the diversity in that has been absolutely shown here in today's game. What are you thoughts on the Phantoms?
Well, I mean, being the owner of the Phantoms, I think that the team is putting together a lot of time. A lot of it is availability issues with the Phantoms, right? So I think once we get that tied up and get just a little bit more consistency, they'll be able to show because they've shown that they have talent in spots, but when you don't have it all consistently there, it can, hopefully they can retire me soon. That's the ultimate goal, right? Like,
You want to retire?
absolutely, I would never want to play. So,
Not a true end gamer here.
but it's been fun. It has been fun. So I think from the Phantom standpoint, it's really a matter of just taking that talent and then gelling it together, right? Gelling it together and then knowing that it is possible to get these ones. As you saw when they played the Ravens with no Herb, of course, it was a nail biter and they came down very close, right?
That's true. They certainly did.
Yeah. As for the if we're talking about the Ravens specifically, I think that they're just in the midst of kind of finding their new rhythm. I think they're a season or two out from getting back to where we've traditionally seen them in the third place, like that third position, but they're very capable of still doing it this season, right? So it's not like it's impossible. To touch on the Bandits and Bucks, the Bucks is simply they kind of had a mini implosion, so it's a lot of repair and rebuild. So they're literally essentially where the Phantoms were last season. It's almost like they've kind of flip flopped to a degree. So that's the reason for the record right there. But Dalton over there, Bobby Yoggins, is actually a very smart, very composed person. So he's going to be able to tie that together, and I'm excited for his next draft. It's just about getting a little bit of consistency over there.
Absolutely. As you can see, the timeout has ran out, so we're going to be getting right into the actual game itself. Should be starting
All
up.
right,
Here
so
in
we've
just
got
half
a
second.
really interesting two-piece right here. One that we'll find out who's on the left for you, but oh my God, I
And League
hate
of Legends
that
is next.
pick.
What's wrong with the pick? Tell me why. What's wrong with the pick?
Dirk plays no defense. He can shoot, but he's not athletic, and he's slow defensively. So I don't know what they're. I don't know who. I need to know who picked who. Once I know that, I can give you an assessment of what's happening. Oh yeah, I know the information is coming. I will give you guys more of an update on if it's the Wolves, then I will say they might be able to get away with it. But if it is the Cobras, yeah, if
As we can see, though,
yeah,
just same in fighting games, same in sports games. You have to check your controls.
yeah, absolutely.
Always got to check those controls, man. But we should be getting into it literally within like the next 20 seconds.
Okay, so it looks like it's the Cobras, and Jekyll decided to pick Dirk because I'm assuming it is one of his favorite players, which I actually respect that a lot. I think that's way more fun to look at. But for the sake of this matchup in a 2v2, Dirk is not who you want to go with. Yeah, Big Bad MJ and Smeek went Kawhi and Embiid, which is a really good comp, right? You've got size, you've got defense, and you've got 3-point shooting and finishing around the rim. And really, Embiid is not really going to have too much competition in the paint. So, yeah, I'm expecting Big Bad MJ to kind of do his thing here with Embiid. So we're gonna get some backcourts really quick. Get it started.
We can
Here we
see a
go.
pick absolutely already happening. Toss out,
Yep.
3-pointer.
And this is Jekyll's game plan. So it's not a bad game plan, but defensively, I want to see what happens.
Immediately with a 2-point. And there's the layup.
Yep, getting one on the board. Now, this is up to Big Bad MJ defensively to not fall for that. Because Dirk is going to be able to do that all over the place. He's going to have fadeaways, step backs, mid-range. So he's going to try and space out. And
think
that
they
wasn't the best mid-range to take. Oh, that's not good. because he didn't clear the 3-point line, so he didn't take it back, which is why the zone was flashing red.
Can you tell us about why it's so important to get behind that 3-point line?
Oh, it's just a reset. You know, like once it's a change of possession, you have to bring it back. That way you can be eligible. It's basically the way of keeping the game like even. That way you can't just get a rebound and then just put the ball back up in the hoop.
Now I remember, prior to this, we used to play full court.
Yeah, it was 4v4 full court, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I understand the reasoning for it being 2v2. It's just quicker to pick the teams, right? And it's a different way of playing. Honestly, it shows a little bit of a different skill set. Definitely more individual. And this is what I'm saying. So Embiid able to cross over Dirk, get to, and that's what should be happening. Jekyll definitely starting off strong, but as you can see, Dirk doesn't have a handle or the speed.
A lot of passing going back and forth. That's solid.
That's a really good shot from LA. I got to give him credit on that one. MJ 3-pointer in Kawhi's face. Good job.
Cobras absolutely having a small lead here with 2 points. Now the Wolves need to answer back.
Good fader from Kawhi and no shot meter, so he knows what he's doing.
Absolutely, it seems
good fader in the mid range with a pull up. So it's just a matter of whether his defense is going to be there as well. So right there, since it was a steal and not just a rebound, change of possession, you don't have to take it back.
Immediately answering back. Now they're tied to 4-4. So now they just need to start making that lead again. Wolves absolutely.
I am questioning that defense from Smeek. It's not looking that great defensively. I was thinking he was going to play better. He's got to tighten up, get his hands down. You only put your hands up when necessary. Good shot from Big Bad MJ. What I expected from him. Smeek is going to have to. Smeek knows what he's doing offensively for sure. Defensively, he's somewhat there. He's playing probably the best defender in the game, one of, for sure. So he's trying to capitalize off of that. But he has his hands up way too much. So, like, his hands are out, and it's kind of cool. But, like, as you can see, it slows down the movement, giving LA an open jumper. So, like, this is going to be a lot closer than I thought it was going to be if that's how this is going to be played.
Answering back-to-back. They're both at 6 now. So now what is your plan here to actually start getting that lead?
Just, honestly, a little bit of ball movement and just space. Like, the second you see somebody open, good fader. Like I said, Smeek knows what he's doing offensively, but defensively, I'm questioning it big time.
He has to get behind that red line.
And
and there's the dunk. Amazing.
He put Big Bad MJ in a bad spot there because MJ wasn't sure whether to rotate or not, and then Embiid has to guard.
Great pass in between both
MJ.
defenders.
That's just tough. So we got 7-7. Cobras, oh my God, just easy
9-7,
free
sir.
buckets.
Wow.
And LA has something to prove. He said, I got better. I got better.
LA came here to play. Immediately answering back, though, with a layup. Now it's 9-8. So now they have to get that possession again. Answering back, tying it up.
I will tell you this, though. The Wolves have no reason to lose this right here. They have to.
Absolutely.
Like, they have the better team comp. It's just, are you better?
Wow.
And right now,
amazing three-pointer once again. An immediate dunk, answering back 11-10. This is a constant war of attrition, honestly, just going back and forth.
But it's just such a simple game plan. I don't understand.
There's a three-pointer.
That's a tough shot from Jekyll. I would have moved the ball one more time. Right here, MJ's not going to be able to stop Embiid like that. He will on some possessions, but not with the badges on. That's why the meter went away. It was just like, no, that's a free throw.
Immediately, though, 11-11. This is constantly back and forth. The dunk.
Yo, LA is just shaking Smeek out of his boots.
LA is trying to break that backboard, dog.
In a bad pass from Smeek.
Immediately answering back.
And that's just the power of Kawhi.
Almost possession.
You really don't have to do too much for some of those animations to trigger. And
the dunk.
Yeah, Smeek's defense right now is looking very weak. Very weak.
The push-up.
Offensively, he's fine.
Going for the layup. Oh, so
there's
close.
A contest. Get it out.
A little bit too far. Potentially.
They're not really playing together.
No, they're not.
That's the problem. I mean, off of the passes into the paint, they are, but in terms of like game plan wise, they're not playing together at all. Being the Wolves, and I am actually I'm shocked by that, to be honest.
A possible pass back. Nope. Immediate shot.
That's a tough shot to take. This is the Wolves' chance to get right back into this in a way that they would like to. There you go. That's what you need.
Immediate pass
One
back.
more.
Oh,
Good
the
strip.
ball went on the ground.
Good strip. Oh, man, that's tough to put up. And that's what I'm saying. Dirk can hit that. Oh, okay, that should be good.
Oh,
that's a
that's a
big shot from Smeek.
And taking
redeeming
that lead.
himself.
Taking-
Redeeming himself. Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be all offense from Smeek. Because right here, like, he's getting cooked by these screens. And
Is he going to try and put it
I
up?
wouldn't do that if I were you, Jekyll. There we go. Now,
Oh, my gosh.
even though he got that dunk, he had Dirk leaking out to the 3 and both players in the paint. I'm taking the pass out for the 2, and that's bad on LA's part.
Wow.
So really, it's who's going to play better defense.
Immediately
That's what it is.
getting that 16 points. How do you maintain that lead?
Defense. I've been saying it the whole time. Like, there's just none of it.
It seems like they're both very aggressive.
Well, the thing is, the Wolves have the advantage in terms of comp. So it's like,
Oh, my goodness.
yeah, like that's really what they should have been doing this whole time. But shout out to Jekyll defensively not letting that happen. Just, man, yeah,
Oh,
that's big. Jekyll has to make this.
that was amazing. Honestly,
Yeah,
great
That's
shot.
a big shot. That's super crucial at this point.
Immediately answering back. We played at 21.
And that's
There's that dunk.
yeah, shot meter dunk too. Oh wow! So we've got 100% prediction on the Cobras for 2K. It's something I did not expect.
Honestly, kind of surprising. Immediately, another dunk. Scores 19-18 right now.
That's the problem right there. Tell those people to get off the court, man. Kick 'em. So really, in order to keep this one going, they're probably gonna have to score 3 here. And they're kind of hunting it, which I understand. Yo, the
Oh, my
cojones on
goodness.
you. And for you 100% predictioners, yeah, no.
We're sorry.
No.
And there's the dunk.
Squire's always right.
21 points. The game goes to the Wolves.
Now, I will say Jekyll and LA really did show very much better than I thought they would, especially with the team comp. I think Smeek, honestly, defensively, you need to get in the lab, bro, because that was terrible. Defensively. Offensively, you did your thing. But, like, you pretty much let a whole bunch of free jumpers open for the greatest player of all time.
Next
Like, what do you
game, League
expect?
of Legends, which I don't know if a lot of people know, but we play ARAM, which just means one single lane. There are a lot of team fights happening in the middle. And honestly, it's going to really matter on who they pick as far as their team. This is League of Legends is a major communication engaging game. Honestly, when it comes to these kinds of situations in the actual League of Legends, team fights are a huge part of it.
So, yo, for sure. Sorry to branch away, but like I'm honestly thinking the exact same thing I was thinking for StarCraft. If I'm the Wolves, this is one of the last few games that you should just forfeit it, get it off your hands, and that's the right strategy. They're right now starting to climb back into this game by executing and winning the games that they're supposed to win. And granted, don't forget they almost had Car X Shift and almost had Fortnite.
True.
So I wouldn't feel threatened by just saying, hey, this is not a favorable matchup for us to play this. Let's go ahead and just forfeit it and keep this moving.
I hope they don't forfeit, but I do agree with your output on that. But I do want to see them actually play this through.
I mean, if you want to watch a bloodbath.
I don't think it's only going to be a bloodbath.
It won't, but I know whose team I'm leaning, what favor I'm leaning. I mean, if these were betting odds, I put plus minus 400 on the Cobras. So I think they're definitely favored here.
As far as League of Legends goes, yeah, I agree. But honestly, I want to see, because we're always practicing as endgamers. We're always practicing, right? So I want to see the progression as well as the time and dedication that people put towards these games that, maybe they're not always super comfortable in, but as soon as they actually start to progress and actually get better in these games, I want to see them be able to, show off what they've learned.
No, I mean, I definitely agree. I think some matchups are better to do that in than others, right? Usually you want to test it against teams with a similar skill level, unless the Wolves are just feeling confident. But from what I've seen from them in League of Legends, I just don't think that, I just don't think that they're good enough in this particular title to really put up a fight against.
True.
Yeah.
But even still, we have 14 minutes till halftime. And League of Legends is one of those games that can immediately take you into halftime, especially after the 15-minute mark inside the game. With our UEL rules, you can't have another life after that 15-minute mark. Now, when it actually hits 15 minutes, it's really interesting because, some of these characters are early game killer characters, where, they can take quick picks off in the beginning, but as time progresses, they scale off, which just means they fall off, in the sense of how much damage they can actually do. But it's surprising because I want to see, I want to see that progression. I also want to see like who they've learned, because especially in a game where there's bans or people that, they basically deny you to play, I want to see how many people they have actually mastered or actually tried to learn.
Yeah, I mean, but the other half of it too is, how can I put this? You want to test these things and you want to see what you've picked up and learned, but who is also teaching you these games, and how are you going to really show that progressing? Because the thing about League of Legends is, this is definitely one of those games where your accumulated hours usually correlates to a gain in knowledge, and people can get hard stuck at certain ranks very easily because there's just a knowledge barrier or a wall that needs to be broken down before you can ascend to the next level. And for some players, that takes quite a long time. We are not exempt to that here at the league, and I think that's the difference of which is going to be shown here. Like, I know for a fact that Raging Cajun, if I'm not mistaken, when we're scouting him, is a big time League of Legends player. Ogeki plays it. LA plays it. Strix definitely plays it. TK plays it. They went with a strong lineup for this. It's a bunch of players that have multiple years of experience playing against players that I'm not quite sure how many years experience it is over there on the Wolves, but it's just not as much. And I can tell you right now, that knowledge barrier alone is enough to make me say this isn't worth it, considering the fact that we're clawing back into this game anyway.
But it does seem like we are going to actually play it so far.
Oh, for sure.
We haven't seen a forfeit on either end, but we have seen a timeout. I do believe there was some issue setting up the actual game itself, especially trying to get everybody into the same match altogether, especially when you're using your personalized accounts for League of Legends. When you want to get those heroes of your own personal account, you have to have the people from the UEL or the UEL PCs sometimes to actually get into that game. And there have been countless times where we have potentially not had each other friended in the specific app or game or whatever that can, it leads to a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, and the Cobras right at 2. The Wolves have 2 more timeouts. Provided that they do play this will be the last game going into half. So you have to take that into consideration as well, because at 15 minutes, once your legend dies, that's it. So it just looks like they want to play this, and they want this to be the half ender. I can understand it from both team standpoints. I mean, Cobras definitely aren't forfeiting. They're going to call the timeouts to make sure this gets set and set up.
Now, I'll be honest, something else that I kind of want to see is essentially a lot of people don't talk about it, but the economy in League of Legends. Getting that gold, getting that XP, leveling up your characters. Yes, believe it or not, it does matter. When you go back or when you die, in those 15 minutes, you want to have accumulated enough gold to actually buy the items that you want, because these items will absolutely scale your character higher than your opponents. And when you can do that, you're able to sustain yourself a lot more in the end game. But as you can see, we're going to get right into it. The bans are currently happening. We're going to get a quick wheel spin here. It seems like Renee as well as Strix are going to be doing the bans. But the next game that we get to see is UFC 5.
I hear a loud audible noise. That could be a good thing or a bad thing.
We can't see your back. We can't see the driver.
Okay.
As you can see, they have almost finished up the bans. We're going to see one more ban here. It seems like we're going to see a Blitzcrank, which essentially is like a grabbing character, or they'll grab you towards themselves. So they're hoping to probably get 1 or 2 picks into the actual tower or into the actual combat.
Executive decision?
We see a Mordekaiser, a possible Viger, which is personally one of my favorite characters. He's the little king of evil.
I like him. I like Swain.
Okay, we get a Malphite and a Viger. Viger absolutely looking to cage some people up in order to actually do a lot of damage. So we see a Swain, a Jhin,
Probably tank because of Malphite, Vagar. But
and hopefully we see a really awesome character coming. Please don't play Gavin.
What are you playing?
We see Yumi, we see a Nico. Nico being able to create clones or essentially different people that can absolutely have an adverse effect. I believe stunning or just basically throwing you off. We see Yumi. Yumi being a really good healer, though. And we're just waiting for the last pick here. We see a Morgana on the Blitzcrank's team. And the Wolves are picking Sona for the last person on their team. Now, one small, very interesting thing, the Sona doesn't have a loadout up, which these loadouts do matter. So I'm really hoping that they realize that they don't have a loadout. Please put on a loadout, sir. Because those loadups absolutely depend on like how you play your character. If you're playing more of a passive role or if you're playing a more active role. You can also see Viger, as well as a lot of people are running Flash or Ghost, so basically speeding up their process. I do feel like the snowball here, though, basically you can throw the snowball out and then you can teleport to that snowball if it hits an enemy. But we are going to start loading up. What are your thoughts about League of Legends?
It's definitely. I actually think it's a game that would sap the rest of my life away, provided I start playing it. I think I'd become super interested and super consumed with it, so I've made a concerted effort to stay away from it. Because I already see the allure. There are just some games that I know when they come out that if I would like to, continue to maintain some of the things I have in my life, I should probably not play. And League of Legends is one of them. I actually think it's a really fun game.
All right, as you can see, though, we are going to get started in the very beginning. You have a set amount of gold that you can actually start to make your build actually happen. I will say I don't think they put on a build. I don't know if it automatically helps you put on a build or not, but, you know, honestly, it's kind of interesting not to see a build. As you can see, minions have spawned, which means basically the game is in full swing now. People are actually getting to the middle, and they are starting to not only level their character up, but also just getting to the battleground. We're going to see Amida rooted, Blitzcrank going in with a grab. And the first blood on Swain. So not being able to actually pick anybody else off at the moment, but they got Swain. I don't think the Sona really understands how to play just yet. Seems like they're just staying back and hopefully trying to heal up their actual friends here. But honestly, it's a good idea to do so, especially for people that don't understand this game as wholeheartedly as, you know, hardcore League fans, to have somebody on an easier character, because that will absolutely, even in the end game, help out when it comes to healing. But you can see they're already going in for it. Immediate root, another kill, I believe. No kill yet. But the Malphite absolutely running low on health, just staying back and trying to get healed up. Their tower's already being under attack, but as you can see, that economy in the middle, they're already starting to bring down those minions and gain that gold. You can see the Blitzcrank and everybody are pushing up, trying to get that tower almost already gone. Maybe potentially trying to get it to half health. The reason this is so important is so they can actually push past this first one to get to the second tower, and that basically gives you an entire lead. Though it does make it harder for you to actually get to the point of contention, it absolutely puts you in an advantageous state. You can see they're absolutely trying to get little picks and little hits it off. As you can see now, though, we are looking at Strix. He's staying in the middle, you know, helping out with these minions, doing as much as he can. You can see the Vigear got stunned, though, on the side.
Yeah, what you about to do, nigga?
He's absolutely trying. Vigear got rooted. Oh, Blitzcrank pull, and Vigear is,
And
the
that
enemy
is
Vigear is dead.
3-0 Cobras so far.
3-0.
Mhm.
3-0 covers.
About what I
What are
expected.
you gonna do now?
So far, I mean, there's still time. I
No,
think
I got early 2000s internet
I
stuck in my head.
personally, what I think we're looking at is
Well, I'm
just
taking
a
a-
strategic breakdown, and I think that the Cobras have a very cohesive plan and know exactly how they're going to attack this whole thing.
You can
That's
have,
what they're playing.
I will say, communication on the Cobras end is absolutely at its peak. You can see them. They're going for the tower. That tower's almost gone. The tower's gone. They also stole the enemy's health pool for a minute. Blitzcrank with a pull. A possible team fight might break out here, but it seems like they just got that one pick and they backed off for a little bit. It does definitely seem like the Wolves are a tiny bit concerned about, like, you know, do we go in, do we not, or vice
I
versa.
don't think they're a tiny bit concerned. I think they're very concerned. I think the first
Another Blitzcrank pull
first 4 minutes
and
here
another death.
kind of showed exactly like where they were. Kind of like what you're saying. It's good to test your metal. But once they actually saw the cohesiveness that the Cobras have been able to display so far, it's kind of had them back off quite a bit.
They stole the health pool again. As you can see, though, Blitzcrank is having a lot of pull here, pun intended, but absolutely making the first engagement and pulling the enemy inside of his zone so the team can capitalize and kind of crash into that one opponent. You can see a lot of it now, though. They are pulling back a tiny bit as that wave pulls up so they can actually get more economy because, as you can see, only one of their players has died so far, and maintaining and getting all of that gold will help you build into more stuff. Nico sending out another clone of hers, not being able to really do anything much there, though. Kind of throwing the team off a tiny bit.
They also count for kills for Dark Harvest, so if you kill it...
As you can see, though, the Wolves are absolutely trying to play under towers, so essentially they don't want to push up, but the minions on the Cobra side are absolutely going to help out and push up towards that tower. As you can see, almost a fourth of it's already gone, and immediately a Blitzcrank pull and a Vigear stun, and they weren't able to capitalize on it, sadly, but
Looks like the Cobras might be playing a little bit arrogantly here. A little bit confident, and I understand why, but risking their players. For sure.
Yep. Engagement happened. Vigear absolutely helping out there. Blitzcrank pull. A potential yoinked from the back line.
But they traded.
Blitzcrank got that kill, but they
Definitely
absolutely traded. But to be fair, it is 6-2 with one of their towers gone. They are in a part where they need to find a play so they can absolutely take the whole thing. Another death. Now, the thing is about this game, you don't have a lot of healing items at your leisure, so you can't really do it all the time. And there goes almost an entire team sweep, except with the Morgana just getting back. And as you can see, now they're up there. They're just trying to get little picks and such. But they do see that person with low HP, and they get it, a solid shutdown for Morgana, killing the Nico on the Wolves. Making a vital play here. Basically, Morgana is a jungler, if I am not mistaken. But they do tend to try and enjoy hiding in bushes to make an attack outside of it. Another rooted, almost a Blitzcrank pull. Another Vigear cage, but nothing of it. Blitzcrank pulling in. Vigear absolutely pulling in there.
Anyways, so from what I can tell you, the Wolves are definitely starting to mount a small comeback, but the Cobras are doing what they can to maintain their dominance on this match so far.
Bernay
And I
with a
think
big
they're going to be
attempt.
able to do it.
Bernay coming in with a big attempt, absolutely starting the team fight, but it seems like they saw it coming, shutting the team fight down and maintaining their lead on that tower. We see it from over on Jorginho's side. We see him, and he's absolutely trying to stay alive, but it seems like the Cobras have a game plan, even in those big team fights where everything can kind of get chaotic.
Well, what it looks like is that the Cobras started messing around, let them come back, and then decided to tighten back up. And that's just being comfortable because the way they're kind of luring, it's almost like, well, we showed them that this kind of worked one time because we were having fun, but the skill difference is starting to really show itself because now the Cobras are kind of just going in for the
Blitzcrank
kill.
pull. Vigear's all there by himself. Vigear not an optimal person to be there just by himself. He's normally playing on the back lines, trying to actually get those little pokes and pickoffs. But as you can see, the Cobra is absolutely dominating right now, getting past both towers and the inhibitor, essentially allowing them to add super soldiers to their side of their minions, getting closer up to the two towers in the middle right before they can take the giant crystal. Another cage from Vigear, trying his best to potentially get a pick off, but you can see the team is communicating, going back to the heals, just to try and actually get the heals away from the enemy. Bad teleport, an immediate death.
We got 18 to 8. I believe 2 towers down.
2 towers down and the inhibitor.
And this is what I was saying. Like, it would have just been better for the Wolves to just forfeit this. Personally.
Another bad teleport, an immediate kill. As you can see, Blitzcrank on a killing spree, but accidentally ran into the actual cage, but doesn't matter, gets the pull and immediate death. As you can see again, they are sweeping everything. And then you can see the Super Soldier is going up next to the tower. That Super Soldier has a lot of health, especially when it comes to this. But as you can see, they're going to get both turrets and possibly end the game here with 4 minutes left, potentially, for the next game. There goes the enemy turret. As you can see, another Blitzcrank pull, another death for Vigear.
If they can end it here, we're definitely playing UFC before half because
Absolutely.
It's going to be a 2-minute setup. And yeah, this. Remember when I was talking about earlier? You know,
There's those immediate
showering and cleaning. Maybe in the blood of your enemies.
A bloodbath?
A bloodbath.
Nah, I think it was a really cool, and you know, it was absolutely a test your metal kind of thing.
It was a test your metal type of thing. I could just tell you right now that even I could tell you what was going to happen right there.
True.
So I see, you know, yeah. And it's not even disrespectful. It's just that's just comfort. That's just comfort level in the game. Here, if I had to guess, we're probably gonna put in the Alchemist versus the Bubbles for UFC.
Probably.
Honestly, I think Jekyll's been labbing UFC a little bit, but they're gonna go with the Bubbles. The Bubbles is gonna have a pretty straightforward game plan. He's gonna fight on the feet. If he gets beat up a little bit, he's gonna take him to the ground. Alchemist is gonna go down swinging pretty hard. Also has enough ground game to escape some of those submissions, but I'm calling it here. Bubbles' game plan is going to be submit, and this one to me is about, I'd say 60-40 in the Cobras. And then really, yeah, 60-40 if Alchemist isn't ready to deal with takedowns.
Yes. Though I agree, I do feel like UFC, it is either you absolutely know what to do or you don't. when it comes to UFC, it's not a game that you can initially put anybody in and, actually win against somebody that knows the actual game itself. I feel like, we see a lot of takedowns, a lot of go to sleep.
Well,
That's normally how I put it.
well, yeah, that's really just a knowledge check. The way they did the submissions in UFC 5 is definitely better than UFC 4, because UFC 4 it was like, well, if you get into any sort of neck or guillotine type situation, it pretty much goes to the attacker. Here, if it can feel that way in UFC 5, if you don't know what you're doing, as long as you maintain your advantages, you're gonna be able to get up and get out every single time. I can't quite predict who's gonna win here, like I usually would, because Alchemist is no slouch in the game, and neither is the Bubbles. But I do know what the game plan is definitely going to be for the Bubbles. I think Alchemist is more of a striker, but he knows how to get up. So they're about the same in terms of skill level here.
But
overall.
different approaches as
Different
to
approaches. Alchemist is a little bit riskier on the feet, a little bit less patient, but then the Bubbles is kind of the same on the feet. He's more patient than Alchemist, but that's usually why he goes down for the takedowns, because his stand-up isn't quite as strong, but it's gotten better for sure. So I'm really interested to see the approach that the Bubbles decided to take here.
I will be honest. I want to see a full fight breakout. I don't like ground games personally because I don't know ground game, but
it's actually really simple. You can get caught even if you know it, but it's really simple, if I'm being honest. It's just like you said, you kind of have to know it.
you have to play the game.
Yeah, but once you play it, you're like, oh, okay, that's it. We're gonna find out. Oh, okay, well, this is gonna be interesting. It depends on what version of Uriah Faber we get. If that is the Bubbles, and I'm telling you right now, then exactly what I said before is what's gonna happen. They're going to, essentially he's just going to try and take him down. And I believe Alchemist is using O'Malley, which is a great pick. His takedown defense is strong enough, his submission defense is strong enough, and his striking is excellent. But as you can see, he already starts the fight off with two really big movements.
Good getting
Like I said, he's very risky when he fights. He's not safe.
Getting these picks off of the legs, and there comes the takedown.
No questions
Bam!
asked. Now,
Right down.
This is going to be the knowledge check for Alchemist, and this is exactly what the Bubbles is trying to do.
He's trying to close it out fast.
And this is what I'm saying. Like, it's really not that easy. Like, it is, but it really isn't.
Oh, we might see a guillotine here.
This is all the Bubbles are going to try and do. And it's very interesting because it's like,
Trying to get out
oh,
of it.
well, it looks like
it might
it's
be.
done.
Nope.
Okay, good. He got out. That's good. Gets up.
Good. Now
And
he has to actually.
now
do
do you see the Bubbles problem now? He's now gassed. Those submission attempts take a lot out of you, and now he actually has to fight it.
But as you can see, absolutely standing and fighting, you can see Alchemist absolutely getting more points on the board here. A rush down.
But to be honest, if Bubbles could fight on his feet at all, he'd be able to pick apart Alchemist.
Oh, a possible another takedown. Bam! Back on the ground. Potential for another chokehold or guillotine here.
Yeah, if I'm the Alchemist, honestly, I'm just standing back, letting him throw little shots and defending takedowns the whole time. And then I'm getting up whenever he takes me down. Because at the end of the day, that's all the Bubbles is trying to do. And it's okay, that's two. Yep.
And there goes the tap. There goes
That's it.
UFC.
It's
amazing.
It's really not
Amazing.
it's really not impressive, but it's like, it gets the job done. It gets the job done. I mean, it's pretty much how I expected that to go. The ball was going to get pieced up on the feet, even though Alchemist was big, exaggerated movements. I mean, it's fine.
Well, it's about halftime now. We are going to be coming back. When we get back from halftime, we're going to see Apex, which is going to be really awesome to see, especially with both teams being shooters, or at least seeing their potential in shooters.
Well, Hokeki is available, so that's all I'm going to say.
Absolutely.
That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
Yep, we will see you guys at half. welcome back. It looks like we actually got a last second timeout in there, so we will see some Apex to close out the half, which means UFC got finished in so quick.
What I heard is they called the timeout at the very last second. So quite legitimately, now they have enough time to set up Apex.
I'm not mad at it.
I'm not mad at it either.
Yeah, I like me some Apex, so
Now we get to see a different game when halftime comes around.
yeah, for sure. So we're gonna find out what the game is that spins next. That'll be fun. But as of now, we are focused on Apex. So we're definitely getting Jekyll Hogeki. And I think they'll probably put maybe TK or LA. Maybe not LA, maybe Raging. That's interesting to see who they go in. Probably the Bubbles.
Probably the Bubbles.
The Bubbles with a really quick win. Stand-up game, no bueno. But yeah, the Bubbles so far are securing some stuff.
So we just got notified they're going to be doing gun run in Apex, which essentially means, every single kill, you get a new weapon that is in the Apex weaponry list. But honestly, the other thing is, especially when it comes to this game, are the heroes that they pick. So who are you, or do you know a lot about the heroes that you want to see or you potentially can't see?
Well, honestly, both teams are probably going to go base. So, opening champions. So you're probably going to get a Bloodhound for sure. That's a safe pick, a Bangalore. And then it depends on if you want to do Wraith, not Caustic,
If only.
Shoot, Gibby. It's Gibby, right? Yeah.
Gibby or Pathfinder.
Yep, and that's just really personal preference. And here I was actually, I forgot to say that lineup. I thought they were going to put in Alchemist instead of Bernay, but I figured they were going to put in Jorginho in there as well. I know he's pretty decent at the game with Big Bad MJ, so it'll be a pretty fun match. Gun run wise, makes it interesting. So they're going Raging, Hogeki, and Jekyll. I like that. I like that little lineup right there. It's going to be fairly dependent on Hogeki to kind of do what we've seen him do in the past, which is, play very well. Last game didn't go his way in Apex, but this one very well could.
True. I do expect to see Bloodhound on both teams, because Bloodhound's ability,
it's such a safe pick.
it is such a safe pick, especially in these maps. But we're gonna get right into the game. As you can see, gun run on Watson's pylon.
We'll find out what is next.
And the game that we're going to see when we get back, though, is going to be
Dead
by Daylight. So, as we can see, immediate Bloodhound pick. We see a lifeline, which is kind of interesting, especially when, you can have the potential for that, when you can have that potential for, being able to be healed. When you're already going to be automatically being healed. But we can see lifeline, the only difference is the Gibby and the Wraith. So it seems like they both have potential here. Gibby with his shield and being able to call in an airstrike, while Wraith is actually being able to use those portals and actually get around the map.
Well, it seems like Lifeline was more of a comfort play, and of course the care packages for her ultimate. So I think that's what they were really going for right there. Not necessarily the worst pick, but it's not what I would pick for this game mode. Like you said, your life is coming back, so it kind of nullifies her main ability, which is her healing station. But yeah, not a bad play either way.
As we can see, though, Bernay as well as his team are kind of trying to stick together to both keeping an eye out on each other's backs.
And we know this is a map that Hogeki is comfortable with. So,
and we can immediately see a Gibby falling down to the very bottom, but immediately getting back up with his teammates.
Gibraltar.
But it seems like both of his teammates actually fell down.
All right, let's see if no eyes on enemy yet.
Trying to stick together, though, especially here, is absolutely the
that's
play.
A scan. Nobody in the vicinity that got picked up on the scan.
Oh, there's the
scanned,
sonar.
So they were in front and probably below.
As you can see, though, that absolutely gives them away as far as we're in the immediate gunfight breaking out. You can say Bernay getting shot just a tiny bit, not enough to really crack his armor, though. Getting these shots off with Gibby, though, absolutely trying to do some damage. Any damage is damage. Honestly, damage is great here because it makes them and forces them to take time and recharge their shield. There's another sonar, so we know that they haven't left that top side. looking for a potential pick here. And as you can see, staying together really benefits these team fights or these firefights, because when you're sticking together, you can get more shots off of them, and your players or your teammates are able to get higher up on that gun run list. Staying behind cover, recharging.
Right, using the big shield here. Takes a little bit more time to heal back. It'll be interesting once we get the ults in and the care package comes, seeing what drops. Good eyes on enemy. Wraith evading gunshots after taking a couple hits. I think it was about 24 damage.
There goes the sonar off, now signifying where the enemy is.
And that's really bad on the Bloodhound, just wide open. It's two of them wide open, but they're getting good shots on, so
Gibby using
it's
the
not
shield.
the worst.
Putting up that shield battery once again, getting them full shields in 10 seconds. Or actually not 10 seconds, like 5 seconds, but like, you know what I mean. You know, just trying to get the first kill absolutely will, you know, make it so they can get that.
High ground is good, but it's not being utilized fully by the Wolves, right? Gibby's still taking a lot of shots here. And I think that
there's that first death.
Yep, first one. First down.
And as you can see, actually, there was 2 deaths there, because it seems like the other one, the Wraith, also died there as well. There's the death to Bernay. And as you can see, immediately, I'm just going to call them the Eagles team, because that's what they are on the actual game itself. But they are at 3 already, while the Cobras are still only at level 2.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think gun runs are very. It's good because it does test your overall knowledge of the game. Whereas like team deathmatch is pretty straightforward. You kind of take whichever build is available to you, and then you can run with it. Control is interesting in Apex, but seeing this, okay, good
another
shot,
firefight breaking out.
You got caught.
But honestly, having those shots land absolutely opens them up for their teammates, but it doesn't matter. Another firefight, another death, another point goes to the enemy team. Now, the problem here is when you're the last one alive, you want to maintain, you know, staying alive, not only just because you want to kill another player, but because you can't give that point to your opponent. When you give that point to your opponent, basically it'll level up their gun. It makes them higher. It makes their team stronger as a whole. Great shots coming from this firefight. As you can see, broke one, so that person needs to cover up and actually heal their shield. As you can see, they're trying.
What's your preference here? Do you like burst guns? You like the single fires, or you like just full on?
You're gonna hate me again.
Single fire?
I like pistols.
Well, I mean,
semi-automatics as well as I personally enjoy 3 burst to also single fire guns, because it gives you that precision that you need, especially in these battle royale or type games, so you can actually get more damage off at a farther range instead of engaging super close. Here you can see though the care package absolutely is up. So we might see that come into play here, a potential for a very good drop or weapon to come with that care package. I actually don't know if, you know, weapons come with that care package, but as you can see,
it'll be shields. I believe it'll be shields and accessories, I think, in gun run, which is a big deal, right? Which is why I think it wasn't the worst pick to go with Lifeline, because that shield advantage can actually make a huge difference, especially in big firefights.
As you can see, though, they absolutely left that their firefight inside the building, but because the team's all together, they're going to get that 1 kill.
Yeah, pretty good showing from the Wolves so far. And this is kind of, yeah, like there's only so much one person.
A very strong, in my opinion, very strong team bond here, especially sticking together. But another firefight breaking out, killing the Bloodhound on the Cobra side. But potentially another death on as well on the. Oh,
that's a big push right there.
Huge push, another death.
Oh, good finish.
An immediate level up. But as you can see, they're sticking together.
Yeah,
they're hoping to find another person to clean that up.
wide open and just getting caught alone and then
We're up
having
by
to
two.
reload. That
We're
was
up
just a
by
tough trade right there for Big Bad.
Yep, kind of staying close together with kills here. Still only 8 to 10 though. As you can see, though, the Wolves are still having that the advantage here, sticking together, staying on the outside rim. Though I don't know if that's going to be the best play, especially when it comes to these weapons, because sometimes you do want to get up close and personal with them.
Just chill here. Can we run behind? No, we can't.
Absolutely keeping an eye out.
Why would you
They're
drop
calling
that
down the
before
care package now. Hopefully we see some good shields or something good coming from this care package to give them more of a lead. As you can see, there was already one shield, 3 hostiles are detected, so they're all standing within range. Gibby getting shot.
Pick your shield up. This is you don't want the opponent to get it, so pick up the shields now. There you go, and then worry about the fight.
Yep. They did
Gibby
call
out to
down.
fight the Bangalore. Good peek out. It's a scrum. Good jump.
I'm coming.
Fusing. I would have taken the Wraith Porter Loki.
A fantastic play. So I don't know if you saw it there, but Gibby placed down his shield to counteract the absolute rain of
Bangalore.
fire.
Yep.
But immediately after that, we saw the Wraith set up a portal inside the actual
Probably trying to
shield
kidnap.
itself.
Yep. Probably trying to kidnap and get somebody out of it.
You're
It was really good escape plan. Very good play, like you said.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as you can see, another shield. They are sticking together as much as possible, though. It seems like that might be game. It seems like another Wolves win.
Yeah, so a great way for the Wolves to go into half. Really smart timeout because it paid off, and you know what's coming up next, Dead by Daylight, and I believe it will be the Wolves setup.
All right. Well, we will catch you back after halftime.
Yes, sir.
For real this time. No timeouts, no nothing. Catch you back here at the UEL.
BeatStars.com.
Niggas tryna put me on the game, but niggas know that I got it. Yeah. Haters be looking over this way, they thinking that I'm a hot topic. Niggas thinking they can play the game. Oh my gosh, please better stop it. I'ma take off in this game. I'm taking off just like a rocket. I'ma stay strong for my team, cause I'm always keeping it solid. I live my life like a beach, cause I wanna be in the tropics. Whenever I can't get them keys, just give me the keys to the Mazda. Then show up to the party in the Mazda, then you know we just getting it started. I won't go, diamonds froze, life is cold to be cold. Rats told what they told, I gotta stay 10 toes. Homies calling tenfold, gang always train to go. When I go, they go away, drip out the stove. When I get my first deal, I'ma buy my family a cribbo. I got an S on my chest, so they making me feel like a hero. Summer be hot, but life so cold, I'm thinking I'm like Sub-Zero. I'ma go get a bag and turn the cash straight into heroes, yeah. Yeah, they on to me. Yeah, I be up in the coop doing the dash. Now they can't catch me. I be up in the kitchen cooking it up like give me the recipe. People be acting like we friends, now we ain't friends. Y'all boys my enemies. Yeah. Niggas tryna put me on the game, but niggas know that I got it. Haters be looking over this way, they thinking that I'm a hot topic. Niggas thinking they can play the game. Oh my God, please better stop it. I'ma take off in this game. I'm taking off just like a rocket. I'ma stay strong for my team, cause I'm always keeping it solid. I live my life like a beach, cause I wanna be in the tropics. Whenever I can't get them keys, just give me the keys to the Mazda. Then show up to the party in the Mazda, then you know we just getting it started, yeah.
BeatStars.com.
Hey, logging in games, we lit the squadron, ballin', dodging. These moves they hit, we got 'em. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champs. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron, ballin', dodging. These moves they hit, we got 'em. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champs. Beat 'em advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty she's winning our team with some killing bees, killing these new bodies still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it on land on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
What up, guys? It's your boy TLG. We are back here again at halftime against the Wolves and Cobras. So far, 2K. I want to talk about 2K real quick. What happened, Dre? Because Dre was hyped. I mean, boy was hyper than his child. But then again, he wasn't able to go in for 2K, but they still won it. Tell me what you think about that.
Great for my team. They followed coaching. They followed the game plan. They understood the importance of the win for the particular match. So, no, it was definitely a big win.
Strix, what you think?
You know, with some more players, we got some newer players in there, and I played actually Dre last season, so I know that he got people right over there. So again, good game, but I'm happy with the performance we put up.
All right, man. So what are y'all thinking for the what's the next game? Well, the next game is DVD. What's after that? What you predicting?
If I had one choice of game left, I'm happy that he's here. I want to run against that Utopia deck. I've been seeing it all season, and somebody's got to prove a point at this point. You've been cooking too many people.
Hey, so is it a Yu-Gi-Oh? Is that what we're looking for?
I love some Yu-Gi-Oh! I will lie. I want some Overwatch. I need some 5v5. I want some squad wipes. I need some big team action right now.
Okay. So we're looking out for Yu-Gi-Oh and Overwatch. But stay here. We here to play. UEL, baby.
Let's get it in second half. Get it in.
Dripping water, H2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, where we chasing every day. Run them over, if they tryna get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. I see they glare, but they know to stay up in their lane. Smoking moon rock, cookies only, I'll take to the face. Niggas wanna rock, Cyclops red beam will make a shake. Now the block is hot, oh well niggas dying every day. 20s, 50s, 100s, want all of these in abundance. When it comes to the women, these hoes know I can't love them. Only chasing, chase the bag, drugs for the head, can't get enough of it. Try to take my money, S&W, leave you suffering. Why they wanna kill me for the cream? Only thing I'm trying to chase is my dreams.
Welcome back, guys, to UEL, where gamers go pro. We're here sitting after halftime, 5 for the Wolves and 9 to the Cobras. Next game is Dead by Daylight. The Wolves are killer, while the Cobras are survivor. How do you feel about this going into this, Rex?
So a little bit of background knowledge from what I understand is that the Wolves aren't necessarily the best killer team. Or they don't have necessarily the best killer. So unless somebody's really been practicing, it's gonna be interesting because we know that the Cobras have people on the team who are comfortable with killer, but how good are they at survivor?
It really does depend on the communication of the survivors. As one of the best killers at the UEL, personal opinion, sorry, but it really does depend on the communication of the survivors. If they can communicate, hey, I'm in chase, or I'm on a generator, this is where I am, and basically, communication with each other on information is going to be really important. But I do feel like the gameplay for the killers are going to be essentially, whether you chase them down and they potentially lead you into a quote-unquote dead zone where there's no generator or anything and there's no other survivors, or do you focus on the generators, the objective?
You play the objective, or do you play?
Yeah.
Okay, so I actually have a few questions. Well, actually a few things. So Alchemist is going in. Alchemist has been one of their glue players. He's been like the most important piece to them, in my opinion, right? Mm-hmm. The other thing I want to ask you is, how big of an impact do you think not having Anarchist here is going to have on this game in particular? So I think out of the coaches, Anarchist is probably the most knowledgeable on this team. And so normally they have Strix as a coach, right? Strix will probably help them coach. But Strix actively has to go in and play.
Yeah.
And we know how hard it is to go in, play, and then guide other people at the same time.
So I think Anarchist has actually done a really good job as far as coaching his players, especially on this kind of game. Dead by Daylight is a game that you can play on any console or PC. And, having that accessibility will give your teammates an idea of, what perks to use, where to go, what kind of map. Because honestly, map in Dead by Daylight is actually very important, especially when you need to know where all the windows are, all the pallets are, basically to stun or prolong that chase so your teammates can get those generators done. But I think that Third Anarchist has actually set them team up for success here. Being able to communicate with each other, especially when it comes to LA, DeBubbles, Strix, and with Hogeki.
Yeah.
They are going to be able to communicate as well as be able to win as survivors. Now, the other thing is, Alchemist has already told me personally, who he's going to be playing. I will say after the game actually starts. But they both are going into it with a specific mindset and a specific goal of what they're essentially going to be trying to do here. But it's absolutely going to be an interesting thing because, as many people know, the perks matter. Mm-hmm. They really do, especially in this type of game, because the perks can also complement the killer and vice versa. The perks can also complement the survivor. If you're a chase, if you can make perks cater to your playstyle. So if you're a survivor, you can have a person dedicated to these generators where another person can be dedicated to a chase. And these perks that they have can either give them a second chance or a third hit or, prolong that chase even longer. And that will essentially make it harder for the killer to squeak out this win.
Okay, and very knowledgeable person about Dead by Daylight. And then one thing that we kind of see happen in the league sometimes, is that these games, certain games, right, especially games that's been on the league will for a little bit, the player base starts to evolve, and by that I mean we go from playing very basic types of games, right, like to when we start developing more intricate strategies. Would you say that we've seen that in Dead by Daylight, or do you think there's still so much more potential to really
Just
petrified oak?
yes, I do feel like there has been a lot of back and forth on gameplay as far as strategy goes, especially in Dead by Daylight. But as you can see with the offerings that they brought to the game, 2 of them made the mist darker, and 2 of them made it so those hooks that the killer has to hang up the survivors on farther apart. Petrified oak. Now the thing is, what the killer brought, Eerie of Crows is a very interesting place because the mist absolutely kind of plays a weird game in this because it doesn't necessarily make it super well. As you can see, you can see Alchemist is playing as the Trapper. You can see he is also playing with Tremors, Pop the Weasel. I believe that is Save the Best for Last, as well as a Scourge Hook that helps and prevents the generators. Sorry, it's not Thrilling Tremors. Basically, at the beginning of the game, the 3 generators that is furthest from him will be blocked. But as you can see...
Corrupt Intervention.
Sorry?
Corrupt Intervention.
Corrupt Intervention, yes. So now that Corrupt Intervention is going on, he only has to worry about these specific gens. As you can see, he's immediately finding some of these survivors, and he's going to ignore them right now. He's focusing on that generator to kind of start getting it to regression. But as you can see, the only problem with that is that you can immediately lose sight of these survivors and where they went. Now, when you're playing as Trapper, you have to be very mindful of your own traps, because even when they're down and you're carrying somebody, if you step in your own trap, you're going to drop that survivor. And they can get away for free.
So what game plan do you think he should go for?
As of right now, the game plan, in my personal opinion, would be to set up these traps in places where that he knows that these people are going to be going. So like these loops and these pallets, he needs to set them right in front of it, because the survivor is going to be looking back at him. See, right there, if he had a trap there and they threw that down, that trap would have activated, clamping that survivor shut and basically making it unable for them to go anywhere. He's going to look around a little bit more.
Looks like somebody messed the gen up.
Oh, no, he got caught in a trap. As I was saying before, and that immediately puts them into the dying state, because as soon as you hit them and then you are able to swing at them while they're in the trap, it puts them in that dying state.
And that's somebody that's just kind of hanging out around there.
Yep. Now, Pop Goes the Weasel has activated after hooking that survivor, and essentially after every single time you hook a survivor, Pop the Weasel has a timer on it where if you go and you hit a generator, it immediately regresses it about 25%.
And what's the normal regression rate?
I believe that would be 10%, and then it keeps regressing. As you can see, another person stepped into another Trapper trap and immediately getting that second down, putting that pressure on, but somebody else saved the other person on the hook.
But they have not healed them yet.
They have not healed them. And here's the other thing. I would want to save those Scourge hooks as much as possible for when, another generator pops or something else happens. As you can see, that person that was just on hook got healed up by Hogeki. I believe Hogeki, sorry. And as you can see, these traps are everywhere, but they are not set, which he really needs to worry about setting those traps. Again, using Pop Goes the Weasel to start regressing that generator. But he's going to go over here. He sees this generator. So, oh my gosh, something I'm noticing now. He is not holding it down long enough to start the regression.
So that comes to where some of his inexperience with the game.
I do believe so, because I don't think because Pop the Weasel hasn't gone off, so he isn't holding it down. As you can see, another generator has popped off. He's sticking around the hook, which is kind of concerning because now the actual game has implemented a get off the hook yourself.
If you stay near somebody's vicinity
Correct.
long enough, they're able to get off the hook.
Correct. But it does take a little while to actually happen. But as you can see, immediately going into another chase, DeBubbles getting to the second stage, a hit from Trapper. Good, solid looping right there, though. Ogeki is absolutely taking on that chase. As you can see, DeBubbles absolutely got off hook. We're going to hopefully see another heal here to try and get them back in that state. But as they're doing that, they need to have that third person on those generators.
Apply that pressure.
Putting on that pressure, absolutely.
Or so, and then it seems smart. Like the second, and they're communicating. You could tell they're communicating because the second that somebody starts getting a chase, you see somebody get off hook.
Yep, and it really does help. And you can see that there's communication happening. As you can see, another sound effect went off, but they essentially closed that trap, so it doesn't make them. It doesn't affect them. Yeah.
Now with 2 gens already being done, and you don't have anybody on the second hook state, what do you do now? At what point do you change your game plan?
So realistically, it really depends on the kinds of perks that you have. Like I said, the perks can absolutely complement the killer. Another hit on the bubbles, but there goes another gen pop. So now you want to start using those scourge hooks, which essentially, as soon as you put somebody on one of those white hooks that we've seen around the map while they're carrying the survivor, once you put them on a hook, the most... Oh, and we're going to see killing animation. What a beautiful, beautiful rock stuck inside. Now,
that's a nice rock.
That's a very nice rock. I will be honest, though. Having Mori here doesn't help.
Because it's a point-based thing, and you need all the points, and you don't get the points from killing them or hooking them.
You do still get the points, but...
I mean, you get less in the overall.
You do get less, but it wastes more time, in my opinion. Because, essentially, while you're killing them, they can all be running around and doing other things. But while they're on hook...
There's one person with a hit, though.
Yep. We can see Endgamer PC5 has a hit right now. He's trying to set up a trap so if people start coming back, he can possibly guide them into there. Now, Trapper actually got an update recently where whenever he sets down a trap, he gets haste or he becomes a little bit faster right after. He's really struggling. He's really struggling with, hitting those generators. I'm going to have to talk with him about that. But be it as it may, he's doing a really good job still adding on that pressure, though right now he's in a disadvantaged state, which I feel, honestly, is kind of worrisome, especially at, the good solid hit, though, from the Trapper. Endgamer PC1 getting injured, but as you can see, there's noise going off at another generator across the map, meaning that they're working on that one right now. So now he has to make the decision, does he continue on this chase, or does he actually go to the generator? As you can see, he's going to stick out on this chase. Big swing, getting Endgamer's PC1. So he's going to immediately put them on a hook, hopefully on a scourge hook, which is not that, but okay. Immediately hanging up. Now, the other thing that you want to do, especially here, is something called a 3-gen. Essentially...
it's one of the ones where the gens are the ones that you've done are locked into a certain area.
Yep.
So that it makes it more difficult because you don't have that ability to spread the map out if you're the survivors.
Correct. So right now, what I would want as far as a 3-gen goes is for that gen that he just kicked to pop. I want these 3 gens that he's currently looking at to be the 3-gen that I would want. And once again, hold it down, dog, please. Still not being able to aggress it.
And that's the 4th gen that just popped there. So there's one more generator done. You have one person on hook, but you have 2 who are still out. That other person on hook, they should be probably getting them off of hook. So
sticking around the hook, like I said, though, does give him the opportunity to get off, but it's not going to be enough time as he's already been on the hook far too long. So that's going to be another kill, I believe. There goes Endgamer PC1. Now it's only left these last 2 to finish that final generator. So this person needs to maintain this chase as much as they possibly can.
Just to give them time to get that last generator done, open up the gate.
And you can see he's not letting this person go. Good pallet drop. He needs to find another loop area, which would be that area right there, but he can't get caught in that trap. Good eyes seeing that trap, though, and that's not going to... Oh!
Wow.
Big swing missed.
Wait, is that another...
The other person got trapped, though, so he's going to be injured. He's immediately going to run over there, though, to try and find them. It's very smart right now. Actually, because Hogeki can't get up unless they brought a specific perk with them. Now, Endgamer's PC5, though, if they can remain hidden and actually heal up Hogeki, they can still make this a win. As you can see, all these traps are already up, and there goes a vault.
It looks like he just grabbing points at this point, right?
Honestly, yeah, you can.
All right. And yeah, so this is a really pressured state because right now, if you look at the state of the game, this could be a 6-9 score, or this could be a 5-10, depending on how Alchemist does the rest of this game.
I do agree, but something that's really awesome that Alchemist is doing is essentially he is slugging, or something we call in Dead by Daylight slugging. Damn, trap won't open. Sorry, my bad. But he is not picking up and hooking the other survivor. The reason being because once there's only one survivor left, the hatch opens up.
And you get how many points? Like a lot.
You get a lot more points from exiting from hatch. And you can see Hogeki got up, that meaning Endgamer PC5 was able to find him and actually bring him up to a healing state.
So they just need to heal each other so that they're both not one shot.
Correct.
Start. And it's just Hogeki and LA. And one of them is healed, so the other one should be healing.
LA just healed Hogeki up to full, meaning Hogeki now has 2 hits. And they both have 2 hits now.
And you can start applying that gym pressure.
Yep. And I'll be honest, because Alchemist is not holding down that button, it's not regressing those generators as much as he would want. So now...
And that just comes from playing the game a little bit. And regardless of win or lose, Alchemist has really, like I said, I've been saying this all season. Alchemist is probably one of the most improved players in the league. I mean, he will get my vote for most improved. That's just my opinion.
I do agree. I do agree. Alchemist absolutely has proven himself on a lot of fronts. But I'm waiting to see the last generator pop. I do think Alchemist... and he got caught in a trap, I do believe, but was rescued from his friend. Now they need to make sure that they don't get seen. But because Alchemist is not... I'm sorry, this is very interesting gameplay from Alchemist on the generators.
How much time do you think he's wasted on that alone?
I'll be honest, he's wasted quite a bit of time doing that because it doesn't really matter all too much, though.
Yeah, no, and I mean, they just have to. I wonder, we just need LA to heal Hogeki up, and they probably just gonna run onto a gen real quick, get that done. But like you said, we've seen it. He's just like pumping the gas that
he is stomping on those generators, man. But he's not stomping on them hard enough. He's doing light kicks. 1, 2. He's gonna do it. 1, 2. All right. But as you can see, Hogeki is absolutely still injured, and it doesn't seem like they found each other again to heal themselves up. But as you know, that generator in the middle there is getting really close, and they found Hogeki. So now Hogeki needs to make sure that he doesn't.
And that's smart because we've seen a few times where Alchemist is like
got stuffed in his own bear trap.
Okay, I just complimented him, and that happens. But we've seen a few times where he's not gonna run right up to you and get stunned by the pallet. He waits a second, he holds it for a second, and then he goes.
Something that we call being very respectful. Hogeki could have possibly doubled back there, but there's no pallets in this area now. And there goes down Hogeki. Now, is he going to pick him up? Yes, he is. Okay. because it puts that pressure on the other player.
I wonder if that person's finishing.
Oh, he doesn't realize. So once you kill a player on a specific hook, you can't use that hook again because it becomes disabled. Now,
He may
Hogeki
get off here.
potentially. There's the get off from Hogeki. As you can see, he's like, don't matter. We're still running.
And the crazy thing is, like, for
There's the last gen that popped, so now they actually just have to open the exit gate to get out scot-free and win this as a beautiful survivor win.
But if there's somebody on that door right now,
door takes, I believe, 45 or 30 seconds to fully open. But the problem is Hogeki, there's no hooks around him that allow him to... Oh, and there it is, the stepping his own bear trap, dropping the survivor. Hogeki's running now.
And the crazy thing about this is, like, he's played, I would say, Alchemist has played,
It's fine. You know why it's fine?
He wasted enough time.
Yeah, I think so. Now, the only problem here is he got on which... Okay, gate is now open. The gate is now open. So now, the only thing is, he needs to get off that hook.
But you can take one hit.
Oh, what? He's going down. I think he's killing himself off. For what reason? I do not know why.
Because the only other reason you do it is to play hatch, correct?
Correct. But the thing is, with... you're playing a risk.
Or do you think he's trying to get off for a hook? Do you think he's...
There's a 4% chance to get off hook.
I'm going to be honest. In a limited amount of time I played Survivor, I've gone off hook 3 times.
How dare you?
Off of just raw talent. I won't ever win the lottery, but ask me to get off a hook.
All right, well, now it's going to go to points. I do believe...
And you think, how much do you think that Moira mattered?
Claudette, 21,000, while the Trapper only had 20,000, which means it's a win for the Cobras.
So that Moira that we were talking about earlier, how he got less points off of doing that.
Yes.
Do you think, how much impact do you think that had? Because there's the argument that it helped him out more because that was one less person during generators, but then there's also the argument of he got less off of it because he killed them.
So I think all around, don't bring a Mori. The reason being, as I've said before, if you hook them, that makes at least another person off that generator, and then on top of which you get more points for while they're on hook.
And you also get points when you're aggressing generators, correct?
Correct.
So if he held down a few times,
Alchemist Bud, we gotta talk about that, man. You need to hold that button down because you didn't guess a single one.
Now we got King of Fighters.
King of Fighters,
which I think the Wolves may forfeit. Yes, because we saw this with Tekken earlier, where they had Alchemist in, and that was great, but then they had like Big Bad and Smeek or something along those lines. And this is against a Cobras team that has predominantly fighters. And so the Wolves have a full reset. Depending upon who the Cobras sent in, everybody but them.
And it doesn't matter, it's going to be Street Fighter. Now, are they going to forfeit Street Fighter, though?
I feel like they have to play at least a little bit. They're going to see how good the modern Zangief can do.
Okay, honestly, though, modern Zangief can be a huge threat as long as you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
When it comes to modern controls, doesn't always mean that, they're just doing it easy or, they're just...
It takes the execution out of it, but like the mental,
it does make
neutral.
Yes, it does make it easier on the neutral as far as newer players coming in. But I have absolutely... I play Street Fighter 6 and I play online. And I've seen these modern players and they absolutely can destroy people.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's really just learning their own buttons and their own controls and what does what. So a modern Zangief absolutely can be a
menace.
A huge threat.
Just a few hits.
Yep.
So they put Strixon. Okay. So I wonder if they full send with fighters.
I think...
Well, I mean, actually, if you really look at it, they only have one person left. So who do you leave as that one person? Maybe Bubbles?
That one person left?
Yeah. It's interesting because in terms of 1v1, we've already seen Pokemon, we've seen UFC, we've seen F1. So the one that was left is Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's a coaching game, right?
Yeah, it really is a coaching game.
I think they leave the bubbles out here.
It seems like they might. Oh, and
Yeah,
there
the
goes the forfeit
Yeah.
on the Wolves side. Good idea.
Hey, they're just trying to get those games out the way while they.
Yep. Now we still have about an hour and 40 minutes still, so the comeback.
That's
can
100 minutes
absolutely-
in 7 games. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
And Need for Speed Hot Pursuit.
okay.
We can do Need for Speed, right?
Yeah, whose setup is this? So Dead by Daylight was their setup. We rolled a game, they forfeited. So it's a Cobra. Then they rolled back and went to the Wolves. So it's a Cobra setup.
It is the Cobra setup once again. But it's a fantastic thing. As you can see, though, because the Wolves forfeit, they have an idea of like who they can send in, and then get that reset, and then figure out who they're going to be putting in for Need for Speed.
So we know Bubbles has to go in. And but the thing is it bad that Bubbles has to go in because Bubbles is their racer?
No, it's not a bad thing at all.
So Bubbles has to go in, but that's beneficial because he gets to go in.
Not only that, you immediately get a full reset as well. So Bubbles is immediately, back or able to go into the next game. If
Yeah, we can't put 2 Bubbles into that would be
It'd be Bubble and then the dirty Bubble. But
I think we see Bubbles here. I think we see Ragin, Hogeki, LA or Jekyll.
I would say LA instead of Jekyll.
Okay. Now from the other side, this is going to be the interesting one. So Brene, I think goes in.
Brene, Alchemist, and Jorginho, and then
I think Dre.
no.
You don't think Dre goes in? I feel like because this seems like a high energy type of game for them, or for in general. And Dre is a high energy type of person.
True, I will say that, but I feel like Dre can absolutely anchor here as well. And then
okay, so you were right.
Yep.
All right. I don't know. I just feel like King Dre is their energy person, right?
Absolutely.
You need King Dre to be that person keeping your energy up. You need King Dre for that.
King Dre is absolutely phenomenal when it comes to this energy, and also it really does help the mindset, especially for your teammate. To keep that high energy, to stay that positive mind, and just do it great. It seems like we're actually going to be getting an interview about Dead by Daylight, I believe.
The last few games have been forfeited, so let's hope it's not about Street Fighter.
What up? It's back with me, your boy TOG. I got MJ here. Look, y'all forfeited 2 fighting games. What's going on, yo? Do y'all not know how to play these games, bro? What's up?
No, we're going by strategy.
Just going by the strategy. My strategy is to play the game. I'm just saying that's how Endgamer plays. But I mean, they will say they got a strategy in mind. It's 12-5. Hey, I need to see the strategy start working. All right,
you go see it.
All right, he said we gonna see it. Yo, back to y'all. UEL.
And we're back after that interesting interview.
I'll be honest, Hollywood back there looking like a killer from Dead by Daylight.
Yo, Hollywood, the next killer.
Hollywood.
Who do you want? Speaking of, who do you want who do you want as a killer? Me personally, I want that girl from Get Out. That girl from Get Out. You know what I'm talking about? The one for the movie, the one that was
Yes, I know who you're talking about. Personally, I want to see a mimic character.
Oh, no.
I think it would be awesome. I personally love stealth killers. I think they're amazing for the game. You absolutely,
But anyways, on the Need for Speed here, we have LA, Bubbles, Strix, and Raging Cajun going in. That's how we have Brene, Alchemist, Jorginho, and Big Bad MJ. And we'll get who's cops and who's I was about to say killers. Who's cops and who's
robbers.
racers. Yeah.
I'll be honest, it's gonna be a lot of
Cobras are
communication
cops.
here. Cobras are cops. Okay. So
this puts a lot of pressure on the Wolves just because it's like one of those things that like, hey, if not all 4 of us are solid. Here's the thing I'll tell you about Need for Speed. If you have one bad player on your team in that game and you have 3 people who are godlike, I can almost promise you that person that is a liability is going to be the person who's going to be most wanted.
I agree. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. But either way, you have to have that not only thought process, but mentality and leadership, just to be able to take up that leadership role, especially if you're the most wanted.
It's just like a little. It's a little bit different than some of these other racing games, because like you want to go fast, right? You want to be fast, go fast. But like at the same time, like if you're too much ahead of your team, then you're not allowing your team to help you, or like it's weird. It's weird because having bad teammates is a big detriment as well.
It is, honestly. And when it comes to this game, especially, when you have bad or not helpful teammates, it can really detriment whoever is trying to lead. Because even when it comes,
becomes a 1v3 or 1v4 at that point.
Even though it comes to this, I will say something that is pretty consistent is that you can EMP your own people. Oh, and do we see almost an immediate?
There's no way. There's no way.
Is this going? I think they're the most wanted too. Yep, they're the most wanted. That might be the fastest that we've ever seen. That the game is over already.
Who's PC6?
That would be Raging Cajun. Raging Cajun.
But who was most wanted?
Brene.
Okay, Brene.
Brene.
Alchemist can't carry this by himself. I need you. Yeah. So DBZ Fighters is next.
Yep. Another really fast-paced and very entertaining, in my opinion.
And here's the issue is, like, I know you probably want Alchemist and Jorginho in for this. And once again, they keep anchoring Sneak and King Dre for, like, those sports games, and they keep not rolling they, like, for the most part, right?
Yep. But then again, we do have an hour and a half left. So the possibility, especially with these very fast-paced games already coming in, and then immediately getting off the wheel, we have the chance for all these other sports games
but
and
here
these
comes the issue,
racers coming in.
Right? So let's start naming some of the games that you might
Madden, yeah.
But Madden's a long game.
True.
And you don't want that. Well, you want it because you win it, but at the same time,
I would say you want Madden as your last game.
Yeah, you want Madden as your last. We're already caught up game. What games? I'm trying to think. What games can the Wolves not afford to roll outside of even if they're games that they could potentially win in?
Guilty Gear Strive.
What games do they not want? But because of time issues, early right now, right? Like Madden, that could potentially be like a 20 to 30-minute game, right? Even if you win in a way. Oh, also keep in mind the Wolves have one forfeit left.
NHL as well.
So Madden NHL, that probably takes what? That could take 45 minutes.
That could take 45 minutes off of it.
And you have one forfeit left. You think about that. One forfeit left. So
I wouldn't. So the thing
I
is,
wouldn't burn it right here.
I wouldn't, because honestly, Dragon Ball Z is a very fast game, and it can be done within like 2 minutes of actual gameplay.
Just go in and start mashing on them.
Yep.
And if they look, I'm either gonna let me mash on you, or you're gonna hit back, and this game's gonna be over. Either way, this game is gonna be over quick.
Yep, absolutely. Now the other thing is, just in general, then the game that I would probably forfeit here would be a longer game that you can't win.
If the Cobras have set up for Forza, I'm forfeiting that, depending on the map, because they can take you to a map that takes 30 minutes, and then you have to win that and do it as quickly as possible in that 10-minute lap, right? That's 30 minutes that you're just gonna sit there, and that's so many. Like it's hard because there's certain games that the Wolves needed to take.
Yep.
And they weren't able to, unfortunately, for them. But Dragon Ball Z Fighters, it's hard because if they lose this, it's a 9-point deficit with under an hour and a half to go.
Yeah.
90 minutes, you have to win a game every 10 minutes. Yeah, it becomes really difficult. Now, there's little things you can do, like NHL, you can just win quickly, right? Like you can get to the 5 points, and that's your best case scenario.
I mean, it will absolutely still either way. It's crunch time for the Wolves.
Let's reframe this question. What games do you want right now for the Wolves?
For the Wolves,
Wreckfest is one game I would want.
Wreckfest, yeah, absolutely. It's a lot faster than most of the games. What else do we have?
We have a lot of the sports games left. We still have FIFA, NHL.
FIFA. I would want FIFA to roll.
What other sports games are there? NHL, did I say that already?
Yep. NHL,
they said they wanted
Madden.
racers, but they haven't really. They've lost Car X Drift. They lost Need for Speed, and they lost CTO. F1 they lost as well.
No, they won F1.
They won F1.
They
Oh yeah,
won F1.
by 2 seconds. Yes, that's correct.
Yep, literally.
Yeah. What other racer is there? Am I missing one?
I feel like we are, but either way,
Yeah,
you know,
Forza.
Forza. Yeah,
They want if it's their setup.
true.
They need and that's the hard part. They need certain games and they need them in a certain order.
Yeah, and honestly, with the wheel being the wheel, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Or there's a chance, but that chance is
Texas Chainsaw is a game that they might want, but
As
they
we
need
can
to
see.
get out. They need to get out quickly.
As we can see, though, there has been a timeout, so it seems like they weren't able to set up the game properly all the way through.
No, that's bad because you need those timeouts to
Yep.
start, and you don't want to use it right now.
Right.
But this tells me that they think they can win this game. Because
yeah.
if you think you're going to lose it, just what's
But
more important, a forfeit or a
honestly,
timeout right now?
A timeout. Honestly, a timeout is okay here
I think a
if
forfeit
you know
is
that
more.
you're gonna win. But the forfeit would be better if you know you're not going to win.
Yeah.
But as far as a timeout goes, this is fine because we can see they're already going to be going in for this game. You can see Brene, King Dre, and Smeek.
Yeah,
it's Smeek. Sorry, I'm trying to remember everybody's name too. But they're going against Jekyll, Hogeki, and TK, which we both know Jekyll's a good fighter.
I think they're all good, decent fighters.
Yep, it is something that we call a fighter trifecta. So it's going to be absolutely interesting. What characters are you looking for?
Jekyll's probably using UI, and I don't know who anybody else uses. So
I'll be honest, I don't think I'm going to see another Master Roshi.
Thank God for that.
How dare you?
There's a reason that man's on an island by himself with his turtle. But
hey, still though.
But I mean, there's certainly a path for the Wolves, but that timeout, using it right there, hurts so much.
The thing is, I don't think they initially had used it. I think it was forced.
So they probably.
I think they messed up their setup. So
what was the game before this?
The game right before Dragon Ball Z was
It was a forfeit again, right?
It was a forfeit. No. It was I think it was
Need for Speed.
Need for Speed, right? Yeah.
And that is probably Jekyll, right?
Absolutely, that's Jekyll. And next is going to be Halo Infinite, which is going to be an interesting thing because especially with the lineups that we have right now, Frieza coming out to play against Jekyll's Goku right now. Goku absolutely messing them up with the actual transition from high to low. Good combo going through.
And you can hear TLG from here.
TLG absolutely loves this game. Absolutely no lives this game as well. So, all the assists coming in, extending the combo, but immediately getting that back, but saying, no thank you, I will still absolutely hit you.
Yes, go ahead and mash that. Yeah, mash it. Let's go.
And there goes the down for Frieza. Next up is going to be Gogeta SS4. So hopefully we can see potentially something happen here, but we're going to have to see.
Let's go.
Let them know. Let them know that you're not just going to lay down and you're not just going to take it by itself. You're going to be absolutely...
Let's go, Brene.
Let's go, Brene. You got this, man.
Hey, Brene, show him who's the better former gorilla. Let's go.
Spark comes out into play. Gogeta absolutely using Spark, but UI absolutely denying any kind of pressure that he can do. Opening him up, immediately starting into the combo on the actual edge and on the wall, but bringing out the assist. Missing the assist, but immediately trying to get back into it. The combos keep on going. The pressure is actually insane right now. Another Spark comes out. Another Dragon Rush.
And Jekyll, okay, so he's not...
Got out of the corner, but
dead
I
yet?
think that's going to be it. That's a level 3.
Wait, yes. I don't know the
No,
okay.
I don't think that's going to do much. Is it going to KO? No, it doesn't KO.
Raw level 3, let's go.
Raw level 3, baby. Oh my gosh! Another level 3.
Jekyll's like, I'm the best former gorilla.
Man's got up and walked away. How come? We saw him pop into frame just for a half second there. We're probably going to be getting an interview with that man very soon.
So Halo. So from the Cobras, I believe. Okay, so DBZ. Over quick. That's what you needed. You didn't need to draw it out too long. Either win quick or lose quick.
But the sad thing is the forfeit happened. Or not the forfeit, the timeout happened.
Yes, that's the biggest thing. But so now we have Halo. So I imagine we're gonna get the Bubbles in. We're gonna get Raging, Hogeki, and maybe T. Okay, so those three are going in. For this one, for the Wolves, we're probably gonna get Brene, Alchemist, Jorginho, and maybe Big Bad again.
Possibly. But, we're going to have that interview real quick. So let's see what they have to say.
What up, guys? TOG back again once again. Jekyll solo sweeping in DBZ. I taught him.
Yes.
I told him everything he knows. The level 3 after doing another level 3. Did you take that from me from last game when I just did it twice?
I did it when I cooked you in practice.
You're right. You're right. He did cook me in practice. Hollywood, what'd you think? Nothing.
Hold up.
Hold on. He's got something for us. Hold on.
I got this for a reason.
Oh, he said he has that for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. If y'all think y'all can take this from him, come out to UEL. But back to y'all.
All right, so we got to see Jekyll and TOG and TOG's favorite person himself.
I just want to say this real quick. Jekyll, I will come for that belt.
Anyway,
I will.
Anyways, now we got Alchemist, Brene, Jorginho, and Big Bad, or the Smeek.
Smeek.
All right, and then on the opposite side, the people who I thought for the most part, Hogeki, Raging, TK, and the Bubbles.
Now, it is the Cobra setup. What do you do as far as wanting to play Halo? What are you going to be doing? What's the thought process? What's the game plan?
I think you do what's best. There's technically ways you can probably stall it out a little bit, but I think a win here matters more than stalling out time. Any kind of time, right? So whatever game mode they're most comfortable in, and do they choose map? I think you should choose game mode that you're most comfortable with.
Yeah, I think game mode is going to be a lot more crucial here, because if you gave the game mode to your opponent, especially when it comes to about an hour and a half left on the clock, you can either make it go fast or you can make it go slow.
And they keep having Big Bag, MJ, and Smeek left for one of the last two in rotation. What's game got to roll eventually, man?
Like, in this aspect, I feel like the Cobras, if they pick game mode, should choose Capture the Flag. Personally, because, Capture the Flag, either you get everything, or you have to wait out that timer on the clock.
But I feel like with Capture the Flag, the Wolves could end that quicker than they could if they're that much better of a team.
True.
I feel like that's the easier one to end quickly. I know Polo and Merv and some of these other Halo nerds are probably blaming me for probably being wrong, but
it's okay. It's okay.
But no, I think you play what's most comfortable for those four that you have in, and even if you don't win, you get to see where you are in your preferred game mode.
Kind of like League of Legends.
I wouldn't have played League of Legends.
Yeah, it's an honest test your mettle here.
Now the Wolves have about 80 minutes left to make up 9 games, if possible. It's gonna be hard. It starts here with Halo. You need a full effort, and like I said, rotation. The order in which the wheel spin matters so much because it seems like they keep saving either Big Bad or Smeek at the backside.
Yep,
and they keep getting burned because of it.
Absolutely.
Not saying that Smeek or Big Bad are bad players, but they're very one-dimensional players right now. Right? It's hard for rookies to come in and be like this end gamers.
Yeah.
So they need certain games rolled, right? You need to Who's called a timeout? It might be a technical because sometimes Halo.
It could be a technical. Halo is one of those games where it's kind of like difficult in that sense because, again, you have to get all these players in. You have to make sure everything is correct, everything is set up right. But Halo always has like maybe one or two issues where like people are trying to load in and it just doesn't work, or
But what you need here is you need a sports game, and then a good game for you, sports game. Like you need these games to roll in a certain type of way, and that's going to be the issue, right? At this point, the game isn't on the Wolves; it's on the wheel. You never want to be in that position.
Yep.
Where luck becomes a necessity.
Luck absolutely becomes a necessity, especially on the wheel in general, honestly, because you can see it happen sometimes in other parts of the game where the wheel absolutely sides with another team's favor. Not because, sometimes the players and everything, they have a wide diversity, but also because like sometimes the wheel just doesn't care. It's very much luck based, especially when it comes to having your games roll first, second, last.
But one could also argue that it's not luck based, that you make the wheel what it is. It's like if you only have 4 games that are your games, that's a 1 out of 8 chance. That's a 12.5.
Yep.
But if you're like, say, maybe some of the better players in the league where they cover 10 of those games, 11 of those games, that's a third of the wheel.
Yeah.
That's a much bigger chance. That's the thing about you yelling about the league. There's luck, there's some luck involved, but some of the luck is creating it yourself. It's putting yourself in a position where you're not a liability no matter what game comes up. There's players in the league who, maybe they're not the best every game, right? Like the Billies, the Juries, the Hollywoods. They're not the best at every game. But how often do you see one of them caught out on a game that's like, man, I suck at this, right? But there's times that like, yeah, it'd be better to have other people, but it's a lot of times with certain players, it's just a matter of there's somebody better, but they're not bad.
They're not the best.
Yeah, they're not the best, but they're not a liability.
Absolutely.
So, what do you want right now if you're the Wolves? You win Halo, you go down 8 points. What's next?
An eraser. But then again, we did see in Need for Speed what happened. But you want faster paced games than anything.
Yeah.
But when it comes to these things, when it comes to the wheel in general, you want these faster paced games to actually happen.
Yeah.
Especially in this point in time. Now, the timeout is over. Did we get Halo ready? That's the question that I'm asking right now.
That's the $1 million question. And what game mode and what map did they choose? That's the other question I need to know.
So it seems like we know what team they're going to be on. So the Wolves are going to be on the Cobras.
No, the Wolves
While the Cobras
are going to be Eagles.
Yeah,
I'm looking at correctly. Oh, the Cobras. Just waiting for confirmation from production.
Well, we get into the game, and we're going to immediately see who's who. So right now we're looking at the bubbles.
They're playing Streets, okay.
So they're playing Arena Slayer, which basically means team deathmatch. Oh look, they have I'm in the game.
Don't sell me.
Yeah, no, I swear. Whoever's playing on my name, please show up and show off.
The Cobras are
The Cobras are the Cobras. We're just getting feedback from production now. Grenades going into the middle, absolutely bombarding, and we're gonna see. And immediately, I get one kill.
2 kills. There's 2 kills out already. All right, so the Cobras are doing a good job of team firing, but it's 1 point deficit right now. And I wonder if he saw the person. Was there a person right behind him on the side of him? Nope. Yeah, there's a person right to the side, and he has a rocket launcher. He gets a kill already. 4-2 lead for the Cobras. All right, let's see if they're able to get that other shot off. Got another kill. I don't know who that is. That Bubbles going crazy right there. And we have Wreckfest next. This is something that the Wolves probably want it.
Like we were just talking about, they want those faster paced games.
But they need to win this first.
Yep.
And Bubbles is going kind of stupid. Well,
excuse me. What does that name say?
The Bubbles.
The Bubbles absolutely proven the point why he's on the team, especially for when it comes to Halo. But as we can see, Bernay is up there right now.
And is it tied back?
Sorry, the Alchemist.
And it is they took the lead. All right, so we just need to see something a little bit more. How do you? It's interesting. I was talking to TK a few weeks ago, and he was talking about how they've been practicing their mid game. How at the start, when they know the clear objectives, they do really well. What they struggled at is once things really hit the fan, and they have to like adapt and adjust after that. That's what they've been really working on. So this right now is a crucial time, so we can see how much they've improved. Because like I said, early game, fine. Mid game, could use some work. Now we see them being down 2 now. Trying to make some adjustments here. Just down 1, playing the power weapons. There's somebody up there. Are they going to be able to kill them?
Good break from the Bubbles.
Yep, they are able to get somebody. And they're playing as well. It's 16-16 now with about 5 minutes and 45 seconds left. All right. Let's see. There's 2 of them over there. They're able to take the lead now. Is that a 4-point lead they have now? So it seems like the practice that they've been doing with working on this mid game has really started to pay off. Taking these fights as a team. What we see right now primarily is the Wolves kind of trickling in. Not really like they're panicking, right? Like you see this a lot in Overwatch and some of these other shooters that are like TDM type stuff, or Overwatch, which is not necessarily TDM, where you see that people are dying, stagnated from each other, or like they're dying in waves, and they come back one by one, and you can't win those team fights. No matter how good of a shot you are, maybe you might be able to get like a kill every now and again, but if you have 3 people, 2 or 3 people targeting you down, it makes it so much difficult. So we have a 3-point lead right now.
We do have a 3-point lead.
2-point lead right now.
The firefights so far have been chaotic, and as well as I love them. As we can see, immediately getting another kill from Jorge.
And it's a 1-point game right now. Let's see who's able to really come out on top here.
Something that I've also really been enjoying, and I've been seeing a lot, especially on the Wolves side, when it comes to these shooters, they've been sticking together as a group, kind of engaging all together. As you can see, another firefight breaking out, but I know for a fact they have somebody on the backside immediately trying to help out and clean up these kills. An immediate death from Jorge, but I do believe they had another person behind him able to help out
and that's like
and give cleanups.
But 1-point lead right now with about 4 minutes left to go. This is do or die situation for the Wolves. You can't drop any more games. This is time for you to clutch up, right? This is you have Bernay and Alchemist and Jorginho in for this game. This is where you have to start putting your team on your back. You're the veterans, right? This is where you have to start acting like it. Smeek,
beautiful rocket from I believe that's Raven.
That might be TK.
I think that's TK. Yeah, actually,
it's a 3-point lead. But we've seen how this game has gone.
Oh my gosh, got a double kill from the rocket launcher. And possible third right here. But
somebody followed up on it.
Somebody did follow up on it.
So it's a trade. It's essentially a trade.
Beautiful. Amazing patience from the Alchemist right now, considering he just waited out for his teammates to also get there so they all can engage together. Firefight breaking out, pulling out the pistol, a little bit of lag for a second, but as you can see, absolutely making use. There's another dead.
But it's
double
a
kill.
4-point game, 5-point, back to a 5-point game. Now this is where things are becoming interesting because when you reach a certain point, you can play your game plan all the way up until a certain point. You're down, so you have to play probably a little bit more aggressive here. And if the Cobras know that and take advantage of it, it can start landsliding. But it's something that they honestly need to do at this point. Because there's about 2.5 minutes left. You have to account for that. You may not win every team fight super cleanly, right? Like, maybe you get those 3 kills, but they get 1 kill, right? And that's really where you have to start building the deficit. But it looks like it's a 4-point game right now. Cobra's up. Cobra's trying to hold on. It's a back down to a 3-point lead. Are the Cobras going to be able to, in the next 2.5 minutes, do something that they struggled with a lot this season in the shooters, and come out and win a shooter versus a team that's presumed to be a good Halo team.
But definitely maintaining that closeness in that score, trying to complete, but immediately got shut down to Bubbles. As we can see now, Bernay focused in, as you can see it on his face, but definitely
it's a 2-point game right now with 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go.
Now it's crunch time. Now you have to get those kills. Immediately another trade with the Bubbles as well as...
It's a 4-point game right now. This is essentially a 14 wipe away. Now it's a 5-point game.
One firefight can absolutely change the course of this entire game, but the Wolves really need to focus in. One kill.
That's another kill. Is he gonna finish it off?
I think it's gonna be finish it right here.
Yep, and that's it.
That's going to be game.
Not only do the Cobras take this, but they get the full 50 kills.
It was PK than me.
And you know that they're laying them here right now. That's probably a game that the Wolves will probably really hype to see come up, and for them to lose it, like how heartbreaking is that, right? Like, okay, we can get back into this. We just need to Halo, right? Just win Halo. Just win this. Just win. And they weren't able to, unfortunately for them. It was a really close contested game, mind you, but they just unfortunately were not able to clutch it out. And fortunate for them, it's a game like Wreckfest where you can kind of play back with your rotation a little bit. But at the same time, you need to win Wreckfest. You need to win. And in 69 minutes.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Honestly, full-heartedly. There's 10 games now. You have to win.
Yeah.
And you only have an hour to do it.
And Alchemist and Bernay and Jorginho can only do so much. You can't.
Right.
They can't be the ones winning you all of these games. Like at this point.
Well, to be fair, I do, and I will say they have the other players aren't only relying on Bernay and Alchemist and Jorginho now. King Dre and I've seen MJ and Smeek. They all have been helping out in the sense of the games where they cover.
Yeah.
But now you actually have to get out of that comfort zone of the games that you cover and actually go into games that you're uncomfortable with. Now, learning those games.
Being uncomfortable.
Yep. You have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Well put. Well put. I'll give you that. But especially when it comes to this now, it is going to be either you do it now. It is do or die.
Yeah.
It is that time. And honestly, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I want to see that. And Dre being that high energy character like you've
He
always...
needs to, especially in a game like Wreckfest.
Yep. At Wreckfest, you need to just crash everything.
So it looks like for this game we have Bubbles, Cajun, TK, Hogeki. Actually, no, that lineup isn't correct yet. Well, let's see what the next game is. Valorant. Okay, and this is also a Cobra setup, so they get to choose map that they want to opt to go for.
Here, you see if it works on mine here.
And as you can see, they're currently doing so much. So sorry about that. Wreckfest, what are you expecting out of Wreckfest?
A lot of buses.
A lot of buses?
Yes.
Fair enough.
I mean, that's primarily what we've seen. There's, I'm not gonna say all that, but that's primarily what we've seen. We've seen a few people use the harvesters. We've seen.
Wait, have we seen the harvesters?
Yes, we saw the. I think we've seen the. I know we've seen the bots do it, and I want to say the other team that we've seen do it was the Reapers. Question mark. We've seen it, and because we're it was such an interesting game. Last season, it was TOG by himself versus us, and we opted to go to. I think it was the couches. It was the couches or the lawnmowers. Yeah, we opted to go.
I mean, I think that would be really fun. Honestly, I feel like we haven't seen a lot of strategy into Wreckfest. You know, we've realistically only seen the buses and then one vehicle.
So the thing with that is with the maps, because if you've played the game throughout, there's maps where the buses necessarily aren't the best. We start using different cars and such. Um, so it's just the map limitation that
Gotcha.
really limits it to buses or cars for the most part. And I mean, there's ways around certain things, and there's a whole lot else you can do. But for the most part in the league, right? People see this as a game. It's like, okay, I'm gonna tell you how to at least play this game a little bit. And after that, you just kind of figure out.
So I just saw a setup timer is finished, and it is a Wolves setup. So now I'm curious if they set it up correctly, and if they don't, if they didn't, then they lose that last timeout that is kind of crucial at this point. And with that timeout gone, what does that really mean for the Wolves in the last few games?
I think losing that timeout just pretty much means they lose the game.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's possible, but 10-point deficit with 65 minutes to go and no timeouts, right? Like, you've already lost one timeout on DBZ. You don't want to lose the next one right here.
True. And it looks like it was a technical. Timeout. Might be somebody trying to actually get the actual lobby back up or something like that. You've seen it happen.
There's a few little things here and there.
Yep.
But yeah, no, Valorant up next. No, unfortunately, no Raging Cajun.
No Raging Cajun for Valorant. Anyways, here we go with Wreckfest. As you can see, they're already getting started, crashing into each other.
All right, so we are now watching. Is that Sneak just going dummy? All right. Yeah. Oh my. Did they do more damage? I think they did more damage to themselves than they did to. Yeah. Is he going? I don't know if. Can they make it? Yep, he's able to make it. But he has some critical damage there.
Why you want to jump me, huh? Why you want to bully me?
All right, so let's see what we got going on here. I mean, he's doing a good job. Sneak is doing a good job, but he survived lap one. You got who tried to take the loop. All right.
Honestly, though, it could set up for a really good play if you can position the bus in a way where you essentially deny the death loop. And here he goes again. Dre trying to take the death loop, but it doesn't happen. He's going down.
In the arms of an angel.
In the arms of the angel. Getting very much stuck.
I mean,
and there's our first wreck of the game, I believe.
I don't know. Did Dre survive that?
No, Dre did not survive that. He survived the death loop, surprisingly. But getting stuck here,
like a little teeter-totter. Oh man, who is that driving? That is Big Bad MJ. It's interesting that they're putting their rookies.
It's a very interesting camera angle as well, honestly.
That they're putting the rookies on a racing, and then the veterans on the buses. Let's see. He's able to make it. Good. There's a lot of damage to that right side. He can't. Oh my goodness, he can't afford to hit anybody. And there's some very maniacal laughing going on out there. So, are the Cobras actually enjoying Wreckfest for once? Did Anarchist have a epiphany? He's like, you know what? Wreckfest isn't so bad. Wreckfest may be Anarchist's favorite game on the wheel right now. Don't quote me on that. But let's see, we have just the Alchemist almost being taken out there. I think that was his teammate barely missing. That's probably Jorginho. All right.
Honestly, though, both teams absolutely doing a fantastic job, either trying to stay alive or just wreck another person. And we're going to see another wreck here.
That could be wreck right there.
That's going to be another wreck from Jorginho. Now, it seems like there's only 3 people left, and Jorginho's the last one on his team, but he's going to have to wreck the other people first.
Yeah, he can't. The thing about it is he has to hit them at certain angles, right? Like he wants to get them when they're going in turns. Ooh, yeah, like what they're doing to him. He wants to get them when they're going in turns where they have less balance, and he wants to get them off kilter. Because the thing about it is you couldn't beat them in a straight up like health battle, right? You have to attack them at the angles that do the most to them and do the least to you. There's certain parts, right? Like when you're turning, that's when you have less. It's now 1v1 with 13 health left versus 12. Oh my god. What has this game become? Oh, they're playing chicken. Let's go. Let's go. Who died first?
Who died first?
Being at first is the question.
Hey, give them both a point. I want to see Wolves 16, Cobra. Wolves 6, Cobra 16.
Isn't it because they all DNF now it goes to points?
I don't know. I've never seen this. This is the
amazing.
first time. Let's go UEL, where gamers go pro.
Amen.
And that's a Wolves setup. That's a Wolves win. Wolves win Wreckfest.
That's a wonderful win. And like we said, now we just want those fast-paced games and those little longer games coming in like maybe at the last 30 minutes. Honestly.
But yeah, no, so let's see. Valorant is up next. And I think you put Alchemist and Jorginho right back in. Hey, we like to see that. We like to see that. Some good old Wreckfest.
Good old Wreckfest.
So I think
good old Rex Fest.
So who do you leave out if you're the Cobras here? Maybe TK. Like, I mean, I think they'll all be fine. I don't know who you will leave out here though. Maybe TK or LA. Like I don't know. But if you're the Wolves, I already said it. I think they put an Alchemist and Jorginho back on a reset, and that they leave TK out. If I had to guess, I know Strix plays this. I know Hogeki plays this. I know Jekyll plays this.
It's three people though.
Bubbles, yeah, Bubbles. I don't know how good Bubbles is, but like his brother's him, so like.
Here's the only problem: Valorant can take a while.
Yeah, well, that's not a problem if you're a Cobras.
No, not if you're on the Cobras, but if you're on the Wolves, Valorant's going to take a while. So I'm actually half expecting them to use their last forfeit here.
No, I don't see it. You better fast push everything. You better get on that site, full send to the site, and just if they're getting mapped, you get side and you want to attack first. And you want to get those first 4 rounds.
Boom,
Side
boom,
swap.
boom, boom, done.
All right, we killed them quickly. Yep, and Alchemist and Jorginho back on a reset. And let's see, we have everybody for the Cobras except for Holmes. Holmes are we leaving?
I think just Smink.
Let's see, the Bubbles is going in. Strix, Jekyll, and LA. So everybody but TK.
Everybody but TK.
Hey, call me a prophet.
I will not.
All right, fine. I'll take that today, but not tomorrow. That's my prophecy.
That's your prophecy. You're just gonna hit me up tomorrow, like, how dare you?
So Valorant. So we play Valorant in what kind of style?
We play it in Swift Play.
Swift Play. And for those who don't know, what is Swift Play as opposed to regular?
Regular, I think, is like first to 12 rounds.
13.
First to 12 or 13. I'm honestly not too sure, but I do know Swift Play can be played in like 5 rounds.
It's first to 5.
It is first to 5. Yeah.
Very swift game mode.
Compared to the other.
You switch after the 4th round. Like I said, first to 5. Attack. You either attackers or defenders first, and you swap to the other side. It's a lot of the same thing. Obviously, the economy changes because you're not having those full amount of rounds before you swap.
Now, the other thing is, we essentially here at the UEL, we can decide whether or not we use all the operators.
They are not using all operators.
Or, yeah, no, I probably assume that they don't use all the operators here. Or they use the original operators that are initially unlocked from the very start. So, We're going to see who essentially they've picked here, if the Cobras have set it up correctly, which I would hope that they did in just a minute here.
All right, so we got a few seconds left. Let's see if they're able to just get this thing on going. I mean, if you're the Cobras, if you use a timeout here, it's not the end of the world, right? But you still preferably just want to get this game over as quickly as possible. Finish the game, finish the match, get home, sleep, because a lot of y'all got work in the morning. You know, some grown men.
Because the grown men here, we all work and actually have other jobs. But be it as it may, who do you think is going to be MVP on both sides?
I say Alchemist is my MVP for the Wolves. For the Cobras, Bubbles maybe? And it's so hard because you have to look at box scores. Horasia maybe.
I'm going to say LA as well as...
MJ or AB.
LA and King Dre.
My bad. Which way am I going?
But as you can see, communication's already going out.
And it's FC.
And we're going to find out who is on what side first pretty soon here.
FIFA and I'm in.
We're watching the side of the Wolves right now.
Shmi, can you set up FIFA? It's gonna be me.
Oh shit, MJ, why the fuck would
Let's see, and is that a death already? One person dead on the Wolves side.
They're rushing B.
Two okay. That's a lot of dead people so far. It's just the Silver and the Brim, so you just have Recon and Smoke. Let's see, he's gonna pop that Molly. Nope. Let's see what they do here. Are they going to just push on the site? I wonder if that Silver still has her dart or his dart.
Little smoke bomb right here.
Pulling out the knives. And it's just the Brim left.
And there goes the Molly.
And they just got walled off.
Got walled off, so now he absolutely needs to change his direction of what he's going to be able to do here.
Yeah, you're good.
He gets a one kill. There's always a potential for an ace here, man.
No.
Got shot in the back.
Hey, you got to watch all sides.
All sides, man.
All right, cool.
As we can see, though, immediately afterwards, they're going to spend another credits. We can see immediately they're going to pick up one sniper here.
It's swift play. We can go crazy.
Another picking up an SMG.
I bought full shield spec.
It's going to be an absolutely interesting, though. But we did see that they did go all base operators here.
Yeah.
Which is honestly what you want to do. But you want to make sure that you are able to push this as fast as you can, because honestly, that's what you need. If you're not able to push this as fast as you can, you're going to run the risk. And immediately,
nice kill.
Solid headshot coming off of
and using that to get ult charge.
Jekyll.
He is probably one kill off of ult charge there.
He is 2 kills off of ult charge currently.
I can't see those small little bubbles.
It's okay, I got you, man.
I need what Jekyll has so I can scope in there.
But anyways, amazing play. Immediately getting another 2 people picked off as they block off the site where they are currently. But immediately going to try and probably rotate here or secure maybe the last kill. But it is going to be
Stop blowing utility on him.
just
and know where he's at.
Yep, they see where he's at. He probably immediately got shot, just turned around, and they're going to get a flawless. And then we're going to head over to the next round. I don't know why you expended your dash there, because honestly, kind of needed it. So you don't have to buy it again.
But I mean, they probably like, well, we got good enough economy. Like,
we got enough money.
They're not killing us, so what am I worried about with money?
So we need someone at sea.
Oh my goodness. Do we see a Bucky play? Personally, I love shotguns in this game. They are very interesting half the time, and honestly, you can get some really good plays, but an immediate bounce of the arrow, no information I don't think was gathered by King Dre here.
All right, so it looks like one wolf is down already. All right. I mean, maybe some people are better at playing other sides, and we don't know how good the Wolves are going to be.
True.
But-
We also want to see that immediate
Oh,
flash,
wow.
but the Bucky at close range, baby. We love to see it. And another 147 damage on the Sage, though. But it seems like it wasn't going to be enough. Just maybe a little bit more closer.
And that's another
kill.
So it's even that. Oh, well, no, not so much even. So it's 2v1, clearing your angles.
Oh, but the headshot coming off of the Sage and immediately sending it off. As you can see, Jekyll is having a lot of fun here now. But immediately going into the fourth round here. Now, as we said, this is the last round before these swap positions.
So you have to full buy here.
Yep, you full send whatever weapons, whatever armor. Honestly, going into it, you always want to buy armor.
And I'm not too sure if they know, because I didn't see whoever we were watching per
Very interesting camera.
No
one peeked it.
But immediately we send a send off from the arrow from Soma.
Yep, there I see. They're coming to see.
It's over, yeah. To try to get some information going to smoke.
And immediately throw of a fire pile.
That's what's fucking wild.
From Phoenix, a Bucky shot, but it doesn't matter. Coming off the side is
And
Sova
there's only
once again.
2 people left.
One
right
person left. And we're gonna maybe see. Oh, Jekyll bringing out his ultimate just because he needed to expend it. He's looking for that last person
I'm bugging.
Alright.
before it runs out.
See if he's able to get somebody.
Moving for it. Moving for it.
Never mind. He's on B. He's on B. He's on B.
He's right here on your left.
All right,
Oh
and-
my gosh! And misses. Misses his last shots. Jekyll going in for the stabs.
So one more round, and the Cobras are going to be able to close this out.
Hey, I'm holding right. Oh, actually, yeah, I'm holding here.
Fair enough. So, what we're seeing though is amazing gameplay from the Cobra.
I know. Yeah, I literally.
Amazing gameplay from the Cobra currently. As you can see, basically you have an option here, especially in the first rounds of both the 5th round as well as the first round, of getting a more powerful pistol, or staying with the stock pistol and getting a little bit of armor. Which is that is personally what I do, is get a stock pistol and some armor, because that, you know, those few health can absolutely mean.
And what they're rotating, and they're down a person, so maybe this is they're down a person too. So Spike Carrier was killed. They're rotating over to what? They're rotating to
70 on Phoenix.
those
70 on
levers.
Phoenix. Nice. Good kill.
They're rotating. They're on A right now. So as we can see, Jekyll staying up top, absolutely making sure, and the amazing headshot, and that's gonna close out Valorant. Another Cobra win,
and that wraps up this. Like, I mean, there's still,
there's still a few games.
Yeah, there's still a few games, but you're just playing it out right here. And finally, we got a sports game for the Wolves to play. Brene is in. I'm guessing we're gonna get Brene and King Dre, maybe, like
possibly.
I don't know how good Sneak or Big Bad is, but like, yeah. So 16-6 right now. That functionally wrapped it up, and think about it. The Cobras pretty much clinched the game essentially on a shooter, something that they haven't been doing too much this season. They've been really relying on the back on the fighters to really carry them. And we have Bubbles going in with TK for FIFA. And yep, Smeek and Brene is going in. Brene is really good at FIFA.
Absolutely.
Now I know Brene Alchemist is a problem in FIFA. I wonder how much he's been playing with some of these other people.
Hear me out. Seconds are precious right now.
Yeah.
Right? So if I am Brene and Smeek, get that lead, get 2 or 3 points of a lead,
and score less,
and don't stop scoring, because every time you score, that timer stops for a few minutes. You have to go through that whole animation and process again.
It's
and
like Rocket League.
Yeah, as that builds up, that time is still ticking away at every second. So these seconds are absolutely precious here, and they need to make sure, one, they get their setups done properly and fast as they can. Because if they don't, then that
FC should
forfeit's gonna
already be
happen.
set up because the last game was on a PC.
Yep. Yep.
So FC, I'm curious to see what teams each of these teams opt to go with the recent ban of sorts that was on Soccer 8. Yeah, we can't. So, because Soccer 8 is an all-star team. Now let's see. Neither team is using that, fortunately. Let's see what's after this.
Now, I will be honest. One game that we haven't seen has been Mortal Kombat. I do think that they can absolutely possibly take that. But we can see Guilty Gear Strive is coming up next after FC.
That's a Cobras win. That's go ahead and FF that.
That's a good game.
You're not winning this overall match, so just do this for your mental at this point.
But then again, you also have to think about practice.
Yeah.
When is the best practice that you're gonna get other than in an actual match?
Well, so here's my thing. If you haven't practiced this game, I don't think it matters to play it right now. You're really only worried about the games that you've practiced so you can see where you are.
Okay, so as we can see, the Wolves are white while the Cobras are black. As we can see, they opted for
Portugal and PFD.
Yep, they opted for no walls here. With Ronaldo coming in.
I do definitely think that this is a Wolves' favorite game. I think that they have the superior team right now.
It does seem that way. The Whites are absolutely breaking away and absolutely maintaining the state of the ball.
But this is the first time that we've really seen the Cobras able to really do anything. And are they going to be able to finish that off?
Oh, it seems like they got a kick right out, but sadly we can't see them as they get back in. But the passes here are going to be oh, a beautiful play. Beautiful play. But sadly, he's only up there by himself. He needs his teammate up there so he can actually get that goal in. He can't just be by himself. He needs that help.
All right. And if he's not able to
immediate pass back. A possible goal. And there's the first goal going to Portugal.
And that is
which is going to be the Wolves. So here we have the Cobras trying to make it in.
Oh, no, that's
completely. Well, not completely. Almost made it in, but missed the goal itself. A beautiful foot play from here. But, oh my goodness.
Is he going to be able to get the rebound? And they got the rebound.
The rebound right into the goal. And you can see them. They're dancing. They're moving.
That was the bubbles, maybe.
As you can see, they're both having a good time, and they're trying to make sure that, the game plan.
They're able to steal it. It was still spread out.
Possible rebound, but no, the pass is up. But now it's just him and the goalie. So he needs to make a play here. And there's the play, and he gets another goal in.
And I mean, honestly, what they had to do there on the opposite end, if the Cobra spread out, put a little bit more pressure on them, and then, you can pass back and forth. You can do whatnot. But looks like the Wolves are doing a good job they were doing a good job of passing around. Let's see what he's able to do. And is that
just
out
a kick
on
out?
him?
Yeah, just kick out on him.
All right.
These passes have been absolutely perfect.
And is that going to be a go?
No. There's too much crowded activity going on there. But I will say, because they have the defense, but it doesn't matter. Getting past the defense and making that goal again. Now we're tied up 2-2.
So they stole it. There's nobody in front of the goal right now. That's an easy goal. Have somebody stolen.
Wow. My gosh.
Wow. That's
beautiful shot.
Bubbles has been doing his thing.
Bubbles be popping these shots, man. Honestly. Fantastic play been going on, though. Oh my gosh. Barely missed it. Hitting the goalpost, not letting it go out of play.
It up? Let's see if he's going to make it. Oh, he's not able to make
Beautiful
that
pass
shot.
Up. making it back on the
Is it
other
first-
side. Oh my goodness, that looked like it hurt.
And he
They
stole
need
it.
us-
Is
oh.
he gonna be able to clutch it out here? He is. Ooh.
It's still in play. The opponent hasn't gone out.
What's he gonna do here? What's he gonna do?
Good tap from the white team.
From the Peru, the Peru, Portugal.
From Portugal. It's
Let's-
Portugal and Paris. Oh, almost an intervene from. Oh my goodness.
Woo!
Should have
That
one
was-
tapped it there.
Is that go?
immediate
Wow,
goal.
that's 2-4 right now.
2-4.
The Cobras are really putting it on right now. There should be only a few seconds left in this first half. About 5 seconds left.
Four,
Shouldn't be
three,
enough for another go,
two,
but you got to use
one.
that flame.
Take a
that
shot.
thing.
Take a shot, man. You have to take that shot. Especially when that time is running out, you have to make that shot.
You have nothing else to really.
You have nothing else to lose.
Yeah. But yes, this is a very good game so far. Despite. Well, let's see if that is a little bit off. Is he going to be able to rebound that?
But it seems like.
But there's nobody in defense. There's nobody defense.
But it seems like they got a flag there. So an immediate pass. Now this is very opportunity. Oh, but now
It's a 2-on-1. It's a 2-on-1. You have to spread it out, pass it, and shot.
Yep.
There we go. 2-5 right now.
Oh my goodness, this is a very scary breakaway. It seems like the mentality here is they're kind of lost in thought. You know, we were talking about that chemistry, but absolutely, you know, having a negative headspace, especially after so many hours of playing video game, absolutely can, you know, ruin it. But oh my gosh, it was almost there. They really tried to get that one tap into that goal, but again, here comes the goal.
And know what the difference in this game right now is? I think the Cobras, I think Brene is the best player out there, and I think he has the most overall skill. But the Cobras are playing fundamentally better.
Oh my goodness.
They're not doing anything crazy. They're playing fundamentally
They're not doing
solid.
anything crazy. I can see that they're playing crazy. Like, crazy good. They're actually, you know, making use of the mechanics of the actual game more than, like, just passing and such. They're using, you know, dribbling, and they're using the specific styles that you can actually do inside this game to actually
See,
give
Brene
them-
did all that. Somebody did all that just to have the ball go out of bounds on him.
Welcome to No Walls.
All right, let's see.
Yeah.
What's he do here?
Good block, and they retake it. But again, they're going to try and challenge that, and they miss the goal.
And like that goal right there, that goal could have made things so much different. All right, so we have. Damn, still okay. They got the ball back. It was a penalty or whatnot. All right, and they have the ball still. You gonna pass it back? All right.
It seems like they really have been doing a great job intercepting the opponent as far as it goes. Oh my gosh, please do not get mixed up like that.
Oh my, yeah.
An immediate.
And that went all the. I know that had to hurt.
That
the ball hit you that hard and it bounced that far out.
That left a welt on his chest.
Oh no, there's
my
no way.
goodness.
There's no way that went in.
It went in. It went in. That is absolutely crazy. Honestly, that it went in. I wish we could get like a slow-mo view of what happened there, because that's crazy.
Yeah.
And I think the Cobras are they're able to play keep away now for the last 30 seconds. Oh, but an immediate goal from the Wolves.
It's their first goal in this half. They need 4 more.
They need 4 more in 1 minute.
And
or not even a minute. 30 seconds.
They need 5 more.
They need 5 more goals in 30
If I'm being
seconds.
honest, Halo into Wreckfest, into FIFA, that's kind of what the Wolves wanted, right? That would have been optimal for them. But unfortunately, they weren't able to secure 2 games that they really needed to.
Sadly, it seems like they're kind of getting a little crazy here, in the sense of, you know, they're kind of getting a little frazzled. A good stop, a pass up, a head jump,
And another block, and to pass it up, and there's nobody there. There's nobody in go. Please
but
don't
it
miss
still
that.
misses.
It's okay. It's okay. You're still winning right now. There's about 5 seconds left.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I thought they were going to be a really cool play here, but it seems like they were able to get it just in time. And there goes the second half, giving the Cobras another win in FIFA.
Wow, and what a amazing showing right now.
Absolutely. It's absolutely fantastic
And
game.
Guilty Gear's next.
Guilty Gear's next. My question here is, do you forfeit? Do you play Guilty Gear?
I'm going to be
in
honest.
this
I do not
mindset?
want to play against Jekyll. If I'm feeling like I'm feeling right now, I do not want to play against Jekyll. And
Honestly, I concur because Jekyll is just...
like, I don't want to play. How my mental will be right now, I do not want to play against Jekyll. I don't want to have to hear Jekyll. Like, I don't want to have to get zoned out by Jekyll for 2 rounds and then have to hear Jekyll. I'm not giving you that satisfaction, Jekyll. No, forget you. I am not playing
Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
I like Guilty Gear. But, as you know, we're going to go into this.
Do you think we see Abba today?
Abba?
New character that just
No.
dropped.
I don't think we're going to see Abba.
You don't think so with this kind of lead?
No.
Abba would be super fun to see.
For those that don't know, Abba's the new character that recently dropped.
At the same time,
Sadly, as we have heard, she's not going to be played.
the slowest character in the game and the fastest character in the game all at once.
Technically, she's tied at fastest.
Yes, but she doesn't have that initial dash.
I know.
So that's
But
so
fastest.
to get her max speed is the same as Chip, but she doesn't have that initial. So if they had a race, she'd win by that much.
True. I'll be honest though, I did play a little bit of Guilty Gear earlier today, and oh my goodness, there's so many Abbas. It's annoying.
Yeah.
But honestly, there's
wait
some
till
major flaws.
Wait till May. Wait till May.
Yeah, wait till May. But there are also major flaws in some of her moves, like where there's obvious openings.
Yeah.
But she absolutely does have a lot of 50-50 tools in sense of like high to low 50-50s. And it just constantly keeps you on your toes and in a mindset of like, okay, it's rock, paper, scissors. It's either you're good or you're wrong.
Yeah.
And if you're wrong, you can
Just
hit.
eat this mix.
Honestly.
But oh wait, so we're not putting Jekyll in.
That's surprising.
I get it though. They're like, you know what? We want
Give other players a chance.
Yes. They're not. Yeah. So, because LA and Strix alone will be enough. I want to see what Raging's been cooking.
Raging Cajun?
Yeah. Hey, see what I did there? I want to see what the Raging.
Oh my
Cajun's
gosh.
been cooking.
Pun always intended, right?
Heck yeah, brother. Even if you take those 3 out, Jekyll, Hogeki, and TK are good. Like, it's a headache to deal with this team in Guilty Gear specifically.
I mean, Guilty Gear is one of those anime fighting games where, you know, you mess up once and there goes half your life.
Yeah, don't get countered.
Don't get countered.
Don't get countered.
Especially by Gold Lewis, because there goes literally 3/4 of your life. But I'll be honest, Guilty Gear was, if not it is, the first official fighting game I was able to get into.
Okay.
And Gold Lewis, I didn't play Gold Lewis until
you played Faust, right?
I played Faust for the longest time. Yes, I am a weird person. I like weird things and I like weird characters. Deal with it.
I just play a simple, honest character.
Honest.
Batman's a simple, honest character.
Hold on. Go ahead and say
no gimmicks.
Go ahead and say that again.
Simple, honest character with no gimmick.
Right.
I am a good boy. I play simple, honest characters. You over there playing?
That's not true. I'm over here. What?
Playing all these degenerate characters, and is that a forfeit? Yep,
it seems to be a forfeit. Now that is the last forfeit on the Wolves that they can use. So now it really depends. And here's Forza Motorsport.
Whose setup is it?
Whose setup was Guilty Gear? Is the question.
Well, I mean, either way, we know the answer. what after this. But Forza, they said they wanted racers, and everybody but Brene. Okay, so it's good. It's a wolf setup, but everybody but Brene is able to go in. Well, everybody but Brene has to go in here.
That's true.
And on the other side, we're gonna have Bubbles go in, and based on how it's going, it's either gonna be Strix or Raging. Strix they have put Strix in. I want to say for a lot more of these racers today, when they can. But Raging Cajun seems to be the person that's putting in for a lot of these team games. So we'll see what they opt to do here.
Now, you did say in Forza, there's the opportunity to make it a 30-minute long race.
Yeah, I think it's a German map that they test drive cars on. It's a 10-minute lap.
Really?
Yeah. We actually saw it during the if you rewatch the Clips game, I think it was Clips versus the X God, where they ran that lap and the X God just forfeited because it's like,
Why do it? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not about to sit here for this 30-minute race. Like,
go on a nice Monday drive, man. What enjoy the drive. And honestly, use it to your benefit.
Practice
it.
This is those 30 minutes driving is probably more than so many people on that team have practiced for us. So that's but yeah, so Forza is a 5v5 racer. Everybody has to pick on the same team has to pick different cars. They have to be under 900. I want to say.
Yeah.
And then how it works is you have about a minute and a half, about a minute such to finish after the first place one has finished. Then after that, it's essentially the average of times. And for everybody who doesn't finish, it's 5 minutes added on. So there's so much to be said about either just finishing the race, or just
It's also one of those games that's kind of hard to set up, in my opinion.
It can be difficult to set up at times, especially if you don't have the benefit of having a game before the setup, which is why the Wolves maybe play out good to get a little bit, set this game up.
Actually, you bring a really good point. Because if they don't set it up, and they don't have any forfeits left, so they either have to play it out, or the Cobras can accept that forfeit.
Yep. But I think the Cobras might just do anyway. But
always. So far, it's already been a really great game.
Yeah.
Props to the Wolves and props to the Cobras.
The Wolves kept it competitive for a while.
Absolutely.
And then the Cobras is kind of like, yeah, we're not doing this. Let's go ahead and wrap this thing on up.
Tie a bow.
Granted, it's not the biggest deficit we've seen in the league.
No.
But
I think the biggest deficit that we've seen in the league has been
the Bucks and X-God.
No, I think the Bucks and the Clips, right?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Bucks and Clips. Yeah, it was 30 to 27 point gap. But all right, you're on that team.
Oh, shut up.
I forgot about that.
I love my team. I love them. They're doing great. And honestly, we're, doing
the best you can. Yeah. So go ahead and put me Bubbles in, and are we going to get Strix? All right. Yep, Strix that we're seeing, and we see everybody who has to go in for the Wolves. We have about 7 seconds left on setup timer.
Hopefully they've done it right.
And we should be getting into this shortly. How much do you like F1? F1 for the
I think it's one of the better racing games, personally opinion. But like it's been just in general, it's one of my more favorite racing games. But again, it's a racing game. I personally don't necessarily play racing games all too much.
Fair enough.
I practice them though.
A lot of people in the league could say that they don't practice. They don't play the sports or races as much.
I don't play them. I practice them.
Yeah.
Definitely not my strongest suit, but I do enjoy it.
Okay.
I do enjoy it every now and then, especially like Mario Kart.
Mario Kart? You mean worse CTR?
Yes, worst CTR. As honestly, CTR is actually a fantastic game.
Play it, everybody.
You should play it. Absolutely.
Especially with the playoffs coming around.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy. The playoffs that are going to be, they're going to be held where?
So the finals are gonna be held at the DeVos Center. I think it's the DeVos Center in Grand Rapids, Michigan. But so for the whose timeout was that? Might be a technical issue there going on.
It does seem like it was a technical timeout, but it should have fully resolved by the timeout timer is done.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. I don't think there's going to be too much of an issue. Who do you see winning at Forza?
Honestly, it's a toss-up. It really is a toss-up here, because I feel like we can see the bubbles, absolutely taking the game away,
yeah.
but we haven't seen a lot of people on the sides. Okay, so it seems like one of the PCs is currently acting up on the
Wool side.
On the wool side. So they're going to do a 4v4?
4v5.
A 4v5.
Yeah.
But it does seem, honestly, that's the best thing I can do.
And I think they just want to get some games in at this point.
Yep.
Games that they feel that they can comfortably contend in.
I do agree.
Because, I mean, like I said, they said they wanted to see racers, so that tells me that they've been putting some time at least into the racers.
There's 33 games, right?
Yes. We're not getting through all the games of the world.
No, we're not getting through all the games, but
this will be the 25th game.
Yeah. Realistically, is there any way that they can win?
Win what?
I'm talking about the whole match.
No.
Because, like, if I'm doing the math correctly,
it's a 12-point gap with 20 with let's say
there's
30 minutes.
Okay, so there's a 12-point gap, right?
Yeah.
They literally need to win these next 12 games straight, right?
Yeah.
No. I'm being stupid. Never mind.
I know math isn't your strong suit. I'm gonna let that one slide.
Thank you. It means a lot. But what are you expecting out of Forza?
All right. So we're gonna get a look at the standings here, and that is a little bit off. The Wolves are actually 2 and 6.
So the road to Michigan, once again, where the finals going to be taking place. Who do you think we're going to see at the road to Michigan?
I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna let the wheel decide that. But the odds-on favorites right now would be the Reapers and the Clips matchup again for the third season in a row. Bots have been sneakily good, and the bots have actually been practicing. So that's the team that everybody has been able to kind of sneak up on teams. Now on the opposite side, the Southern Conference, LAX guys haven't looked super strong against stronger competition. The Gorillas, we just saw what happened with them against the Reapers. And the Ravens have some firepower in the back. We haven't seen KIC and Herb in the same lineup, but I still don't think that's enough right now to beat the Clips. It's great building blocks. But I think based on patterns, it's going to be Eclipse versus Reapers again. All right.
It's going to be.
So it looks like we're actually going to do a 4v4 because there's a mutually crashing PCs on both sides. I guess they're like, hey, you want to fake an injury? Let's go.
There's always a crash happening every now and then. But now it's a 4v4. Now they're on an even gaming. They're on an even playing field. And here comes another wheel spin. As we get into this race, though,
And that's Bubbles probably right there. All right, and then we have Gears of War as the next game. And I won't say that's Bubbles. I'm pretty sure Bubbles uses that vehicle.
yeah, but honestly, we've been seeing a lot of great racing. I don't want to say prodigy, but like great racing moments. As you can see, though, we're watching DeBubbles, and DeBubbles taking the lead, taking first place, in fact, and just running ahead. I don't know what map this is. Do you have any idea?
I do not know. I just know the cars are going vroom vroom. All right. All right, so I mean, somebody it looks like people are just zooming. How long is this straightaway? It looks like there's a little bit of a curve right here, but other than that, they're just about to go and keep zooming on by. At this point, it's just about who has the faster cars.
Yeah, and honestly, it does depend on like what cars you have picked up in the beginning, because quite honestly,
and how you manage your gas to your fuel, because you don't need necessarily enough gas to finish 9 laps. We've seen people do that. That little bit of gas that they took off could be the difference between winning because your vehicle's lighter and such.
Yep. Wait, that's an actual mechanic?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I never knew that.
Yeah. So based on how much your fuel, I don't know everything it does, but you want to essentially have enough fuel to finish the lap.
How now? It seems like these laps are a little bit longer than we would have wanted.
Yeah.
It seems like they are going around 3 minutes long, possibly 3 minutes. Sorry, could be longer. Because you did mention that there are the laps where it's like 10 minutes long. And
yeah.
Honestly, here you don't need that.
Well, yeah, no. If you're the Wolves, you don't necessarily want that. But I mean, it's so. I don't know. I don't know if this is the map that
zooming.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the map that you would necessarily pick. There are shorter, easier maps to do.
But as you can see, there's a lot of straightaways, and in that essence, it's giving the cars
it's keeping
opportunity
it's keeping the game simple. But if you're looking to play as many games as possible, but maybe it's a comfortability thing, right? They're like, we put so much time onto this map specifically that we want to see where we are right now.
Amazing gameplay, though, especially when it comes to these racers. At least we have seen in these past, these past racers that we've had have been absolutely phenomenal. We've seen it in F1, we've seen it in Crash Team, always going back and forth, constantly getting that lead. But I think here in Forza, it's
people like 24-hour Le Mans. That's a long map.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
You also gotta
it's
think,
going
we
to
are
be
on the first lap,
realistically the same standards, almost normally across the board, unless we
So
get
got
drift
2
out
more
like
of
that.
these.
Yeah, that's all it takes is a small little mistake, and it changes the dynamic of the game.
You also have to think
The
about
end of the
there's
race
also the
is
wait, who's
there's
still on lap
a
one?
lot of turns.
Yeah,
a lot of
they're still on
wiggles.
lap one.
Do not drive straight through. You're gonna have a
Which is
huge
honest.
penalty, which we do not want.
Gears
We
may
wanna
be
boost
the
this as
last
much
game
as
that we
possible.
play.
This might be the
Don't
last
want
game that we
racing
play, man.
loss.
So
Appreciate it.
okay. So the question: while we have this time, while they're driving in a straight line, what have you thought about this overall match? What do you think the Wolves would have done?
We had some of those games earlier that were a real detriment and a real loss to the Wolves. Dead by Daylight was a really sad one that I said.
Close. They were
It was
actually close.
It was close. But I feel like if Alchemist had actually stayed on those generators, he could have potentially made that game a little bit longer and gotten those points, as well as, or being able to kill that last player. But there's other ones as well. We saw in, CarX Drift and Pokemon, those games, they could have absolutely tried to squeak out.
I think Pokemon was more difficult. CarX Drift, was it? Who didn't finish? Because I saw two people had finished. Was it one person from each side, or was it?
It was one person from each side, but because I believe the bubbles had faster time,
You got more points.
they got car extra. Other than those, honestly, because you have Fortnite, you have Tekken, you have CTR, you have Smash Bros. All of these things, I kind of expect.
All right, so it looks like somebody
seems like rewind is disabled, but I don't know if they were able to get back up in that view.
And I mean, if they're not able to finish, that's one person that's one person that's potentially DNF there. I mean, even if he does eventually get out of that position that he's in, I mean, how much can he really do? I mean, he's gonna be so far behind.
I mean, with these laps, they're already on lap 2, right?
Yeah.
They're 5-minute laps, 5 to 4 minute laps. Yeah. And you can see they're already going around 190 to 200 miles per hour just on these straightaways. And it's crazy how fast they're going. I mean, even if you look down at the mini map, you don't see another car behind.
So they're just literally.
He is just playing his game, man. Going for that summer drive, that summer Sunday afternoon drive back home.
All right, and taking that one a little bit wide, but able to get right back in and right back into the straightaway.
Now, my question to you: do you ever drive like this
in real life?
Yes,
all the time.
Hell yeah. But
specifically, no, I'm not gonna say that.
We're not gonna. Yeah, no.
I do not endorse driving like this. I don't. That is a Forza only thing. We do not endorse you driving like this in real life.
No, never.
I mean, yes, we do not force you driving like that.
Honestly, though, it seems like we're just gonna see this for the next 10 minutes. So, what do you think could have gone differently during this whole match?
I think one, some of it has to do with the will, but you have to create that luck yourself. I think some of it has to do with just like little bit of things here, executions here, right? Like the Dead by Daylight, right? Like how many more would we have gotten had he been able to regress those generators instead of wasting time not doing anything?
Yep. But I will say they can still win Forza here if they have the better average time.
They have to. I think we have to do something with the Terra. Oh, anyway.
Ooh, really large swing there. But immediately getting back on track.
All right, so we have about 15 minutes left in this total match. Gears, unless it's forfeited by somebody, is going to be the last game.
Yep.
So what do you do if you're the Wolves going forward? How do you fix what happened here today?
You honestly go back, look at your gameplay. And honestly have a team meeting about it. See where you have to practice. What games you're going to have to play against in the next game upcoming for them. Which I don't know who's coming up or going against the Wolves next. The Reapers. So you have to counterbalance the Reapers. You want to take 1 or 2 games off of them, of their good game.
Okay.
Or, the games that you can essentially turn onto yours.
Yeah.
And then maintain your best games. Which, honestly, I think they can do. I think we're going to get our first lap here. There's our first lap around. on lap 3. But as you can see, man is booking it down these straightaways.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's no point, and you don't need the brakes there at all. Just
But here comes one. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Going way too fast on that.
all right.
Almost wrecked there, honestly. um,
And who finished? Did somebody finish? Because that means that the timer should be starting.
nope. Nobody has finished yet. I don't believe so. I think we're watching the first place person, which is, I believe, Hogeki. Yeah, no, that's Hogeki. We're watching Hogeki right now, and honestly, he's in first place. And the only thing is, missing that track, getting back on track, and just immediately speeding down this way. This is honestly relaxing. This is very peaceful.
Yeah, if you ever want to just put some music on,
yeah, turn it on, man. Just
go for a nice drive.
But Gears is next, hopefully, unless a forfeit happens.
By who? The Cobras aren't forfeiting that, and the Wolves don't have a forfeit.
Oh, that's true. That's true. But either way, I will say Gears of War would be a good one to end on.
In the awful, right? Like it'll be for the Wolves. Hey, are we able to take this? A game that we feel comfortable in, or do the Cobras continue to show how much better they've gotten over the season at shooters? Now, Gears of War was the game that they were able to take the ghosts down to like the last few people, like after the last few.
So we're looking at 8th place now, which is, as you can see, there's 300 seconds between him and the. You can see a little bit of friction here, potential. Oh, and the slide out.
Oh wow!
Wow. Okay, a little bit of action away from our Sunday drive. Oh, but he didn't see them coming fast enough. Like he was able to maintain his speed fairly well, getting back onto the fast break.
And I'm surprised nobody finished yet.
I think somebody. Yeah, no, they have just finished, if not, finished the time. But as you can see, 10 minutes left. So, 10 minutes left on the board. And
there's about 40 seconds left in this. We're going to go down to about 10 and a half minutes. Gears being the last game, play something like Guardian, play something that takes a little bit longer.
Honestly,
because
you don't even have to. Even Teams, I was going to say Team Slayer.
TDM can be really short. We've seen that in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I said Gears will be the last game, but I don't know. Gears could end up not being the last game.
I feel like it will be. I feel like it absolutely will be. And there you go, guys. Finished the race. Now, what is the average? Well,
oh my god!
Yeah, look at that. So many people DNF'd. It's crazy.
And the thing to really think about with Forza is some of these longer races, right? Like, granted, this is a very short, like extended, like not short extended, but like there's a lot of like strayaways, so there's a lot less room for skill expression. But some of those longer maps give you more time to potentially DNF other people, because if you're comfortable on this, say there's a 10-minute lap course that's not like a super simple one, right? Say it's a little bit more turns here and there. If your team is able to get through that lap a lot quicker, then that means people on the other team can't get through it as quick, and that means that there's more chance for them DNF because it's a longer lap.
Yep.
Because you get only like a minute or so. I think that's regardless of whatever map you choose.
All right. Be it as it may, great Forza.
Yeah. And Gears of War And we know who has to go in for the Cobras.
Their
No.
last 5. So
Which
LA,
might
Jeff-
be the best 5?
No.
I don't know. But
No.
I think I know
feel like
TK.
the Bubbles.
I feel like TK is definitely. I know for a fact TK is in the best 5, and Raging Cajun I feel like has to be in the best lineup for most shooters. Now the opposite side, who do you leave out? King Dre, I think you leave out.
I think, yeah. I mean, yeah. Honestly, though, you just need to send in your best lineup.
Yeah, I mean, like I think King Dre might be the 6th best Gears player that's on the board. So
Brene, Alchemist, Jorginho, MJ, and King Dre.
Yeah.
My opinion. These are the new updated standings.
So Eclipse still has 4 games left to go, which is quite a lot if you ask me. There's a lot of teams that only have 1 game left, right? Cobras only is this the Cobras? No, Cobras have 1 game after this, and that will be against the bots. Bucks still got 3, Phantoms got 2, Ravens, Gorillas got 2, X Gods got 1, Eclipse got 4 games left. Reapers still got 2, Bots got 3. Yeah, so a lot of it's like 1 or 2 games, and then there's the Clips because their game, the Clips and Bots game, got pushed back because of snow issues back in January.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's a really important game to be that like that's gonna be a really crucial game for both teams. The Bots, right? The Bots are looking to keep pace with the Reapers. So we'll get to see who.
Well, when it comes to Gears of War, I'm just curious. When it comes to Gears of War, what are you looking forward to?
Shotguns.
Shotguns.
I want to see people get blown up. That's what I want to see. I want to see people.
Wow, sir. Especially violent today for no reason. I don't know who you are.
No, I mean like that's Gears of War. Like I don't want to see MK play to see people happy. I want to see MK to see blood like go everywhere when people get hit. Like there's certain games you watch for certain things. I'm not watching Gears of War to see like people happily frolicking through fields of flowers. I want to see people get shotgunned. Like, that's why I'm watching Gears of War.
Somebody take that out of context, please, and make a video of it. I would laugh about that. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I want to see an execution in the end.
Yeah. No, what I want to see is people. Last one person left. I want to see them, shoot them down, not using a shotgun, and I want to see them get stumped out. I want to see people bring out the Lancers, get them down, and then just start stomping them out.
Stomping them, yeah.
Stomp the yard. Yeah, I want to see.
Honestly, Gears of War, crazy bloody game. But it's a really good game. I'll give you that. It's a really well-made game.
So I'm curious to see if the setup timer, if the timer is all correct here. We could potentially get another game after Gears.
I think it's going to last at least 6 minutes.
All right. And it's funny that we see Cutters in the background for that standings, and Gears is up, and Cutters is the best. And Cutters is the best Gears player in the league. You can say it's better.
I'm not going to say anybody's better than Cutters right now, but I do think that
Cutters,
will come another
Jury,
person.
Cutters, Jury, one of those two.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. But I do feel like there's going to be another person, probably next season, that comes in.
Is there a T that you need to tell us?
No, I have no T.
No T. You're a brave one person.
Just call it a premonition.
Premonition. Is it so? Does your premonition say that there's going to be somebody that comes into the league who can beat Billy in StarCraft? The streets wants to know. Is there? Oh, in your crystal ball, do you see somebody coming in here who can beat Billy the Goat in StarCraft?
I see. No. As of right now, I don't think, unless one of our actual players in the UEL sits down during the off season, sits down and just practices.
I don't see it.
It's a possibility.
I don't see it.
It's always a possibility.
And then, no, I don't see it. Just because of the skill.
Someone prove him wrong for me.
Don't do that to don't do that to your loved ones. All right, please don't be playing StarCraft just to have a chance to beat Billy. And then what's going to happen? Guess what's going to happen?
They're gonna beat Billy.
No. What's going to happen is your 3 people that's in with you are going to be worse than Billy's 3 people, and you're going to lose because your teammates are worse than his teammates.
I mean, if you can build an army fast enough.
But who says Billy can? I'm just saying.
It's gonna happen one of these
I'm not
days.
about to spend
It's
all
gonna
this time. I'm not playing StarCraft. I'm not practicing StarCraft to beat Billy. I'm practicing StarCraft to beat the other
Anyways,
bad people at that.
Anyways, Gears of War is happening right now. We're going to see hopefully some really awesome gameplay. Overwatch 2, potentially our final game, if this game gets done in under a minute. Meaning they need to kill 15 people and have their last spawn within a minute.
Or, timeout.
That's true. They could also have a timeout.
Who are we watching? We are watching.
Currently,
LA.
we're watching LA right now. But as you can see, they're already taking shots at each other.
All right, so
LA needs to find some cover. There we go.
he needs to pull out his shot.
And he also needs to pull out his shotgun.
Wait. Oh, he's getting kind of. That's 2 people.
Solid run.
Oh, they got
a flamethrower dog already.
Ooh.
Immediately going to options. But now we turn over to Jekyll. Jekyll having a little bit more insight into this game and actually being able to, peek around these corners and play them. Pop him.
Yeah, no, that.
Dang. So close, yet so far. And there goes another dead body. It seems like it's a 4v5 currently.
And are the Cobras? The Cobras are COG.
No,
the Wolves are COG.
The Wolves are COG. The Wolves are currently playing a 4 versus 5, and they're winning. There's another dead. A potential for a big play here, but immediately gets down into another death. But they have 9 lives left, while the Cobras only have 3. And they're already down a man. Now, weirdly enough, I do feel like it does play into the being even down a man. Gives them less of an opportunity, but an immediate shotgun to the face. Are we going to see another? There's 2. Immediately responding. But I was going to say, I feel like having a man down absolutely sometimes can benefit you. And this could be one of those times where it benefits you, because they have a less opportunity to shoot more people.
But, look at this. Look at the score now.
This is a crazy thing. A melee happening. An immediate down. Another kill.
All right. So.
But the COG need only 1 more before their final.
And there we go.
And there goes their final. There goes another 2 death.
And we're back to even now.
Even again. They said, "Oh, okay, you want to show up? Fine. I don't care that you're 4 man. We're gonna run the block." There's another dead. Another one bites the dust.
And are the Cobras about to pull this back out?
And another one down.
Another one bites the dust.
Oh my goodness.
There's 2 left.
This is very surprising.
Oh. Wait. There's one left.
1v3. And it's over. That's over. That's a game. That's amazing.
I think I could have swore I just heard somebody yell timeout.
I swear if they did. They called a timeout.
Overwatch get played. We get to see Overwatch get played. What shooter have we not seen played today? We saw COD. We saw Halo. We saw Apex. We saw Fortnite. We saw Valorant. We saw what shooter? Gears. What shooter have we not seen? Is Overwatch the last shooter?
I think so.
Hey, they're going through all the shooters today. They're here to prove a point. Oh, and the Cobras have full reset, but I do know this is good for the Wolves as well, because Kingdra is somebody they want in for this game.
Why would
so
they
Wolves have who they want in.
The Wolves out here just, man, Cobra's out here trying to prove it.
But here's another thing. And this could just be precautionary. If the Ghosts are able to win one of their final 2 games, which will be against, I think did the Wolves? Did the Ghosts already play Eclipse?
I think they have. I'm not too certain, but I think they have.
Okay, so say the Ghosts are able to win against the Reapers, right?
Mhm.
And then this comes down to a tie-break situation. I think the tie-break situation goes by games 1. So the Cobras getting as many wins as they can right now helps them in case it comes to a tie-break situation.
That's actually kind of a good idea.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of that, really. But yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But next game, Overwatch.
Hey.
And they only have a minute and 20 seconds.
Do you think we see the new DPS who's out for the 3 days?
They're out right now?
Yes, they are out right now.
I need to go home.
Do you remember last season when Maga was out for a weekend and
my
people did not
gosh.
know how to deal with him?
No.
Yeah.
I sorry. Yes, I was there. I was there. Goodness gracious, Maga on release was crazy.
Yeah.
It was so much fun. He sucks now. But when he first came out, he was a great tank. Honestly, one of the most fun that I've had in a little while. Props to Blizzard actually getting their crap together with Overwatch though now.
And they saw that Avengers game come out and they're like, hey, let's make this stuff free. Like, we need to bring the people back before, Marvel takes over this too. So
I hate to say it, that Marvel game does not look good.
yeah. But we are here talking
I'll play
about
it though.
I'm an Iron Man main. But anyway. So, have you seen the skill set for the new hero?
Very slightly. I do know that they can like burrow down and like they
Dodge
can...
some ults.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I know about this new DPS.
I'm curious though, because some of these ultimates can have a different effect, I believe. Like, take May's ult, for example. Does it freeze them, even if they're still on the ground, if they're still in the zone?
Here's the thing is, I don't know, because they specifically show Farah's ult going right under it. But the thing I want to know is there's one ult specifically that I feel like should affect them, and it's Reinhardt's. I feel like Reinhardt's has to.
Oh my gosh. It would be a great or cool thing. Hear me out. You know how Earthquake does double
Earth
damage?
Shatter.
Or sorry, no, Earthquake.
Pokemon.
In
Yeah.
Pokemon, Earthquake does double damage
To Pokemon
to
Burn.
Pokemon that are using Dig.
Unless they're flying type.
Unless we're not going to talk about that. But it would be really cool if Earth Shatter
Did more.
reacted the same way in the sense of
And
like
did this
banging
and it
them out.
popped you up.
Yep.
That would be a very interesting interaction. But unfortunately, we have I don't know. I don't know how that I don't think they would put that interaction in, but it'd be really cool to see if Earth Shatter popped them out of the ground. That would be amazing, in my opinion.
Right?
Because I don't know, it'll just be a cool little thing to.
It would be definitely an interesting interaction.
Yeah.
To happen. Will it happen? Probably not.
Probably
Sadly.
not.
But it would be really cool.
I wonder if you can get healed while you're under there.
There's
though.
the other timeout. Making sure they have all the time to set up.
And in
Overwatch
case that
too.
doesn't work, the Cobras still have another timeout.
This.
Does this remind you of right before half?
Yes. I mean, Overwatch is still an enjoyable game to watch.
Yes, Overwatch is very enjoyable. And somebody's going home if their egos hurt a little bit after this game.
Why?
I think Overwatch is like a ego kind of game. Like both everybody wants to be good. It's like Tekken. Everybody wants to be good at Tekken. Everybody wants to be good at Overwatch. And I feel like for the Cobras, winning Overwatch to end the match off after shooters. Actually, let's talk about this for a second. What games did the Wolves want today? They wanted
a lot of racing and they wanted a lot of sports games.
All right.
The sad thing is that we've seen is that they weren't able to take a lot of these racing games.
They only took F1.
And if you kind of count it, even though it's more of a sports game, Rocket League.
Yeah. They took 2K, technically. But they weren't able to take FIFA. They lost. That's a big thing. They lost the game they came in expecting to win. A lot of the games. Not all of them, right? Like, they still won.
They still won
Rocket
Apex. They
League.
still won Call of Duty, which both were kind of interesting that they were able to take those away. definitely surprised on the teamwork there, and showing up for those games particularly.
Yeah.
Good stuff, great stuff from both teams. Um, this whole match in general has been fantastic. We've seen a lot of epic and really awesome moments happening between the both teams, and then even then, your sportsman in the end is always going to be there.
Yeah.
At the end, we're all end gamers.
Yeah.
We're all end gamers. We're not just on one particular team, though we are.
Yeah.
technically. We're all end gamers. We all come from the same roots, and we all have a community here, which is a wonderful community, honestly.
What game mode do you want to see? What is your
What game mode do I want to see? You know what's really interesting? Game mode that I want to see. I don't know if it'll work.
Oh, I know you're talking about the new one that.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we haven't seen, and I forget the name of it and everything in this, but it's like a control, which we haven't really seen
True. We haven't seen the control
much.
Yeah.
I don't think have we seen it this season.
This season in particular, maybe once or twice.
But teams opt to go for push the payload.
All right. But we're gonna get into it, and as we can see,
wow, that's a fancy.
it's a beautiful.
Reaper.
It's Lubu. Don't you know Lubu?
Hey.
They had to pay for that skin. They didn't have to pay for that one. They didn't have to pay for that one. They didn't have to pay for that one.
Is that the Rat King?
That's the Rat King.
He's just showing off his skins on stream now.
Oh, and they're leaving the game. I don't know why.
All right, so we'll get. So the Wolves did not put their lineup in, so they forfeited the game, and the Cobras accepted it. So, wait. Technically, since they never played this game, they could call another timeout.
No.
Yes, they
No,
technically
they
could.
better not.
They could technically
They better
call a
not.
timeout. The Cobras still have a timeout. DNF duel. Let's go. We need the Cobras timeout. Climb out right now. Let's get DNF going.
No, I'm going home. Let me go home.
All right, and we have the winners. We have Mr. Juki, joined by the Bubbles, some guy that we don't care about. Just joking. That's Jekyll. That's Raging Cajun. That is Hogeki. Oh, wait. That's kind of weak. Hey, Deuce is here. We got TK Bad Moon. And if only the Cobras were coordinated today and coming in as they weren't shooters today, would they all be in here right now? We have in shooters you were. We have Strix coming in here. We have Mr. LA now.
Yes, sir. Whole team.
Microphone.
What's up?
All right. So we have a 21 as soon as that's updated. The 6 score going on. What game or category were y'all most proud of today?
Shooters.
Overwatch is okay.
I'm going to say we're proud of the sports game because last week they said they're the best sports team. We didn't have Deuce or Pop. They should have beat us in more sports, and they didn't. So,
all right,
cringe, brother.
So earlier in the season, y'all kind of struggled with the shooters, and that was the opposite of what happened today. What would y'all say was the big turning point?
So we've been putting a lot of work into our shooters. That's been one of our main focuses this past 2 weeks, and obviously you can see the work's been paying off.
Okay.
And huge shout out to the team. Shout out to Third, missed out on that steak dinner for us. Big shout out.
All right. So different times throughout the season, we've seen many different players on your team kind of come back into the lineup, stand out, just perform well, right? We've seen it with Raging Cajun earlier this season. Who would you say stood out to you the most in this matchup from Juki, from the coach?
I can't really pick one particular person. They all came out and did their thing. They played as a team. Team effort. all the work they put in is coming into fruition.
He said you need to speak up.
It was a team effort, man. It was on everybody. It was no one person that stood out more than anybody else. They all came out to play. A lot of team games played today. They just stuck together, worked it out, and made shit happen. Oops.
All right, I got two more questions before we wrap this up. This has been the most dominant performance that y'all have had this season. Would you say it's because you don't have anarchists here? You want to show off for your coach? You want to show off for your coach?
We knew he'd be mad if we lost without him here, so we had to win so we don't get beat up. Please don't hurt us, third.
I was told to make Pop proud of me in sports games. Pop, hope your daughter's doing good. I hope I made you proud.
Shout out to Pop. All right, and then the next game is against the Bots, correct? Last season, y'all were able to surprise a lot of people and beat the Bots. Do y'all think y'all can do that again? Do y'all have any words for the Bots?
Of course, if we did it once.
Last season.
It was last season. Billy wasn't there, but you know what I'm saying? Billy wasn't there, but a dub is a dub. You know what I'm saying? If we did it once, we could do it again. We got Bots next match, and Bots we coming. We just want to have a good game and hopefully take it. They're a good team. I don't expect nothing less but the best to come from them. They are one of the champs here at the league, so we just got to come out and perform.
Are we gonna say the 3-man div?
Hey,
are we gonna?
Right.
I don't think they stupid. I don't think they stupid.
But are they dumb?
All right. So a great game overall. Y'all should be proud of everything y'all did today. That is it. We are going to sign out. We will see you tomorrow at 6:00 for who's playing tomorrow? A Gorillas Eclipse.
It's going to be an interesting game.
It's going to be a very interesting game, pivotal in that conference. We are signing out. I'm Rex.
I'm Fear.
And we are signing out.
Niggas dying every day. 20s, 50s, 100s, want all of these in abundance. When it comes to the women, these hoes know I can't love them. Only chasing, chase the bag. Drugs for the head, can't get enough of it. Try to take my money, S&W, leave you suffering. Why they wanna kill me for the cream? Only thing I'm trying to chase is my dream. I'ma stack it, stretch it, flip it. Hating on me cause I'm different. They won't have to get the digits, yeah, I mean. Dripping water. A2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, where we chasing every day. Run them over, if they try to get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake.